And welcome into Torrey Gymnasium here on Washington Community High School. The final day, the final portion of the day of the 18th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I'm Jonathan Michael here alongside John Camosa. We have a shootout series game here, one that's been pretty highly anticipated. How about you, John? I've been looking forward to the Grafton Blackhawks facing off against the Evansville Reitz Panthers. That's who we got here on the court. Game 28, I believe, of this great tournament. So these teams have had to wait a little bit. They'll just get one game, but should be a good one here between Grafton and Reitz. Going to be some big-time players in this one.
Yeah, Juan Guerrero Hernandez from Grafton. You know, he's a 6'4" junior. Obviously the player to watch for this team. And then when you look at Reitz, they are led by freshman Jalen Mitchell, 6'7". John, we were talking about that before this game. A lot of Division I interest from teams across the country. This is a player that still has another 3 years left of high school after this season. It's pretty incredible.
We're actually going to be witnessing a little bit of history, Joko. This is Jalen Mitchell's first high school game. He is rated as the top recruit in the class of 2027. More on him and Grafton star Juan Guerrero Hernandez right here after the national anthem from Torrey Gymnasium. God Bless America rather than national anthem, but still very well sung. Either way, as we're getting ready to get underway here between Grafton and Evansville Reitz. So we'll have a couple more, actually one more shootout series game after this one right here on Clutch Sports Media. Lawrence North will take on Wauwatosa West. So if you're from southeast Wisconsin, the Milwaukee area, stay tuned in and watch some Tosa West. That should be a good game as well, but here's our starting lineups for this game. We're gonna go with Grafton first. At number one, Juan Guerrero Hernandez, a 6'4" junior. He is their guy to watch. He has averaged 22 points a game last season. He'll also be joined by 5'9" sophomore DJ James, 6'4" senior Michael McNabb, 6'1" senior Tyler Tagliapietra, and 6'5" sophomore Jack Marty. For Evansville Reitz, they will go with the 5'9" junior Jay Swanson, along with another 5'9" player, a senior Robert Goodlow. Number 21, a 6'4" senior Kay Pace. Number 24, a 6'7" freshman, the aforementioned Jalen Mitchell. And number 33, a 6'5" sophomore, Jaden Overton. A little bit more about Juan Guerrero Hernandez. Combo guard, he's very quick, very agile. He's got attention of some high major schools, Joko. Mississippi State, Kentucky, Syracuse, Michigan, Iowa, LSU, and also Bradley, just down the road from us here in Peoria, are all showing some interest in him as we're ready to get underway.
No question, just a talented player across the board. See him showcase those skills tonight.
It's always fun, these shootout series games. There's always some really great players that play in these ones. Grafton has it taken away. Now at the half court. Ball on the deck, and it'll be kicked out to Reitz. Here's Pace with it.
First look at Jalen Mitchell. They swarm him.
Mitchell rated by some sources as the top freshman in the country. His first varsity shot is off the mark. Grafton now the other way as this is McNabb up top. He's maybe one of the other key players for Grafton besides Guerrero Hernandez, who shoots up a three, and it's off the iron. Now Reitz with it. Pass down low to Overton in the corner. No good. Panthers will stick with it. They'll go back to Grafton. Pretty strong defense for both teams early on in this one. First game of the season for either team. Pretty good way to start out your season against some tough competition. This one, as the reverse is good by Michael McNabb. There's the first points of the Blackhawks campaign.
Anytime you start your year at TOC, it's a big way to start.
And there's Mitchell, the start of his varsity career. Lays it up and in, and we're all tied up at 2.
Yeah, Brad Underwood hanging around. Will probably keep tabs on him as well.
Yeah, Brad Underwood visit not too long ago in our Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. Our Joey Wright talked to him as the layup from Tagla Pietra gets swatted away. Now here comes Panthers. Deep ball from Jay Swanson, bounces up and down, but not in.
They got a guy down there. Oh.
James's pass to Marty. Flew just a bit past him, and it'll stay though with the Blackhawks.
Right idea, just a little too much on that throw.
See if Grafton draws up on the inbounds play. They'll get it in. No, Guerrero Hernandez had it taken away by Mitchell. Now the ball's on the deck again. They're going to call, it's like Reitz called a timeout. So the Panthers and head coach Austin Brooks burned one early on as we are tied up at 2 here in the early goings. But an action-packed day, an action-packed week here at the TOC. At this point, we're kind of feel like we're wrapping things up. 3 more games, though, coming your way tonight. You won't want to miss any of them. We'll have Lawrence North, a great team out of the Indianapolis area, along with Wauwatosa West out of the Milwaukee suburbs. And then we'll have the Hoover Buccaneers from Hoover, Alabama, another top 100 team in the country. They will take on the Gray Collegiate Academy War Eagles. Those 2 teams are very, very fun to watch, some high-level basketball. And then we'll wrap up with the host school Washington Panthers. They'll take on the Victory Christian Academy Storm. How about that? A little Evansville Reitz fan passed a Panther the ball for the inbounds. Referees engaging the youth. Love to see it.
Yeah. Gavin and I were talking about that last game. It's such a cool tournament for kids to come out and watch some of the players that are rising stars. Another great take there.
Jay Swanson puts one in for Reitz, who now lead. Now Grafton, they could take it right back. They do. DJ James, a sophomore, draining a triple.
How about both these teams applying that defensive pressure early, John?
Has been a defensive struggle so far. As there you look at our little Reitz fan. He had to inbound the ball. Ref let him. Saw him out there in the Commons area. How about that jersey as well? Pretty sick. See what Reitz can do against this Grafton defense. It'll be a mid-range J from the elbow by Swanson. It's off the mark, and we're going to get an offensive foul. That'll go on K. Pace of Reitz. Joko, I know we've mentioned this almost every game this tournament. but this is the first game for both teams where they're playing with the new rules where 5 fouls in a quarter now puts you in essentially the double bonus.
Yeah, and it's something that, teams are obviously transitioning to a little bit new this season, but it seems like they've adjusted pretty well.
Anytime you can shoot the guaranteed 2 rather than the 1-and-1, most teams will take that, but you no longer have to earn your free throws. They'll sit here.
I like Mitchell tried to sell that one, say it's him, and then act like he didn't touch it. Ref kind of gave him a laugh.
These refs, a noticeable group by this point of the tournament. And it's flying in for the layup. There's McNabb. These refs are working hard. These volunteers at this great tournament working hard. And we are as well. Hopefully, my voice hangs on for the rest of this one. It's been a long weekend up here in the booth, but I'm looking forward to this one all week long. Here's Mitchell with it now. Takes a screen. Now guarded by Marty. Dribbles into the lane. They're going to wave the bucket off. And they're going to call a foul on the floor. Looks like that one will go against either Tagle Pietra or Marty. As they're going to look at I believe that's the Great Collegiate Academy War Eagles. One of the teams here in attendance, waiting to play. That is Gray. Now the corner is good low. Now Mitchell. Swanson drives the lane, spins near the line, high. Didn't reach the glass, and it will stay with the Panthers. That ball deflected out by Caleb Battles, who's checked into the game now for Grafton.
Yeah, John, and last game Gavin mentioned, this is probably a game you'd like to see because you and I, both from Wisconsin, born there, Milwaukee for myself, so get to see how good the Wisconsin basketball scene is this year.
Yeah, not just this game, but the next game as well with Wauwatosa West. We've seen some very good Wisconsin schools in some exciting shootout series games here in the past. Wisconsin Lutheran Concanepal were here last year, as were Milan Momcilovic and the Pewaukee Pirates. There's Jalen Mitchell on the lay-in. It'll make it a 1-point game, but those Wisconsin teams, the ones that we've seen, have been very high scoring. It's the ones that are invited to the TOC. Marty lays it up and in for Grafton.
Well, that's the tough part if you're Wisconsin as a team. The Badgers there, when you lose out on those guys like Concanepal, he's going to Duke.
Yeah.
So, it's such a talent pool over there, and it's kind of who can get this guy.
Well, I remember in my high school days when I was at 3 is off the mark from Reitz. My high school days when I was in Waterford, which is on the other side of Milwaukee, as Grafton. Tyler Hero was a big name in the area. He's about as old as I am. He's in the NBA, and I'm calling high school basketball. So, but I think we're both probably pretty happy where we're at right now.
Oh, yeah.
Tyler Hero going to Whitnall over in Hales Corners.
I believe he's got 2 brothers there as well. Could be the next NBA stars.
Mitchell's turnaround clanks off the rim, but there's the board from Pace. His shot no good, and now Grafton goes the other way on the break. Nice look up the way. That was Carson Hildebrand, couldn't finish. Grafton stays with it. Reitz going in a man-to-man defense. Now Battles off the bench. Shot clock down to 18, still plenty of time. Tough look there from McNabb. High degree of difficulty, couldn't get it to go. Now Reitz the other way. That was good low with a 3. And a Blackhawk bearing down on his neck.
Kind of altered Goodlow's shot as well. Thought he was going to get fouled.
Driving in, here's Guerrero Hernandez with the left hand. Scoop shot off the mark, but he got hacked, and they'll head to the charity stripe. Guerrero Hernandez had a great summer this past year on the travel ball circuit. That's why he's gotten some really great college looks. Again, he's a junior, so plenty of time to pick up even more offers. And Jalen Mitchell So he's going to be pretty heavily recruited. Again, he's just a freshman. He's already gotten some D1 offers from Illinois. As you see Brett Underwood here in the house, he's right at midcourt in the front row. And Arizona State as well. He's probably going to have offers from just about anywhere in the country by the time he's all said and done at Reitz.
Certainly.
Driving kick. Now here's Evan Hayes into the game for the Panthers. He grabs the board momentarily, but Grafton gets it right back. Now kicking out, here's Guerrero Hernandez off the mark. JGH, they call him. Down low, easy lay-in for Aiden Knowles, the big senior off the bench for Reitz.
That was a good look there. Able to find the open man, Knowles. Blackhawks cutting into that deficit.
Closely contested game so far. Guerrero Hernandez kicks out. And jacking up a three, that was Battles. Close but no cigar there. And now Reitz can hold for the last possession. They can either try and get within one or tie. Shot clock is off. Mitchell drives in, kicks.
Oh.
And that one way too high there for Knowles. Off the hands of Goodlow. So now Grafton will have a chance to make it a two-score game.
And so we've seen that, you know, last game too with Heritage Christian. Sometimes when you're playing that high-tempo basketball, you know, some passes might say, oh, it's just a little bit of energy, some nerves. I think they'll settle in, though.
And that will be the end of the first quarter. It'll end without a shot for Grafton, but they hold an 11-8 lead after the first quarter of play here in Torrey Gymnasium. And with that, we want to thank all of our great sponsors that help make this a great broadcast and this even better tournament possible. Starting with Jake Weston State Farm in Washington. For all of your insurance needs, give Jake a call at 309-444-4441 or online at jakewestoninsurance.com. And also Legacy Solar, very proud supporter of the KBM TOC. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. And we'd like to thank Seth Q, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for the support of the KBM TOC. And Keps, the official pre- and post-game spot of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand for a discount. Keps, great atmosphere, great food. If you're watching from Keps right now, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. And also by PJ Hare. Want to thank them for their support of the TOC. And also by the city of East Peoria. Grafton leads 11-8. Both these teams making pretty significant road trips, but doable in a day. Grafton, I would estimate, probably about, I'd say maybe 4 or so hours away here from Washington, maybe 3.5 to drive quick. Evansville, I'm not quite sure, but still within a day's drive. Evansville, a very big basketball town. And John, how about the Purple Aces? They beat SEMO today and are 6-0 to start the season.
Very impressive and definitely a team to keep your eye on.
Pass down low from Mitchell, found nobody, but that's a great job that David Ragland's doing with his group down there in Evansville. A campus I actually toured back when I was in high school. Looked around different colleges. I ended up settling on Bradley.
I think you made a good choice.
But still have a lot of respect though for Evansville, a pretty good fan base. I'm on, obviously Joko, as you know, we're both pretty active on MVC Twitter.
Yeah.
Evansville's got one of the more respectable and wholesome fan bases out there. They easy group to root for, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Here's Mitchell driving in free throw line, kicking to the corner, and Hayes, he got it to go. We're all tied up.
That's a great look there from Hayes. The 5'11 junior just spots up, and he'll hit that every time.
JGH steps back on Mitchell. what a matchup that is right now. A floater there from Hayes, I think got tipped by a Blackhawk, and will stay with the Panthers. Referees confer it'll stay here with Grafton. Guerrero Hernandez goes to the bench. Maybe now this is the chance for Reitz to make an early move, but still plenty of basketball left to be played.
See what the Blackhawks can do on this possession. Got to turn to some other players to score right now. Juan Guerrero Hernandez not on the floor. Taking a little break.
Driving in here is McNabb. It's a good scoring option, but that one just rolled off. Now driving in mid-range, Aiden Knowles off and to the left. Now the other way, McNabb's shot again is off the mark. Mitchell drives in, down low amongst the trees was Goodlow. Now Knowles went up and got fouled, so they'll shoot two. Pretty slow start to the game for both these teams offensively. Johnny, you know, still maybe kind of shake up the cobwebs a little bit from the season and first game of the 2023 campaign.
Yeah, you just try to settle in, and obviously that's why we saw in the first quarter just some of those jitters, but both teams, I think, once they get some points to fall, I should say some baskets to fall, the points start flowing, you kind of get into a rhythm. And we'll see if that's the case here for either side.
Reitz takes the lead. Next up for them, they'll take on Vincennes Lincoln, the Alices. How about that team name? And there's going to be an offensive foul. They're on Grafton, so again with Guerrero Hernandez on the bench, Reitz gaining a bit of momentum. Reitz is a school that's pretty similar in size to Washington Community High School, where this tournament's being held. An enrollment of 1,232. Grafton a bit smaller, but McNabb is certainly not small. He's 6'4", grabs the miss. The drive and the kick. Going baseline was Marty. Can't quite get it to go. The defense, excuse me, the voice crack, my word, for the long tournament. The defense for these teams near the rim has been pretty impressive.
Yeah, it has. I mean, I know a lot of fans like highlight reel plays, dunks. I'm old school. I like defense, John. I don't know about you. Defense is, seen a lot of sound defensive teams here.
You're a Big Ten West guy, aren't you?
Yep. Illinois football fan, so, you know, seeing the Iowa game hurts your eyes.
Oh, man. Illinois taking on Northwestern right now, fighting for bowl eligibility. As now the other way, Guerrero Hernandez back into the game. And McNabb stepped out. Good call by the refs. Foot just crossed the line. How about McNabb's shoes, Joko? One of the best pairs of kicks we've seen. Two-tone pink, it looks like from here.
Yeah, those are neat.
Shot up and good for Reitz. That was Jay Swanson again. He's got 4. Nice little run here by the Panthers, 7-0. As we near the halfway point of quarter number 2.
Ooh,
going around the horn, up and under. Michael McNabb really playing well for Grafton. He's got 6. Now here's Mitchell. There you look at the top corner, the shoes of McNabb. That's quite the pair right there. Great camera work from our Charlie Schermerhorn. has been money all week long. See if Grafton can tie or take the lead here. Jack Marty with it. Down low to Guerrero Hernandez, but it's taken off by Mitchell. Now the Panthers the other way. Nice layup at the rack. Evan Hayes. He's got 5 for Reitz. Now driving in, here's McNabb up again. He got it to go with McNabb. Quietly has 8 for Grafton. Team showing that they're much more than their highly profiled recruit Guerrero Hernandez. Knowles kicks it out. Here's Swanson with a mid-range. Off the mark now. Blackhawks in transition. Here's Guerrero Hernandez. Hello!
How about that dunk? Proven why he's a Division I prospect.
A tomahawk from JGH. That's a Legacy Solar Slam. A foul down low. That'll go on McNabb. I believe that would be his first and the team's third.
And John, one thing I noticed about Grafton, obviously you've noticed this as well, we've been watching the game, they love that full court pass. You know, they'll throw it down there and try to get a quick dunk or a layup in transition. They want to score on you in a hurry.
Teams in transition this week, as we've seen, have usually fared pretty well. As Knowles ties up that game at the line, now he can give the team the lead. Second one is up and good. Another lead change in this one. There's been plenty of them so far. We've seen a lot of close basketball games in this tournament, Joko. I feel like in years past, there's been a lot of great games, but I feel like this year, almost every single game has been close in the first, the second, the third, late in the fourth.
Yeah.
We had an outstanding overtime contest between Dale and Metamora. That was an all-time TOC classic right there. Dale winning 69-65. Dayton Forsyth, Oklahoma commit, dropped 49 points. Yep, you heard that, 49 points.
That's 2 points off the record by Kenneth Lewis, Booker T. Washington last year.
Indeed.
I mean, you talk about Metamora too for a second, John. I don't want to get distracted from this game, but they talked at the beginning of the year about a target on their back. Back-to-back overtime games here. I mean, they're going to get tested every single night.
They will, and every time you step in towards your maze, even the TOC, you will get tested. As McNabb earlier just laid one in. He's up to double figures with 10. And as here's James. Tyler Pietro over to Guerrero Hernandez. What a great pass over to Marty, who just couldn't finish off that 3-ball. A little bit too far right.
Had the right idea, great pass, good look, just couldn't get it to go. But how about his court vision, Guerrero Hernandez? I mean, flipped it over there in a hurry.
It's one thing we've noticed with these D1 bound players, as Hayes lays it up and in from this tournament, Joko, is not only are they great scorers, but they can just really find the open teammate at all times, taking advantage of all that attention paid to you by the opposition. Double teams, triple teams at times, kick it out, find someone open, even in traffic. As Jay Swanson now in for Reitz. Grafton trailing by 1. It's been a back and forth game. The second quarter, I don't know if either team's led by more than 1 this entire frame. Guerrero Hernandez kicks out. Great ball movement again. Tago Pietra's shot is off. And Pace pushed to the ground but recovers. Here comes Reitz. Now good low in the corner. Air ball. Seen a couple of those today. Here's Guerrero Hernandez. Out to McNabb. Driving in. Scooping, scoring McNabb. 12 for him. And Damon James of Grafton calls a timeout. And the Blackhawks lead by 1. They'll set up their defense. Maybe try and preserve a potential halftime lead.
Yeah, McNabb's really starting to find his stride.
He's got 12. Guerrero Hernandez has 4. For Reitz, Mitchell's played pretty well, hasn't been dominant so far, but again, still unbelievable. He's played in his first high school game. Tournament program claims that many basketball scouts are comparing the buzzer on him to the once hyped up Damon Bailey. Oh, blast from the pass there. And Mitchell, he already has offers from both schools in Evansville as Panthers get a bucket to go at Swanson again. Mitchell already has offers from Evansville and the new kids on the block in Evansville, the Southern Indiana Screaming Eagles.
Yep.
Maybe a chance Guerrero Hernandez. Maybe he's getting any interest from Marquette. He could stay home possibly. Now with less than 10, here's McNabb driving in, and he traveled there. They're gonna call a foul on Reitz. That's gonna go on Robert Goodlow. Can't believe it. McNabb took about 4 steps there, but it was because his dribbling was impeded there by Goodlow.
So they'll have the last look, see if they can take this lead into halftime.
Or will they? Mitchell with a takeaway, now with 2 with 1 from half court. Mitchell almost nailed it. Just hitting the front iron. And the Evansville Reitz Panthers will take a 1-point lead into the locker rooms, but a great first half here at the Shootout Series presented by Teamworks. These games always a whole boatload of fun. John, any thoughts from the first half to sum up?
Yeah, just a good game overall. Both teams evenly matched. Jalen Mitchell, obviously Juan Guerrero Hernandez, the players to watch, but it's been some other players that have been, taking the spotlight, shining a little bit. It's been a pretty good balanced game defensively, lower scoring here in the first half, but I think this is going to be another one of those games that goes down to the wire, John.
I think so. Defense has ruled in this one. Stay tuned for the second half, but first, a quick word for all of our great sponsors. We'll be right back right after these messages.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. I want to thank all those great sponsors for the TOC. OSF Healthcare, especially the title sponsor, Titan Industries, City of Washington, and many more. And also by Jake Weston State Farm right here in Washington for all of your insurance needs. Give Jake from State Farm a call at 309-444-4441 or visit him online at Jake Weston State Farm. Legacy Solar, also a big sponsor of the TOC. We're glad to have them along. They're a proud supporter. To learn more about going solar, visit LegacySolarPower.com all of our silver sponsors as well. Keps, PJ Harris, City of East Peoria. We're going to set down to the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. Gavin Russell and Teddy Ball down there. Fellas, it's all you. What do you got for us?
Welcome back to the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Teddy Ball joins me here. Teddy, thanks for joining us back in the studio today.
Absolutely. We're having fun. I'm excited to be here.
Surely, and I was talking with a couple people, trying to pull them out for an interview really quick, but we got a lot of the staff members here at TOC still very busy with a lot of their things, trying to continue out through this last day of the tournament. You know, it doesn't really stop until the final buzzer sounds, and even then, a lot of cleanup efforts, a lot of things to accumulate there. I think the big thing, though, that we're kind of wondering is throughout this tournament, as I see on your T-shirt right there, KB Strong, really nice-looking T-shirt. You can grab one of those for yourself, but trying to get a bit of a figure on how much money has been raised. And they're not going to release it yet. I was talking with a couple people. You know, they're going to keep that on the down low for now, but we will get a figure before the Washington game this evening. Although what I'm hearing is the numbers have been very strong to start things out, which I think is pretty much a testament to the great crowds we've seen out here and increased support here in 2023.
Absolutely. All week long, this last year was my first year coming out as an employee. I came as a fan a few times when I was younger, but this was, last year you really got to see just the level at which it is, and even this year it's grown to an even bigger level with all the teams and all the fans that have shown out. So it's awesome. It's all for a great cause, and at the end of the day, it's just for a bunch of people that love basketball, a bunch of people that love sports, and supporting a good cause.
And the last several years, tens of thousands of dollars have been raised for the KB Strong Foundation that we continue to talk about. And while the numbers have been strong this year, I don't think that that's any reason to stop here. I mean, I think that we want to just continue to set the bar higher. Again, we don't have a figure quite yet, but that number continues to accumulate. And I think people, if you don't realize, there's still plenty of time that you can get involved with this, even with KB Strong. This is a year-round thing. Yeah,
like the tournament lasts, just 5 days, but the foundation, like you said, is something that goes on much longer than that, and so this obviously gives awareness to that. But if you're not able to donate right now, you can still reach out eventually if that's something you want to do, and we encourage it. I think it's a great thing you should do. Just supporting as much as you can would help anyway.
You're a patron of KB Strong as you rep their gear there. Tell our audience, maybe they're looking at that T-shirt and they're like, hey, I'd like one of those. What'd that set you back? What'd the donation do for KB Strong?
Yeah, so it was only $20. They have a wide selection of different shirts over there. There's a tournament shirt, which is in gray. I got that one last year, and so I wanted to switch it up a little bit. There's also one of these in gray. I chose to get it in black, and I like it. It's comfortable. It's nice, breathable. Definitely worth the $20.
$20, that's not bad for a T-shirt. Plus, those proceeds are going to go, again, to help KB Strong. That's not just, empty money right there. As we've talked with people in these interviews, really powerful interviews. Grace Hendrick came on me yesterday. Her husband unfortunately passed away due to glioblastoma, saying all these funds raised go to helping people in need, go to the research. And OSF Healthcare has been fantastic all week. Talked with Ryan Lugenbuehl earlier this week. I think that people realizing that it's not just empty funds, something that really needs our support. I think it should be something that our audience could definitely look into.
Yeah, glioblastoma is obviously one of the scariest diseases there is, and it's a good way for us to get research planned out and just overall just bring awareness to something that not a lot of people might not know about, like the Washington community does.
Indeed. We didn't take this halftime segment to get an interview in here with somebody. Again, wasn't able to pull them in. They're still busy working on all their stuff. However, we wanted to continue to kind of update the audience about where we are with this KB Strong. We may have a lot of viewers, first time here for TOC. They're with the TOC Shootout Series. These are teams that come to play just one game. So if you haven't been watching throughout the week, KB Strong Foundation is supporting Kevin Brown, and he unfortunately lost his life due to glioblastoma. And all the glioblastoma patients out there, there is no known cure. There's no good treatments for this. This is pretty much a fatal disease, and we need your support. So I want to wrap it up there for now. We'll get back here into the studio after the game. We'll send it back for the second half. Teddy Ball, Gavin Russell, we're going to send it up to the booth now.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton Beam Therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. Halftime of Grafton and Evansville Reitz at the Teamworks Shootout Series, part of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. 4 little sub-tournaments in this great event, the Washington Invitational and National Classic Shootout Series. And back this year was the Gray Ribbon Showdown. 2 games after this, we're going to crown a champion of the Washington Invitational, the most prestigious part of them all. It'll be Hoover and Gray Collegiate Academy, but first the Shootout Series games, those are also pretty fun. We've had a good one so far as Reitz leads 22-21 as we adjust the little metal plate at half court. Seems to be all good there as we're ready for half number 2. We'll see if it'll be more of the same defensive struggle or if either team will start to break out offensively. Overall, the star players in this one have been pretty quiet. Jalen Mitchell with a couple of buckets for Reitz. Juan Guerrero Hernandez with 4 for Grafton. And both of these teams are going to be having great seasons. You don't get invited to the TOC really, for the most part, unless you're going to be contending for a state title.
Yeah, you see so many teams that come into this tournament from all different states, and you know they're a power in their own division, whether it be Wisconsin, California, here in Illinois, Arkansas, South Carolina. I mean, these are some dominant teams. They don't just go out and recruit any team.
As for sure, as we're ready to go here in the 3rd quarter of action. Reitz with the ball, and now here's Mitchell on Guerrero Hernandez, spinning and kicking back out.
And boy, do I love that matchup. Guerrero Hernandez on Mitchell.
Here we go again. He gets a screen from Pace and lays it in. Nice job by Mitchell finding the 10 off the great screen from K. Pace.
And I think you're going to see Mitchell here want to start to heat up in the second half. He only had 4 points at halftime before that basket now with 6, but it's going to prove why he's the best freshman. I think he wants to put that on display.
That'll be a foul there on Robert Goodlow of Reitz. One of their famous alumni, Drew Smith. Drew Smith, now playing in the NBA. Excuse the voice crack, folks. It's been quite the week up here in the booth. As Grafton's still hanging on to it. Here's Tagla Pietra, now back up to DJ James. He's got 3 for Grafton.
We'll try to get you some cough drops, John.
Well, the funny story at halftime, I remember I had some in my backpack, and then they've been in there a bit too long, and the wrapper was stuck to them, so we had to say sayonara to the cough drops. Here's Guerrero Hernandez elevating for a mid-range, up and good. He made that one look pretty easy.
Yeah, I don't know if, like you said, John, swallowing the wrappers worth, soothing the sore throat.
I don't think so. I'd rather just tough it out.
Oh, he's got a man.
Here we go down low. Pace got hacked. No, he got traveled.
Ooh. And they're really good at that screen and roll, though. Able to get to the basket. That time, though, he just couldn't keep those feet still.
Now it's James to bring it up across the timeline. Don't really remember the last time that any one team led by more than about 3 or so. Grafton started out well as Guerrero Hernandez from way out is no good. Now driving is Swanson, foul, and he'll shoot a pair from the line. That one going on Jack Marty of Grafton. As you look at our young Reitz fan, maybe a future Panther himself. You never know.
He's got the best seat in the house on the court.
Yeah. Brian Underwood may think he has the best seat in the house. And a half court, front row. Well, he's not sitting on the court. I might have some questions if he was sitting on the court.
Underwood taking in some good basketball.
And he's
Coming
already been, Jalen Mitchell already been offered by Brett Underwood and the Illini. That'd be quite the get for them.
They were coming off a big win last night against Western Illinois.
A former stop of Brett Underwood's before he got to Illinois. Mitchell almost takes away. Now here comes Guerrero Hernandez. Nice feed down low to McNabb, putting up and in. And McNabb up to 14 of Grafton's 25. He's putting together a potential game MVP performance right here.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with McNabb. He's turned it on since that first quarter.
Pace goes up with it, and he'll get fouled. That might be Marty's third. And it will indeed go on him. Most of McNabb's buckets that came near the rim. Hasn't had to work terribly hard for any of them, but still been in the right place in the right time. That's the first one for Pace is no good. Evan Hayes into the game now for Reitz. And Pace goes 1 for 2 at the stripe. He gets his name in the scorebook here at the TOC.
There's that defensive pressure again from Reitz. Playing with that slim lead.
Now with it, Tyler Pietruk moves it down to McNabb, and he got fouled by Hayes, who thought at first that the foul was on McNabb. He started clapping it up and realized, oh, that foul's on me. Well, box set here for the Blackhawks. He'll set the screen.
Look at Mitchell, he's coming right in, and he can't believe it.
Came in there just a little too late. That's Mitchell's, just his first. And the third team foul on the Panthers. So at this pace, we could see both teams in the bonus here in the third quarter. McNabb driving in, and he'll get fouled again. See who that one was on. Pace has 2 fouls at the moment, as does Goodlow. That one will go on Goodlow, so he's got 3. And he'll probably have to sit. Still hasn't scored yet. Now McNabb at the line with a chance to tie it up. Takes the first step with a free throw there. Three dribbles, and the shot up and good. Grafton's tied it up here about midway through quarter number 3. That pass to the scorer's table. Hayes not quite on the same page as Swanson there. And the head coach Austin Brooks let him know about it a little bit, said, hey, I'm not in the game. Nice job by Swanson poking it out though. Look at a pass up from Mitchell. Driving, shooting through contact. And brought in by JGH. Here's McNabb settling to James. His triple is good. First I should say second three of the day, excuse me, from DJ James. As the scoreboard in the gym says Reitz 30, Grafton 27, should be the other way around. Now here's Guerrero Hernandez taking to McNabb, waits up and under McNabb. What a pretty shot, he's got 18.
He's really got the moves there, John, and he's put together a nice game so far for Grafton.
He's got over half of their points. Showing that this Blackhawks team is much more than just their star junior. McNabb, a 6'4" senior. He'll shoot again. He got it. Michael McNabb. Have a game, young fella. 21. And Grafton has their biggest lead of the afternoon at 8 points.
Just exploded right there. Panthers were up, and then Grafton 10-0 run to take that lead. Blink of an eye, John.
Very quickly, Grafton has jumped ahead considerably. I think at 8 points, still lots and lots of basketball left, but the thing that Evansville needs to get right now is maybe not just buckets, but he needs to get momentum. Get it back because McNabb's settling in, Guerrero Hernandez is settling in, James just hit that triple, so that chemistry is starting to kind of get going for the Blackhawks on the court. Take a look at what Grafton did last year. Just 13-11 overall, so pretty pedestrian mark. They finished 5th in the North Shore Conference, a pretty competitive league up in one of the north suburbs of Milwaukee. They fell to West Bend 65-50 in the first round of the playoffs. And they'll be taking on West Bend here pretty soon. Next Friday, after a date against Milwaukee Lutheran on Tuesday. Grafton bringing the press, Reitz breaks it. Here's Swanson, he got fouled on the way up. I like that there from Reitz, John, is they just got to the hoop, got fouled. You always take those because it'll get you closer to the bonus, and if nothing else, you'll head to the stripe for some easy points. As Swanson makes that one look easy, nothing but nylon.
Yeah, to your point, John, I think that's going to be big, cutting back in this deficit and just keep going to the basket, drawing contact, getting to the line. They can obviously knock down their free throws. You see another swoosh there, but no reason to take well-contested shots from outside the perimeter beyond the arc. Just get to the basket.
Swanson, some pretty free throws there. Caleb battles back in the game for Grafton, as is Carson Hildebrand. Iris Mitchell with it, nearly taken away, dribbles away from the double team, kicks it over, open man is Swanson behind the arc, he got it to go, and now here comes Reitz with a quick 5.
That was a great play there from Mitchell too to kind of keep that alive, got double team, keeps the dribble and swings it over to Swanson. Just like that, back to a 3-point game.
Guerrero Hernandez to respond, he does. One of the deepest buckets of the day on either side, and Juan Guerrero Hernandez says, anything you can do, I can do better. Nice pass down low, pace.
Nice
finishes.
Move. Got the friendly roll too off the front of the rim.
We're watching this tournament, John. I think the basket on the left, which Grafton's shooting on right now, seems to have a little bit more give to it, to be a little bit more nicer. But some tough rolls on that right rim as Guerrero Hernandez almost fell.
Maybe some more dunks on this side throughout the years, loosened it up.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, we've seen lots and lots of dunks in this tournament. Some really strong ones, particularly from guys like Braden Liu of Alexander, who headed to Kennesaw State.
Yeah, he had a couple nice ones.
Dwayne Brown from Hoover, you can see later this evening, as Free throws are good for JGH. Also some big ones from teams like Dale, Metamora. As the second one was off the market, and now here comes Reitz the other way, trailing by 5. And will stay with the Panthers. Ira Swanson, he's their leading scorer right now with 13. Mitchell driving, shooting, scoring. Nice job there by Mitchell, a shooter's touch. Got that one to roll. Now that right rim starting to give a little bit for the Panthers. Nice feed down low, McNabb to Hildebrand. Now back to McNabb, he thought about it. Double team coming, kicks it over, battles. 3 is off the mark.
Good look there in the corner. Great court vision there from McNabb. Couldn't get it to fall though. Let's see what Jalen Mitchell can do on this drive.
He'll drive in, get fouled. Like Mitchell's aggressiveness in this one, his willingness to take it to the 10. He'll shoot 2.
He's been getting to the basket a lot more in this second half, John, and I think that's what they're going to need out of their top player.
Crazy to say that Reitz's best player is
a freshman
playing in his first game with the Reitz, feature of the program, and I'm sure there's lots of Reitz fans out there that are hoping he stays all 4 years. You know, trend in high school is a lot of players transferring to prep academies, like you got Cooper Flagg, for example, going to Brewster in New Hampshire, and you have all these different prep academies just popping up out of nowhere. As Swanson fell to the ground, hopefully he's all right.
That seems to be the slick spot over there the last few games, right underneath the H in the Washington.
And near the first end. Looks like Swanson's thankfully all right. Now Grafton coming down. They'll have a chance to get a 2-for-1 if they can get one off in the next 5 seconds. And shot clock in play here at the TOC, 35-second one. Grafton will not. Here's Battles. Back to Guerrero Hernandez. Here's McNabb, top of the key, yes sir! Why not? 24 for Michael McNabb.
He is feeling it.
Getting it done in the post and around the perimeter. That pass nearly in the backcourt. Wright's able to keep it in. Mitchell getting double teamed, splits it, shoots it, and it's no good. He's got the board and a foul.
0.9, I should say 0.4.
Aiden Knowles was pretty pumped to get the foul call there. Grafton was kicking themselves a bit, sending him to the line with less than a second to go. Knowles has got 4 so far on the evening. And first rims out. Probably not much of a shot for Grafton to get one off. You need about 0.3, so hypothetically they could maybe get a quick tip. And Guerrero Hernandez's shot is strong off the backboard. And Grafton trailed by 2 going into the half. They lead by 5 after a big third quarter from Michael McNabb and the rest of the Blackhawks. And with that, I want to thank all of our great sponsors of this great tournament. Icelandic Water should sponsor this one. We've been drinking those like crazy.
Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by
OSF
Healthcare.
Lincoln just outside.
OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's
here we go. Jake Weston State Farm right here in Washington for all of your insurance needs. Give Jake a call at 309-444-4441. JakeWestonInsurance.com. And Legacy Solar, a proud supporter of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. and by all of our silver sponsors. You get a look at them all on the screen there. All doing a great job in sponsoring this tournament. And also by Keps Sports Bar and Grill, the official pre and post game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand for a discount. Last day, and you may be able to do that. Kept great atmosphere and great food. And by PJ Hair, as well as the city of East Peoria. Fourth quarter of action has been a close one the entire time in the Teamworks shootout series between Grafton and Evansville Reitz. Just the second game of the shootout series as El Paso Gridley and Kenosha Indian Trail played back on Tuesday. Indian Trail with a pretty nice win. Mitchell driving in, gets fouled in the bucket.
Nice take.
Mitchell now up to 10 to make it 11, and now starting getting that taste of a high school ball. Okay, we're down in the fourth. It's not quite crunch time yet. You're only down a couple at the moment, but kind of knows that his team's relying on him, and he's taking it to the hoop with some authority. Free throw, though, off the mark. As here comes Grafton. Hildebrand almost slipped on the court. Now there's some wet spots out there right now. Driving is McNabb. How about those long strides? Get it to Marty. Now back down low. McNabb through contact around the rim and out. He has been a workhorse, McNabb has.
Yeah, so tough around the rim. It's a good job by the Panthers defense to contain him.
Good low, nice feed to Knowles. Put it back in. We got a 1-point ball game on our hands. Evansville Reitz with the first 4 of the fourth quarter. As here's Battle. Kicking now to Marty. Still hasn't scored yet. Nearly does there, but not quite. Panthers have put quite the little run together with a bucket here to take the lead. Grafton coming out in a man defense. Mitchell driving, and they're going to get him on the offensive foul. Pretty clear there that he extended the elbow.
Yeah. They didn't miss that one.
That's just his first, so we expect Mitchell to get some heavy minutes down the stretch here. As now driving in, McNabb with the left hand, lays it up and in off the window. Now he's got, scoreboard says 23. I think he may have an extra one. Bouncing off the rim. No
Mitchell.
Good. Look who's right there. Mitchell cleans it back up.
And both teams just trading baskets back and forth.
It's a 1-point lead for Grafton at the moment. Now driving in, McNabb. Trying to get it up and over.
How about the
Throws
save?
it back in. I think he's trying to bounce off a Reitz player, but instead found Guerrero Hernandez, and that'll be a blocking foul on the Panthers. Austin Brooks is irate. And nice job by Guerrero Hernandez drawing the foul. There we are. Hello everyone from the perch up here at Torrey Gymnasium at Washington Community High School. It's where we've been living the last 5 days. Should put a mattress up here next year, Joko.
Yeah. They did turn the lights out on us up here for this game.
Just a bit ago, but Guerrero Hernandez lays it up and in. Grafton's got a 3-point lead. 5 minutes left to play. Still very much anyone's ball game here inside Torrey Gymnasium. will be a player of the game announced at the end of this one, and still some basketball left to be played, Joko. Again, if player is a buzzer beater, I think no matter who it is, might be player of the game, but I think Michael McNabb from Grafton has certainly been the best player on the court in this one. He's got 23. If Reitz wins, I feel like maybe Jalen Mitchell started to really come alive here in quarter number 4. How about that little fan back again, Donnie number 33, just like Jaden Overton. Maybe he's related to Jaden Overton, you never know.
He does have Overton, yeah, he's got the name on the back. So.
Wow. How often you see a kid wearing a high school jersey, much less a custom one with the name on the back?
Yeah, you don't see that too often. Maybe college, obviously pros, NBA, but I don't think I've ever seen a custom jersey there for high school.
That's some dedication. There's some signs over there for Juan Guerrero Hernandez. Number 1, Grafton, and Juan with a basketball and a heart on it. So Grafton fans traveling here for this one. Here's Swanson, shot that barely grazed the front iron.
Anytime you travel to these games and being your first game, you want to come here and get a win, make it worth your trip.
Certainly, as Guerrero Hernandez cutting and scoring. Nice job by the junior. Nice pass as well to set things up. Now Mitchell faking, and that one will stay with Reitz.
Reitz is looking for a big basket here.
Swanson can't get one. A foul on the floor. That's going to go on Jack Marty. That is his 4th, so a tough game for him. 4 fouls and 0 points. As Ryan Holmes will now check in, a 6'3" senior. And Reitz has shown they can get 5 points pretty quickly. They did so to erase a similar deficit back in the 3rd. Nice feed down low. Here's Pace driving in on Holmes. Too strong off the glass. Now Guerrero Hernandez flips it up. McNabb. Thought about a 3. And now Guerrero Hernandez from behind the arc.
Mitchell's going to push it.
With some numbers, kicks it out. Smart play there. They're going to whistle it dead, and Overton sank the 3. I'm sure Reitz would have just much rather take the 3-pointer rather than a foul. There's a fan ducked out in his Bradley Braves strip uniform. Big game for Bradley tonight at Carver Arena against the Vermont Catamounts. Paying a visit. They're a very strong team out of the America East. Going to be a good one in downtown Peoria, but we'll be sticking right here in Washington. Now the Braves undefeated at 5-0, big win. And from our Grafton viewers, I know Marquette's off to a pretty good start this year. Probably one of the most hyped up teams they've had in quite some time. Tyler Kolek, Oso Iguodaro, and David Joplin, the local product from Brookfield. Really fun to watch the Golden Eagles this year, and there's some connection between Marquette and Bradley, as Bradley head coach is Brian Wardle, former guard at Marquette back in the day.
Yeah, and it would be nice, pull some strings and maybe host a home and away Marquette, Bradley.
Oh man, that would be awesome.
It'd be challenging.
I would love that.
I'd like to see both teams go at it this season, both talented teams.
Maybe NCAA tournament, who knows? Maybe the Evansville Purple Aces at this rate may make the NCAA tournament. They haven't lost yet either. There's a foul on the arm there. That's going to go on Goodlow. That'll be his 4th. So 2 players dealing with a bit of foul, or rather, no, that's not on Goodlow. That is
McNabb,
on McNabb of Grafton. So completely missed that one there. Goodlow inbounds it. Now Swanson driving, scooping. Look who's right there to clean up. Mitchell was too strong, though. Wide open layup. So you don't want that one back. Now Guerrero Hernandez drives and kicks. Now if you're Grafton, you probably want to slow things down a bit, use up all that shot clock. Just under 3.5 to go. No shot. A foul by Reitz. That's their third of the fourth quarter. By comparison, Grafton has 4, so they got to be a little bit more careful. Panthers shooting in the 2 free throw bonus the rest of the way out. Still potential to see our second overtime game of the day. Now McNabb driving in, almost bowling over a Panther. And that is defense right there from Swanson. Now, what, two-man game down low to Hayes. Nice pass, tic-tac from Mitchell back to Hayes.
I think that's what makes him such a dynamic player. Not only his scoring, that jumps off the table at you, but his court vision just made some beautiful passes tonight.
Love to see his assist total. He's probably going to be averaging quite a few of those this year. James in the corner. Big shot for Grafton. They double their lead. It's now 6.
Hitting those big shots when it counts.
See what Reitz can do. This can be a lesson for both teams and some adversity. How can you pull it off and find a way to come together and win? Deep ball from Swanson in response. That's how you do it. Putting the trust in your junior guard who can really stroke it.
Yeah, Reitz is not going away. It's like a heavyweight fight, just trading blows.
The Panthers led at halftime. They've trailed most of the second half, though. As Guerrero Hernandez dribbles out some time here. Now 10 on the clock. Guarded by Pace, feeds it outside. Now from deep, Hildebrand's shot, no good. Volleyball around, who's got it? Reitz does, but in some trouble. Goodlow finds a way out of it. Running the floor is Hayes. He drives it through some contact, and he'll head to the free throw line after a hard tumble. Now Hayes can make it a 1-point game with 98 seconds left in this one on Clutch Sports Media. Glad you're with us here for the 18th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Great event every year. Again, helping the KB Strong Foundation help fight the fight against glioblastoma, a rare but aggressive form of brain cancer that took the life of former Washington head coach Kevin Brown a couple years ago. For more information, go to kbstrongfightingthefight.org. Learn more about glioblastoma. Now back to the action. Grafton leading by 1. On the drive is McNabb. Scoops it up and in. 25 now for the big senior.
He could just finish both hands so smooth.
Swanson driving and kicking. Hayes to tie off the back iron. And a nice rebound there from Jack Marty. That's a big one.
Certainly still plenty of time in this game.
Reitz will bring the press. Grafton will set up that box set here.
I don't think you have to foul right away either, which they're not going to.
You're
Still
not
playing
gonna foul
against the
at
shot
all.
clock, yeah.
We'll still play defense for this possession. Really needs to stop here. Now they're going to ISO Guerrero Hernandez. Easy to work on Goodlow. Now McNabb comes with the screen. Guerrero Hernandez goes right. Now left into the lane. Passing. Oh, nice shot fake there. Now down to McNabb. Waited maybe a bit too long.
Oh.
Tough pass taken away. Maybe the Blackhawks were a little bit too big in that possession. Now Swanson in the rack. He can't finish. He's going to be kicking himself out after that one. JGH.
Oh!
Off the rim. No one can get a basket. Now Reitz has to foul.
Yeah, shot clock's
Shot
off.
clock off, and that's not what you want at the line. It's Michael McNabb.
Swanson just so close to cutting that to 1-point game.
That's got going a bit too fast in transition. Had a couple defenders in the vicinity. That could end up being a crucial play in this one. Still plenty of time, even if McNabb makes both of these. He does so with the first. And Hildebrand checks in for Marty. Lead is 4. Now it's 5. Reitz needs a quick bucket. They'd prefer a 3, but a 2 is still acceptable. Good low, now over to Mitchell. What a tough shot off the front iron. Now James sprinting up court. Now 15, and Goodlow will commit the foul, so that'll be his 5th. He's out of the game. And Grafton has a chance to pretty much put things away here.
Yeah.
With DJ James, a sophomore, at the free throw line.
I think they can all but ice this one, and credit to Michael McNabb. Man, what a game from the senior. John, you could see better than I can over that.
27.
I think Cody Schindler and I discussed that earlier. We're trying to see the fouls. I could see them from where I was at. He can't see the top half. We're blocked by a basket here, so up in the booth.
Overall, pretty good angle. Had to get a little acrobatic sometimes to see the scoreboard, but James drops that one in for his 10th point of the evening. Second one is good. Grafton shooting pretty good from the line. Gotta be happy about that in their first game of the year. Hayes shot faking. Now Mitchell drives in. Easy lay-in. Clock still running though, and shouldn't really matter. And Reitz calls a timeout with 2.2 left, down 5.
I don't know, John.
Well, they're gonna put some time back on the clock. It's gonna be 5.1. Clock bled a little bit after that made bucket from Mitchell, so you're in need of steal on the inbound here if you're the Panthers, and then another one. Either that or some missed free throws and maybe a half-court heave.
In a perfect scenario, you steal the inbounds, hit a 3 with like 1 second to go, then you steal it again and you finish underneath. But we've seen crazier things happen, but that one's kind of going out on a limb.
It really is. I mean, we've seen crazier things. So a college game this year that was in a similar situation. They'll do a baseball pass to Guerrero.
They're going to avoid any steals there.
And he'll slam it home for the exclamation mark on this one. And Grafton will leave Washington with a big win over a strong Evansville Reitz team from Southern Indiana.
What better way to cap it off from one of your standouts, Juan Guerrero Hernandez, with the two-handed flush. Entertaining game, John. Both teams in their respective states, Indiana, Wisconsin, they're going to have some good seasons.
Certainly is. We love to see the talent here in Illinois, but also the neighboring states as well, like Indiana and Wisconsin. 2 basketball hotbeds. You could argue that Indiana maybe a little bit more than Wisconsin, but Grafton's going to have a great year up in the Badger State. Big game from their trio of Guerrero Hernandez, who had 16, DJ James with 11, Michael McNabb, who leads all scorers with 27. Those guys combined for 54 and Grafton's 59, so nice little trinity there for the Blackhawks. Evansville Reitz led by 14 from Jalen Mitchell in his high school debut. He's gonna have a great career for the Panthers, and if you live around or near the Evansville area, head on out and take a look at him. Jalen Mitchell, a special talent for the Panthers, and not many players of his caliber come too often, so certainly want to check him out. As Michael McNabb will receive some all-tournament honors, as did Jalen Mitchell and Jay Swanson. We want to thank all of our great sponsors here of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We'll step aside for 1 second, come back. Set down the Upstream Auto Group at Tournament Central a little bit right after this.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. Big win for Grafton, 59-52. We'll send down the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. Guys, what do you got? It's all yours.
Welcome back to the Upstring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Alongside me is Brian Tighe. Brian, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You are a big part of this tournament. You're on the board. You also work for Upstring here in Washington. It's always great to bring on the people that help put this tournament together. There's a lot of parts of it, but it's been a really fun week so far.
It has, and that's the biggest thing from being a player back in the day and just showing up for practice and then showing up, of course, on game day. I didn't realize how much went into the tournament, how much involvement and the support from the community and from the people outside and the effort that goes into this 5 days. It's unbelievable how many people are involved.
No doubt about it, and we'll get back to this current tournament. But I want to ask you about your time as a player, graduate 2009. I know we had Jake Weston here. You played with Jake. You played with other great Washington players. Your time playing in this tournament, you played at the Field House back in the day, Bradley University. Just describe that experience. Just how one of a kind this tournament is as a player.
So, and that's what's the best part about this tournament is the ability to play people from outside of our area because. Yeah. Growing up in this area, you play the same kids over and over again from, grade school on. So some of the highlights that we still talk about today, obviously I'm a long ways away from still being able to run up and down the court, but is talking about who we had the opportunity to play against, the talent that this tournament brings, and the opportunity it not only gives us as players, but our fans to watch here in Washington. It's a cool situation for everybody involved.
And as that tournament kind of started, we know it's evolved over the years. You've, of course, evolved with the tournament as you've gone from a player now to somebody to help puts it on. What did you see in those 4 years as a player that it kind of evolved like?
I guess the biggest involvement is it went from just a basketball tournament to supporting and going after beating brain cancer. And that's been a big change for this tournament as a player. Obviously, it was incredible. It was incredible to play in the atmosphere at the Field House and at the Civic Center. But bringing it to Washington, where the gym is smaller, and it makes the environment that much more exciting and louder and fun for the players and the fans equally.
No doubt about it. And you mentioned it's a lot bigger than basketball. You played for Coach Kevin Brown. Kevin was a special part to the tournament. We say, there's very few people in here that don't know something about Kevin Brown or knew Kevin Brown. Tell our audience just about your experience and how much, he touched you.
He was an incredible man. He's hard to explain. There's only one Coach Brown. He was hard on you. He never took a day without being tough on you and getting the best out of every player he had. There's days you'd walked away just like, I don't know if I can do it again. But at the end of the day, after that tough practice or that tough game, he was the phone call at the end of the night telling you he's proud of you. And I think every player that played for him not only appreciates him, we just wish that our kids could play for a guy just like him.
No doubt about it. And I know Coach Schumerhorn's doing the best he can to, try to carry that legacy on. But, Jody Brown as well, as she continues to fight this effort. Coach Brown unfortunately passed away due to brain cancer and glioblastoma. As, we had a couple of teams that were just part of the TOC Shootout Series, maybe weren't watching all week long. It's something that there's not a cure for. There's not a lot of good treatments for. As Jody, kind of succeeds him and continues to put this on, how are those efforts going and just, the continued support for KB Strong?
The biggest thing I think this tournament has done is it's brought awareness, and that in conversations with different people that are heavily involved with the fight against the brain cancer, we don't know, or the conversation is it getting more is there more cases now, or is it better known now to where more people know about it? Yeah. And just right now we've got a couple guys in Washington currently fighting glioblastoma. And from a word when I was in high school and playing in this tournament, if you would have said it, I would have had a clue what it was to what this tournament's brought and KB Strings brought to this area to help raise awareness is the first step in defeating it.
No doubt, and I think that while the tournament is winding down for this year, there's still a lot of ways people can get involved. It's not too late to come out and enjoy. Maybe if you're sitting at home, kind of on the edge about thinking about coming out, why would you encourage people to just come out to the rest of the tournament, the last couple games?
Yeah, it's going to be a great atmosphere tonight. There's going to be a check presentation here in a little bit to KB Strong for what the tournament was able to do. It'll be an exciting time for both the tournament and for KB Strong, and then I think we're going to try to have a warrior or two out there as well.
Oh, that's fantastic. Now, we got to give a shout out though to all the other people that helped make this tournament possible. I know it's impossible to list every single name, but talk about all the efforts and the months and even years sometimes of planning an event like this. How big is that on a big scope?
It's unbelievable how many people get involved in this tournament, and this guy standing next to us is heavily involved in this tournament.
Me right there. He's got some pie. Is he sharing the pie?
Yeah, I'm going to share this pie.
Good.
But you can't imagine some of the efforts, the amount of effort that people put in to make this tournament happen over the course of the few days. So,
I gotta ask Sean real quick. It takes a lot of effort. Tell our audience how long you're preparing for in advance to bring these teams here.
6 months ago for next year.
Wow. For next year?
For next year. 18 months in advance.
That's crazy.
So,
that's a big deal.
And a lot of things happen, like players transfer, so we have to replace teams. That happens quite a bit. So sometimes we have an A plus group by May, and then we have to do replacements because players transfer. So, maybe it's not exactly what I wanted that I had in May, but we get as close as we can to the best. And we also like to get players who no one knows about, like Dayton Forsyth, Braden Liu. Guys that deserve attention, and we give it to them here. So
it's been a special tournament so far. I think the best part of this tournament has been just the team quality. We got state champion teams here.
Yeah, there's we had 6 defending state champions in the event. And we've got probably, I'm going to predict 8 champions this year. That's what I'm going to predict, because you figure Thayer's going to win theirs. You figure North Tampa Christian is going to win 1A in Florida. So it's just, I'm going to predict 8 state champions from this event.
That's a bold prediction right there. Yes, I'm going to come back to that on next year, and
see how close
we'll get that. I'll let you go eat your pie though. I won't keep it. That looks pretty good right there. Yeah. Sean Powell and Brian Ty, Gavin Russell. Brian, really appreciate your time. One last thing for you. I know Washington will be the nightcap to really put the cherry on top. What are you looking forward to in that game?
I'm looking for a Washington W. That's why we come out. Hopefully the fans will come support them, and Coach He's been working hard to get them ready for tonight.
A lot of people in orange and black this evening. We got a couple games left to go here at the TOC. Brian, I really appreciate your time. Sean Powell also stopping by for a little bit. We're going to send it back up to the booth now. Fellas, you can take it away.
Thank you.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, Divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. Jonathan Michael here alongside Joey Wright for a moment as Gavin Russell will rejoin us up here in the booth. Just saw Grafton take down Evansville Reitz 59-52 in a shootout series game here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, the 18th annual one. As we're getting set for another shootout series game here between the Lawrence North Wildcats of Indianapolis, Indiana, and the Wauwatosa West Trojans out of Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. Hope you're having a great evening, everyone. Jonathan Michael again alongside Joey Wright. Gavin Russell will join us momentarily. We're not too far away from tip-off here. Joey, it should be a pretty good game. The shootout series game is always fun. Always see some great talent in them.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun, John. And yeah, we're kind of at the point up here in the Clutch Sports Media booth where things are a little scattered, but that's the nature of the beast here. Excited to see the mic to Gavin Russell shortly. And when you look at this game, I know you guys will talk a lot about Xavier Robinson for Lawrence North. What a talent the junior is. Offers on the table from the likes of Illinois, Indiana, Ohio State, Purdue, and Wisconsin. That's just in the Big Ten Conference. And then you look over at Wauwatosa West, Kai Rogers, another junior. He's got some offers on the table. Again, from Illinois, Purdue, Ohio State, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Nebraska, and that's without leaving the Big Ten Conference. It's going to be a lot of fun. And John, how about the juniors we've seen here at the tournament? We've had a couple of standout seniors. Dayton Forsyth comes to mind, Cooper Koch as well, but by and large, the TOC field this year indicating that the future is bright for all the Power 5 schools out there.
Certainly is, and Kai Rogers got a lot of D1 interest. He's got to watch for sure for Wauwatosa West. He's been heavily recruited by Illinois, Purdue, Ohio State, Wisconsin, Marquette. The list goes on. And the list goes on.
And the list goes on. That's how it is.
That's how it is. It's going to be tough for some of these players getting mail from D1 colleges. It's probably seemingly every other day. And you're going to look at the starting lineups for both these teams. Tosa West, their starting 5 will go a little bit like this. It'll be number 5, Jake Hansen, a 6'1 junior, alongside Tyler Bosel, a 6'5 senior. Kai Rogers, a 6'11 junior. Moses Long, a 6'3 senior. And Jalen Brown, a 6'4 freshman. And for Lawrence North, they'll go with Cameron Webster, a 5'9 sophomore, and Brendan Miller, a 6'7 sophomore. Number 13, Kobe Bowles, a 6' senior. Miles Baker, a 5'10 senior. And Kai McGrew, a 6'8 sophomore. As Gavin Russell now back up. Oh, another voice crack. Back up in the booth with me, ready to get things going here between Lawrence North and Wauwatosa West.
My voice is similarly giving out. I was trying to remedy it for a moment after getting out of the studio, so we will do our best efforts here.
Certainly, as here's Tosa West to start and control the game down low. We're going to first look at Kai Rogers. He's swatted by Kai McGrew.
Both these teams coming out with a torrid pace here early on. Trying to hit from deep, too.
Now in transition, here come the Trojans. Moses Long was with it. Now he'll get it back. That'll be a backcourt violation for the Trojans here in the first minute of play.
Got the Hoosier State represented here from Lawrence North, and of course a great basketball state of Wisconsin. I know you're stomping grounds up there, John. Both these teams got to settle in a little bit though. It's trying some deep three-pointers, got it to go. Getting off to a fast start right there of the Wildcats.
Big one there from Miles Baker, the 5'10 senior. And Rogers swatted again by Kai McGrew, donning a face mask here tonight. The masked bandit tells Kai Rogers no. Ball's fought for. Here's Lawrence North with it. Cameron Webster in the corner. Now he'll dribble it back out.
Man, trying a lot of deep threes here. You know, if you can hit them well, keep shooting, but maybe try to look for some different looking shots, and they'll go inside this time. Nice follow in the finish.
So it's a 5-0 lead here for Tosa West. All right, shooting Lawrence North here in the early going. As that shot off the mark, now Wildcats with the chance to jump ahead by 3 possessions here in the first 2 minutes. Webster dribbles it out past too high.
Lots of transition game here, and got to stay in control though. I mean, I know both teams are moving remarkably fast, and I think that's what they want to go with, but you cannot sacrifice ball control and turnovers just for the sake of moving a little quick.
The ball going out of bounds, back to Lawrence North. A little bit of a sloppy start here from Tosa West. Now Lawrence North will bring it back up the floor.
Another deep three. Man, he can hit from range. Holy cow. Looks like that was Kobe Bowles.
3 different players already scored for Lawrence North.
Nice feed inside.
And there's the first bucket of the game for Tosa West. That was Moses Long, a 6'3 senior. Now the feed down low, tipped away by Long. Wildcats stay with it. Here's Baker. Driving and kicking. How about this kick to Bowles? What the hairdo from Kobe Bowles. He's got a long head of locks. Easily noticeable.
Another transition turnover. We got bodies hitting the deck left and right, John.
As Bowles, that's down now for Lawrence North. Floater in the lane, good from Cameron Webster. 10-2 Lawrence North lead, and 4 different Cats have scored. Now here's Kai Rogers.
Nearly a travel right there.
Now Long dribbles in, kicking out to Rogers. He shoots one from 3, and it's no good. Brennan Miller with the board for Lawrence North. Now McGrew in the corner, rims out. And now in the 3, Hansen in the corner.
That was a good looking shot. Good opportunity, but both teams shooting very early in the possession. That shot clock is almost no factor. I mean, there's even really no point for it.
Probably not going to be used much at this rate. As now here's Webster at it taken away. Back and forth action here in the first quarter. They're going to call out an off a travel there on Tyler Bosel of Tosa West. Lawrence North dominating this one early on. A pretty good showing, shooting from the floor. We saw it between Grafton and Evansville Reitz in the last game, I should say. Both teams got off to a slow start offensively. Now the other way, here comes Jalen Brown. That one goes out, it'll stay with the Trojans.
I think both teams just need to find a bit of a rhythm here early on. I know that Lawrence North has gone off to a better start in this one, but find some flow in this game as we've just seen a lot of, some sloppy turnovers, some transition play, another turnover right there.
Turnovers hurting the Trojans so far. Now in transition, the bucket is good for Lawrence North. That was Kendall Bell. Everyone playing a part in Lawrence North scoring right now. A 12-2 advantage here in the first quarter. The final shootout series game of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Gavin, we're on game 29 of 31. Started all the way back on Tuesday afternoon, and since then it's pretty much been non-stop hoops. Action has not stopped whatsoever. Been so much good basketball, all jam-packed in this week.
It sure has, and it's been a lot of fun. I've done most games, not quite every game. You gotta take a few rest games here and there, but I'm not Joey Wright and haven't worked every single game of this tournament. However, we've seen a lot of basketball in this one, and there's been a lot of really, really good teams that have come through here. I really like this TOC shootout series, even though we have not seen these teams throughout the week. It is nice to see some different styles and some teams that are going to come play their heart out for one game. It's our only chance to see them, but I think that we're going to get the big talent here in just this one sampling. So really something to look forward to. And hey, you never know, who knows what the tournament organizers have up their sleeve. We could see these teams as a regular part next year if the stars align, but we'll just take this one game while we can get it.
Kai Rogers, a junior, he'll be back for Tosa West. Hansen turns around and shoots. He's fouled. For Lawrence North, Xavier Robinson is also a junior.
I noticed Lawrence North is littered with famous alumni.
Yes, Mike Conley, Greg Oden. How about that? A couple NFL, MLB players.
Kenny Irwin Jr., NASCAR.
Felicia Johnson, Olympic shot put player, or shot put athlete, I should say. That free throw rattles in for Hansen, makes it 12-4. No one behind on defense for Tosa West, and Kendall Bell lays it in. Trojans looking a little discombobulated right now.
Yeah, the defense really isn't there. I think that if you just played some better defense and got yourself a string of stops, the Trojans might be able to find better offense. Really trying to...
Nice shot there from Jalen Brown. And no, not Jalen Brown from the Celtics. He's decided to come back for this one. He would be obviously very ineligible.
Just a little bit.
Just a bit. Now Wildcats on the other end. Here's Miller elevating and shooting.
Everybody's getting involved. I mean, you've got to look at the score sheet. Every player on the floor has scored at least one bucket.
And if you're Tosa West, I think that means there's a foul there on Miller. It means that every player right now has gotten beat at one point or another. Obviously, Lawrence North shooting well, but he's got to get a couple guys that's really going on defense and force Lawrence North to possibly focus it more on a couple guys. And that pass from Bolso rocking it into the post and out of bounds.
Yeah, just another turnover. It's been the turnover and just kind of a little unsure of themselves on defense, I think, is where they've fallen short out a little bit.
Now here's Webster, a deep three, an air ball, but glorified pass to Caleb Elkins, a freshman in the game now for the Wildcats.
Finally starting to get lower in the shot clock for the first time. Taken away, though.
Allen taken away. Now Lawrence North with numbers. Elkins drives in, gets swatted away by Long. Now a 3-ball. Good from Jake Hansen. That was a pretty shot. And gets the Trojans now within 10.
Right on cue. Good defense turns into some good offense. They need to keep doing that, and the Trojans could find themselves back in this game very fast.
First game of the year for both teams. We'll try and start off with a win. Lawrence North, the upper hand right now, kicking another deep three. It's good. Brennan Miller starting to heat up for Lawrence North. He's now got 7.
The bus ride over apparently has had no effect on the Wildcats' ability to shoot the ball.
Feed down low was briefly intercepted by Kendall Bell.
And I really like the group that's traveled for both teams. Nice support in the gym here for both. Is, you know, for a TOC Shootout Series game, just one game. Got a lot of support. It's a loud gym here at Torrey on Saturday night.
Certainly is. It's a little day trip for fans of both teams. You can leave in the morning and check out Peoria. Still be back and sleep in your own bed tonight. A long day, albeit.
Or if they're staying a long weekend.
That is true. And they travel there on Wauwatosa West. That should give the ball back to Lawrence North for the final possession here of the first quarter.
I would definitely take the last shot here. If you're Lawrence North, you've had the upper hand so far.
Now down 7. Here's Baker with it. Crossing over, getting a screen from McGrew. Now back McGrew. Now floating in. Shot at the horn is no good for Caleb Elkins, but a very strong first quarter from the Lawrence North Wildcats coming in from Indianapolis and shooting the lights out. They lead 19-9 after the first frame. And after first quarter, I want to thank all of our great sponsors for tonight's broadcast, starting with Jake Wesson State Farm right here in Washington. For all of your insurance needs, give Jake from State Farm a call, 309-444-4441 or at jakewessoninsurance.com. And also by Legacy Solar, a proud supporter of the KBM TOC. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. And also all of our silver sponsors like Steph Q, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for the support of the KBM TOC. And Caps is the official pre- and post-game stop of the TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament. Caps, great atmosphere and great food. And also by PJ Hare, and as well by the city of East Peoria. Now, if you're traveling from Lawrence North or Tosa West, East Peoria is a great place to check out. Lots to do over there, Gavin.
East Peoria, that's where I hail from, over on the east side of the river. I don't even know if it's the east side of the river. That's always confused me, John.
It's more so almost the south side.
Yeah, I've never understood the whole east. I don't know if it's you're traveling down the river. I don't know. But East Peoria is a great city. Lots of new restaurants and lots to check out.
A new Freddy's Burgers, says Miles Baker. Says, where's the beef? Right there on his stat line. He adds another triple for Lawrence North. Leads 22-9. And a layup up and good. A response from Tyler Bosel. Or Basel, as you hear from the PA. I want to make sure we got that pronunciation right. Lots of town names, surnames from Wisconsin can trip people up. And another shot in for the Wildcats. It's Webster. Buckets coming in left and right.
No shortage. But yes, Wauwatosa, very much a Wisconsin name, John. I feel like that's just a given.
We should tell the people down in the studio to try and pronounce some Wisconsin names like Oconomowoc. And how about Rogers? Pronounce that. D-U-N-K, dunk. A Legacy Solar Slam. And that's a massive one and a big jolt of energy for Tosa West, who comes the other way.
Now we're just trading big play after big play, John. This is just unbelievable.
Now it opened down low, easy lay-in right there for Matthew Kloski, Tosa West. And off the bench, now Tosa West is cut it to below 10. Gym's starting to get loud here in Washington. Deep shot off the mark, and now here comes the Trojans. It's Rogers running the floor, trying to get stripped. He got fouled before he got the way up. Or no, he did get fouled in the shot, and that will be 2 free throws.
Yeah, I think if anybody would have counted out Wauwatosa West in the first quarter and said, it's a 10-point game, it looks like Lawrence North will hang on. Yeah, we maybe counted the Trojans out a little bit too soon. This game is going to be one that comes down to the wire. A little bit different styles, as we've seen. Lawrence North likes to get outside a little bit more. They love the 3 ball. Whereas, Wauwatosa West is kind of a team that is better off when they can get in transition. They can beat kind of the set defense, and especially when they can feed it down to the big man. When Kai Rogers has the ball, it's going to be dangerous.
Definitely can be. As Rogers goes 2 for 2 at the line. That'll make it a 7-point deficit now. Offense not coming at a premium here, as like it was in the last game. Defensive battle between Grafton and Evansville Reitz. Now stopping with the hesitation was Bulls. Now here's McGrew from behind the arc. Air ball. Rogers brings it in. What a pass up the court and laid it in. Is Moses Long. That was a nice finish. Almost kind of threw it up there and let it fall in the hoop.
That was just a perfect feed from Rogers. How about that? Just slung it right down the court. And up and in for 2. We've got a ball game.
Tosa West has certainly come back in this one. Now there's Webster, acrobatic finish. Not quite. Now numbers for Tosa West. Rogers behind the back. He wanted the highlight reel pass. He said, that's my bad.
I can see the intention there, but just that big frame couldn't quite get it around the back all the way. Although I got to respect the idea. If he would have pulled that off, shock and awe across this gymnasium.
As Webster now feeds behind the arc. And it's rebounded there by Braden Parker. Trojans going deep in their bench. Lots of players that can see the floor. Now here's Hansen with it between the circles. Now over to Rogers, pass down low. Before they get a shot off, a foul on the floor.
And a big scoring burst here from the Trojans. They're outscoring them 10-5 here in this half. So big turn of events. As we knew this game would kind of just be, hey, who's got more momentum? Try to get it inside, but a nice steal there is picking a little momentum up for the Wildcats. They like to start to get it back in their favor.
McGrew has really played well for Lawrence North. Now Bulls driving in. He falls to the floor on the foul. Excuse me, and led to the line, excuse me, for 2.
And he'll head to the line. Trying to just, again, kind of break the seal. They've had a couple buckets so far, but comparably, you had that 19-point first quarter. And Lid's just a little bit more on a basket here. I don't know if the Trojans maybe made some adjustments in the huddle. Sure seems like they did, but keeping them a little bit more uncomfortable now on that defensive side. I think we're starting to see that flow of the game start up on a little bit better basis.
Been some up and down action so far in this one. Now here's Bulls. His second free throw is off the mark. Lawrence North almost grabbed the board. They're going to pick up a backcourt foul. Their third of the second quarter.
Kendall Bell picking up the foul. Just kind of an unnecessary one right there, but they're going to put this full court pressure on, and we've seen some teams struggle against the full court press. Looks like the Trojans got it going, though.
They had Kloski wide open in the post, but Hansen passed it up. Now spinning and turning, shooting was Jalen Brown back in the game, but
That was good defense right there. I really liked how he just didn't get off his feet. Brendan Miller was able to just kind of hold his ground, kept a hand up, and then, was active on the rebound. That's just a textbook good defense.
out in the corner, here's Lawrence North, and a foul away from the ball there by Tosa West. That's her second of the quarter. That one will go, or rather, no, that's on Lawrence North, excuse me. That's on Kobe Bowles, his second. All the uniforms for Lawrence North we have in the, looks like Christmas came a little bit early.
Certainly did. It's reminiscent of a team local here to Central Illinois, the Lincoln Railers.
I was just about to say.
Exactly who I thought it was. That's reminiscent of a three ball. We've seen a lot of that today, John.
Get off the tracks when Jake Hansen's barreling down the railroad tracks. It's all of a sudden a 2-point game. Here comes Tosa West. Now Bowles to respond. He does. Lays it up and in. He's got 5.
And we are starting to see just kind of that back and forth go at it.
Now top of the key, here's Long. Back over to Parker. 3-ball in the corner. Brown, no good. Now Webster flying up the hardwood, and a blocking call. Tosa West can't believe it. Got to give credit to Parker. He wanted to draw that charge, but just slid in last minute.
Yeah, that's a really tough call. Kind of a bang-bang there for the official. Again, those calls can kind of go either way, depending on what exactly the ref saw on that one. Did he shuffle his feet a little bit? Did he slide over at the last second? Can kind of be the difference maker on whether it's going to be a block or a charge, and that time the offense prevails.
Webster drains the first of 2 free throws. He is a very quick player. I mean, every time he gets the ball, it seems like Webster is just flying up the court in transition. This Lawrence North team they can run you out of the gym. Webster sets and shoots, got it to go. Lawrence North, a school of about 2,754, so big school down there near Indianapolis. Wauwatosa West, 1,096. Over just west of downtown Milwaukee. Basil sinks it from deep.
It's very clear what his job is out on the court, and that's knock down the triples.
How about the shot from Webster? Almost got it blocked from behind and still finishes. He's got a very loud 6 for the Wildcats. Basil on that same spot. Put it on the ground.
This is very quickly turning into a track meet. He's going to try a deep one. Oh, my goodness.
He sank that one from Cairo. From the southern tip of Illinois, Tyler Basil. He can shoot it from anywhere. Pass down low into the post. Now here comes Bowles. Well, that was Miles Baker high off the glass. How about the shooting from both these teams, Gavin? I mean,
the offense is just stellar. I mean, you think you'd get off the bus, the legs are a little tight. They're just firing.
Shot from the elbow by Basil was no good. Rather, that was Hansen that had the 3. Mix those 2 up, but nevertheless, Tosa West right back in this game. And there's Basil with the rebound right under the court. Here's Rogers. Oh, he wanted the big slam. Go ahead to the line. Our photographer, Michael Savoy, almost got trampled by Miles Baker.
Boy, watch out down there below, Michael. Might want to consider moving to the other end of the floor, whichever direction Kai Rogers is heading.
Oof, yeah, wouldn't want all 6'11" of Kai Rogers flying towards me. I mean, he looks like a grown man, that's for sure. He got a little Little goatee. I mean, he is really built. He's going to be doing some damage at the next level. That is for certain.
Yeah, you can tell he's every bit of 6'11". Really strong, really athletic, and player that's really built like that. College coaches are going to love, can make an impact early on because they already have that size.
No surprise, he has an offer from Purdue. Purdue is a school that loves their big men.
Zach Edey.
Exactly. Many centers coming in to Boilermaker country. Lay in there from Lawrence North. Bowles is up to 7 points. Again, just very balanced scoring from the Wildcats. Bowles has 7, as does Brennan Miller. Miles Baker has 8. Now it could be the last possession of the half here by the Trojans.
I would certainly take it. They got 5 seconds. They got the man.
There's from deep the shot from Hansen, almost had it. The putback is good from Rogers. We got a 1-possession game here at the half, Gavin. That second quarter was pretty fun to watch, and Tosa West has made this a basketball game.
Well, if you are into offense, this is certainly the game for you. Don't get me wrong, I love good defense, but seeing the ball go through the hoop as many times as we did, that's certainly exciting. And, the Trojans able to put in 23 in that quarter, outscoring them big time right there. Comes back from a 10-point deficit to just make it 2. That's showing both these teams are going to make those adjustments to heat up. And both teams are not feeling any effects of making the trip down to Central Illinois tonight. We're seeing lots of great offense.
This is exactly what you expect in the shootout series at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We'll step aside here briefly for a quick word from our sponsors. Bring it right back here at Upton Tournament Central after these messages.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, seek Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upton Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UptonAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. I want to thank all of our great sponsors here for the TOC. We have Charlie Schermerhorn sitting by an Upton Auto Group Tournament Central. Charlie, what do you have for us? Take it away.
Welcome back to the Upton Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Charlie Schermerhorn, joined alongside Scotty Houseworth. Scotty, it's good to be here.
Thank you for having me on here. It's an absolute privilege and an honor.
Certainly. Scotty, if anybody here has been at the tournament, they have almost certainly seen you running around doing excellent work. Scotty, I've seen you multiple times carrying garbage bins, cleaning stuff up, running across, cleaning bathrooms. So for all the viewers here that don't necessarily know you, go ahead and tell them really what you do here.
Basically, I do custodial stuff, which means I make sure all the bathrooms, all the toiletry stuff are filled up, make sure garbage is not overflowed, and also coming out here to the cafeteria, make sure, are they well stacked up and everything, like a garbage. If garbage is overflowing, we take care of that. And we also have other great groups of people that actually help us out as well. And basically, it's all a team effort, making sure that we're taking care of business and that we're getting the job done.
For sure. You spoke about team effort a little bit. So I see 3 gentlemen off to the side here, 2 being Jackson Stewart and Cash Wisher. Go ahead and explain to me, or explain to the viewers also, really what makes the team effort bring this whole thing together, because you're a one-man wrecking crew, but you can't clean the whole gym by yourself. Nobody can.
No, absolutely. It takes a team effort because we want to do this, and the biggest important thing is that we're doing this to work hard and to make sure we get the job done, but also we're doing this together, and that is to honor one person, and that is the legacy of the late great Coach Kevin Brown.
Mm-hmm. Now, you went to high school here at Washington. How exactly did you know Coach Brown?
True story. Actually, I knew Coach Brown. He was my weightlifting teacher through all my 4 years in high school, and so that really built a very good, strong relationship with him. And when I found out when he passed away, and actually he was going through cancer, it kind of hit home with me because he was not only the basketball coach here, but he was also a very dear friend to me, and that was the most important thing. And that is, when you lose a member here, it's like you're losing a family member. And and the thing is that not only did Jody Brown lose her husband, but for us, we lost an important person. We lost a good team family member. And when we all come here to his visitation, we were all grieving as a family, like, we're going to get through this. And, even though he is no longer with us, but he is with us in his presence.
Certainly. Coach Brown, definitely a great legacy that he has at the high school. And this tournament, it's built on his legacy, like you mentioned, and all the funding that goes towards this tournament is actually going towards glioblastoma, and all the people here are really what support it. So if anybody out there is wondering, why should I come to the tournament? Why me? Why should I come out here and support somebody that I really didn't know? Why should they do that?
The reason they should do it, and to me personally, is you're doing this, you come here because you come here to have good games, but more importantly, you come here because you're honoring the name and the legacy and also the life of Coach Kevin Brown, a man who aggressively fought cancer, and he fought hard until it finally caught him. But the thing is that he gave his life to the fullest in everything that he did. And more importantly, you need to know that there are lots of people that are out there that are fighting cancer and that they cannot do this alone. And so, yes, for the teams, it's all about, yes, it's going out there having good games. Mm-hmm. But the most important thing is that you have to keep in mind who you're doing this for. And that is, you're doing this for Coach Kevin Brown, because you're leaving, he's left his footprints on the basketball court, and you're basically walking in them, and you're saying to Coach Brown, even though you're no longer with us, but Coach Kevin Brown, we are here to say you are never forgotten and that you are a part of us forever.
Certainly. That's great, Scotty. I thank you so much just for coming out here. As we start to close here, we got about a minute left. Some final thoughts. I just want to say personally that's great stuff what you just talked about. I think all the viewers out there really appreciate you coming out here today, and you have so much pride when you do your work. I just want to say that right now. So
absolutely.
Thanks for all that you do.
No
Scotty,
problem.
For anybody out there that needs a little bit of advice or maybe a word of motivation, so to speak, how do you have so much pride? How do you do your work the way you do?
Persevere, work hard, and live your life with integrity, and be anything that you want to be in life, because if you're not passionate about it, it ain't going to work. So if you want to be passionate about what you do, persevere, dream it, live it, work it, and be the best you can be. And if anybody says no, prove them wrong.
I think that's a great quote to end on. Scotty, it's been a pleasure.
Thank
With all
you so
that
much.
being said, remember to come out here and support the fight for glioblastoma and for Coach Brown's legacy, said by Scotty. But for now, I'm Charlie Schermerhorn and Scotty Houseworth. We're going to go ahead and send it back up to the booth. Enjoy the rest of the games.
KB strong.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. Jonathan Michael alongside Gavin Russell. And man, what an interview from Charlie Schermerhorn with Scotty Houseworth. Gavin, that's what this tournament is all about. Obviously the great basketball, but so many good people like Scotty helping put the tournament on. And I mean, everyone from the volunteers, from the ticket takers, to the concession workers, to the janitors, cleaning up this gym is no small task. With so many
work all week, and I've we've been here long days, but he's been here as long as us, if not longer. And he's been here all day, every day, helping keep this place clean. Just doing whatever he can to make it a comfortable environment for every patron and person that comes out here, every team. And it's just been really a pleasure to see him work. Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Certainly, lots of people to thank for this outstanding tournament. The finish line of it is inside 2 more games, though, after this one. Don't go anywhere. We'll have Hoover and Gray Collegiate Academy, 2 of the top 100 teams in the entire country, at least according to Max Preps. So early in the year, so you still got to go off of those rankings for the most part, as free throw is good from Jalen Brown. And we'll have the host school, Washington. This gym is going to get pretty packed for their game against Victory Christian Academy out of Lakeland, Florida. And boy, Victory Christian Academy is fun to watch, Gavin. LJ Kason, if you don't know the name, you should tune in and watch him because he is very fun to watch.
I've had the pleasure of calling one of his games, and it was just electrifying. The way he gets around the court is just awesome.
3 ball is good. Miles Baker shooting the ball very well this evening. He's got 11. Now bringing the Lawrence North lead up to 3. And Brown gets fouled again, so head to the stripe for the second time in about 30 seconds.
And Baker's got 11 points, 3 fouls though, so something to keep an eye on, but he's got 3 of those triples. He's been pretty much making all of his shots. He's only taken a few there, but has not missed many times.
Sets up, his first free throw is good. And first game of the season for either team, so nice to get a look at some of the top talent in both Wisconsin and Indiana. Teams from all around the country come here to Washington. Second one is good. Maumelle, Arkansas, you got teams from Georgia, Northridge, California, St. Louis, near the Chicago area. Heck, Dale, Oklahoma. Boy, they were a fun team to watch. Hoover, Alabama. Many more. Baker, a rainbow 3 is no good. Bowles got away with no foul there. And the entry pass to Rogers is taken away by Brennan Miller. Here's Webster now, finding Miller at the free throw line. Simple jumper, just a bit short. And McGrew, and it called for a foul there. He takes his face mask off, perhaps in a bit of frustration. He held long there enough to pick up the foul. 3 fouls already for Lawrence North in the first minute and 8 seconds, Gavin.
Yeah, you don't want to see that. That's just a little undisciplined, a little unnecessary on a couple of those fouls. I get when you play throughout the quarter, you're going to have that happen from time to time, but yeah, that's a little quick to pick those up, and could see a lot of free throws for the Trojans down the stretch.
There's Brown with it, driving right and shooting off the mark. Who's got it? Tosa West does. Feed down low. Brown lays it in despite falling down, and Tosa West has a 1-point lead.
Thought he could have even had an and one right there. They let him play on, but a nice finish.
Now here's Baker, his three. Surprised to see that one didn't go.
He's a threat with the ball, though. I would not let him keep shooting that. You know, you don't get many misses out of him. Take yourself as fortunate and try to defend him better next time.
Hansen's on Baker right now. Now here's Rogers on McGrew. Deep ball from Webster. Rims off, but look who's right there. It's Miller still with it. Lawrence North, the third chance. Nice shot from 12 is good by Miller.
That takes some confidence to go up amongst the trees, especially Kai Rogers, and be able to, you know, really battle up against him, able to get multiple efforts right there, and yeah, certainly a nice play.
Tightly contested ball game. This one has been very fun to watch. We've been blessed with some great basketball. Now Rogers finishes. He's got 9. Tosa West takes the lead right back. Rogers so hard to defend in the post. I mean, 6'11" and lots of muscle. Not many players are going to be able to beat him one-on-one down low. 3 ball from North off the mark. Now Miller had it stripped and out of bounds off of a Trojan.
This is the game that we expected it to be, and as much of a lead as 10 for Lawrence North has been completely erased, as now Wauwatosa West has a lead of their own.
It's inbound. Will be Baker. Now it's Webster up top. Trying to put some moves on. Kicking out Baker from behind the arc. No good. Nice job by Miller on the offensive board, but no, couldn't get it to go. Now numbers. Tosa West fighting down low. Nice job by Jalen Brown. The freshman finishes in traffic.
The Trojans are really heating up. They're finding their stride. A slow first quarter, that doesn't mean anything at all. Just 9 in the first frame. They're really getting it going now.
Now feed down low. Miller on the baseline, kicking back out. Webster's open 3 ball is just a bit short. The shots that Lawrence North made in the first half. Now up top to Rogers. Now go back to Lawrence North. Up and down action so far in this one, already halfway through the third quarter.
Wildcats looking for a response again. They just have not had quite the same success since they scored 19 points in the opening quarter. That's a 3. That's reminiscent of what they were doing early on. They need some more of that.
Baker got knocked down right after he shot. Still made it. He's got 14. He's emerging as the leading scorer now for Lawrence North. Now putting on the floor is Klosky. He lays it up and in. Big bucket there for the Trojans to take the lead right back. Every time that Lawrence North nips at the heels of the Trojans, Wauwatosa West jumps right back in front. And Webster stepped out. He wanted a foul. But against the 6'11" Rogers, that's just a simple fact of just being smaller than the big fella.
Yeah, he's pretty imposing. I don't know if you can tell. Well, yeah, but he's a big guy. I don't think if we stacked me and you, John, I think we'd still be smaller.
Oh boy, yeah, we could probably still get up there. I think we'd be taller than him, but we couldn't jump very much. And Kai Rogers can sure jump. I think that's where he would get us.
That's probably one of a few areas he would get us.
Tosa West leading by 2. It's been a back and forth game so far. Now here's Hansen driving the lane. Klosky was in the vicinity to finish. Too much traffic there. Webster with some speed, blocked by Rogers. He'll kick it out, and Webster sure traveled. You can't believe it, but it looked to me like he maybe just barely accidentally took that second step.
That ball came up in the air, and Kai Rogers was licking his chops, ready to volleyball spike that one away. I imagine he could do some damage on a volleyball court, too.
No kidding. Maybe down at Bradford Beach, downtown Milwaukee. Now here's Rogers. Don't think we play on beach volleyball right now with the temperatures in Wisconsin. Now driving in, and the finish from Jalen Brown. He's played really well near the hoop today.
That was just an incredible finish. I don't even know how to describe it. Got off that little screen and roll action, got bumped, and you're just throwing it up at the hoop, but had enough control to kind of direct the ball and directed it right through the cylinder.
Brown's put up a nice game. He's got 12. Alongside teammate Jake Hansen, another one is no good, but look who's right there. It's the big guy Rogers, and he got fouled by Brennan Miller.
And I'm really glad right there, some people are going to say, oh, over the back. No, you can't penalize a guy for being tall. Sometimes you see that where you lean over, you catch the ball over somebody else's head. That's not an over-the-back foul, so nice job not doing too much as Rogers earns himself a trip to the line.
And he can shoot the ball a little bit as well. Takes the first free throw as now he reaches double figures with 10. Second one, well short. Now skip pass up. Now Baker, his three, nothing but twine. That was pure from the senior.
I believe that's his 5th triple of the day. I'm not going to say he's going to take that in-game record that me and Jed Camosa alluded to maybe earlier on. Possibly could have been broken. Not that it was, but 11 threes in one game is the record here at the TOC by a Champaign native, I believe.
Noah Wells, back in 2014.
Champaign Central. And 5 threes, he's got some ground to make up still, but he's off to a fast start, and I bet if you let him have enough shots, he could probably get there.
Probably could. He's been very impressive so far. Again, I think the same thing kind of with the last game, Gavin. We expected in the last game to see, big stars, Jalen Mitchell, Juan Guerrero Hernandez. They both put up really good games. Don't get me wrong about that. They played really well. But for Grafton, who ended up winning that game, Michael McNabb was the star for them, put up over 20. Now for Tosa West, Kai Rogers may go for 35, 40, and he can on any given night. He's got 10 right now, but it's those players like Jalen Brown, those players, like Jake Hansen and others as well, and for Lawrence North, guys like Baker and Webster and Miller. Those role players play just as big of a part, and those can be the X factors, especially against strong competition.
Certainly, and I think that tonight it really just shows how balanced these teams can be to get a steal.
Nice pickpocket there by Miller. He drives in with some contact and the finish. Lawrence North can take the lead with a free throw off the steal and score from the 6'7" sophomore.
Right there, just like that, that's some balanced play. We've got several guys in double figures on both sides. It's not a one-man show. Again, Kai Rogers and, some of these other guys are going to get the attention, but I think what we've noticed in this year's TOC field is a lot more just complete teams. And Sean Powell scared me a little earlier in the studio, John, but he predicted 8 state champions from this year's class.
Wow. Well, I know there was a lot of them coming into this tournament. Vashon last year won a state championship, as did Dale. A couple other teams that we've seen. A lay-in is good. That's Klosky. Also Alexander, Hoover, Gray Collegiate Academy, Metamora. So I think they were a heavy emphasis on state champions in this year's field. And both these teams have surely enough to do so this year.
2 tough states to win in. You know, we had the discussion yesterday about which state has the best basketball, but I said region-wise, I'd put the Midwest against anybody.
I would as well. I think you take Central Illinois, you add in the Chicago area, all the talent in Indiana. There's always a couple of good NBA players or future NBA players hiding around in certain corners of Wisconsin, from anywhere from Hales Corners to Rice Lake, anywhere. Look at Tosa West last year. They lost in the second round of the playoffs to Pius Catholic. They're a very good school again this year, and they got they're Jaquan Jackson, I should say. Either Johnson or Jackson, one of the two. I can't remember off the top of my head. Pardon my memory, but he just committed to Bradley just last week.
I was going to say that sounded familiar, that Pius school, and I know Bradley has gone very heavily up to that Wisconsin region to scout some guys in Milwaukee. Was Darius Hanna, a currently Bradley player, was he up from that area?
Yeah, he's from Milwaukee Academy of Science, and he's got a younger brother, Davion Hanna, who's being rated even better than Darius, which is pretty good because Darius Hanna is a very strong player in the post for the Bradley Braves.
Yeah, Brian Wardle loves to go up there where he played his college ball at Marquette.
I think Jimmy Foster, their assistant, has some ties up there as well. Lawrence North, I'm sure they get a lot of interest from colleges in the state as the floater is good. There by Kobe Bowles. Now you got Indiana, Purdue, and others like Notre Dame, you got IPFW, IUPUI, who will no longer be IUPUI after this year. Here's a 2-on-1 for Lawrence North. Up top and through! Raise the roof! A legacy solar slam, and Lawrence North leads by 5.
He climbed the ladder for that one. Nice slam.
Not being able to finish. Or McCloskey. PA announced his name like he did score, but I don't believe he did.
I don't think so either. He's so excited. I mean, it's not too far-fetched with the PA announcer. I mean, we've seen this back and forth scoring. You very reasonably could assume.
You just expect it at this point. Here's Baker with it now. That shot in his range. His three ball is no good. Miller hustles and bowls into the second, third row almost.
I feel like the players are expanding outside of the rectangle more so tonight. We saw Brad Underwood almost get taken out like twice.
Oh my.
Earlier on. Brad Underwood, Illinois Fighting Illini coach, was front and center right in midcourt, and players were, maybe it was intentional. Maybe they wanted a good view of Brad Underwood, but sliding and diving for the basketball over near his direction.
Brad Underwood also front and center in during Auto Group Tournament Central not too long ago either. I want to thank him for stopping by. Here's Kai Rogers with it now. And his pass went past Hansen, and now here comes Lawrence North the other way, up and under, and a foul on Rogers against Kendall Bell. I think if you were Tosa West, Gavin, you probably would have rather had that ball go out of bounds rather than put the Wildcats there on the break. They put together a nice third quarter and could lead by 7 going into the fourth.
That's exactly why in a situation like that, with the clock's winding down, you want to be able to take the last shot and don't get to a situation like this. Don't make any risky passes. Just hold on to the ball, dribble it out, make a safe move, and then, with 4 or 5 seconds left on the clock, that's when you try to set yourself up to take that final shot, maybe off the little screen or something.
The long locks duo of Bowles and Baker back onto the court. Gavin, this Wildcats team wasn't at the Thanksgiving banquet on Thanksgiving Day to get the nomination for All-Hair Team, as that layup is good from Jacob Eads, 6'4" senior off the bench. Shot at the horn, almost, from Jalen Brown, and the Wildcats will take a 7-point lead into the final frame. It's been back and forth. And the Trojans erase a small deficit. We shall see. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the great sponsors here at the TOC, like Jake Weston State Farm right here in Washington. For all of your insurance needs, auto, home, or life, give him a call at 309-444-4441 or visit him at jakewestinsurance.com. And also by Legacy Solar, a proud supporter of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. And also all of our silver sponsors. You see them all there on your screen. Great supporters of the Tournament of Champions. And also by Keps, the official pre- and post-game stop of the TOC Keps Sports Bar and Grill. Great atmosphere and great food. And by PJ Hare, as well as the city of East Peoria. Final quarter here of the shootout series at the Washington Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. 2 more games coming your way later tonight as Hoover and Gray Collegiate Academy right after this one. And immediately following that game, Washington and Victory Christian Academy. And that'll put a bow on the 18th annual KBM TOC. Goes by so fast, Gavin.
It does, but I think both of our voices reflect how much basketball that we've called this week. But it's been a lot of fun. Wouldn't trade it for anything.
I almost want to apologize to our viewers. My voice not quite where it was earlier in the week. But, hey, the basketball's been great. That's why it's like this. And there was Bowles adding to the rack. Here he got fouled. That one going on Basil, his first foul from Tosa West.
John, I know sometimes we will discuss the mascot matchups, but how about in this one? We've got North versus West. Which geographic direction is best?
That's a good question. You know, the North, you feel like it's tough. You know, they can deal with the cold. You think North, you think like Minnesota or Canada. Although Wauwatosa West is a little bit closer to that region than Lawrence North is. But between a Wildcat and a Trojan, I don't know who'd win in a fight. You know, Wildcats, they got those sharp teeth. Kind of depends, I think, if a Trojan has a sword or not. They do have the armor. That's a
lot of variables here.
Well, yeah, it is a lot of variables.
I think they can just settle it on the basketball court, though.
Yeah, I think so. Wildcats certainly, I think, faster than some Trojans, though. As McGrew puts it up and in. The big fella's got 4. Now for the Wildcats as Basil pushes it up. And bringing pressure is Eads. Almost taken away. Oh, it is. Here's Bowles now one-on-one. On the break, finishes. What a job by Kobe Bowles.
And what a response by the Wildcats. How, you know, Wauwatosa West had a great second quarter. Held the lead at 1 point, but boy, the Wildcats have stormed back, but that's going to help a lot for the Trojans.
Basil and 1. I can cut it down to 8 with a successful free throw here. Basil's got 6 on the night. 6'5" senior. See what Wauwatosa West can do in the final stretch, Gavin. We've seen a lot of games where it's like this. It's about, you know, it's between a 7-10 point lead start of the 4th. And the team down, at least in this tournament, has always seemed to come back. It's always came down to the wire.
No, yeah, it's never count them out. They always find kind of that last jolt of energy. But hey, how about that? They're going to keep pouring on the lead. They don't want to see a comeback. You know, Lawrence North trying to avoid it for sure.
Bowles keeping the Wildcats' paw on the gas. Bowles now up to 13, him and Baker. Playing a great game here tonight, and they can take back a 3-point play with one of their own, and they do.
Yeah, now the lead starts to get a little more furious. Kai Rogers had just checked back into the game.
That's going to be a offensive foul on Rogers. Pulled over a Wildcat. That's the Wauwatosa West 4th, and Rogers is 4th as well. Big loss on the bench. Now for the Trojans. And that's another charge sponsored by Jody Brown State Farm. Contact Jody Brown and her team for your auto, fire, and life insurance needs. Out the response from Lawrence North, Gavin. This is a team that obviously don't want to talk about the Bradley Braves, excuse the voice crack, the Bradley Braves basketball team too much, but it's a team we both watch a lot. I cover them occasionally for the Florida Journal-Star, but every time that the Braves this year have, felt a little fire behind them, they pulled back away and just found a way to just keep on staying in front.
Well, and I think that the comparable of, say, a boxing match is very similar in the game of basketball, where one team is going to kind of start to have the upper hand. You make a run at it, you may win one round, right? You look at Wauwatosa West, they won the second quarter, in a big way. But how do you respond? If you're not down and out, are you going to get up back off the mat and make your own response? So I think that you mentioned Bradley, but that's exactly what the Wildcats are doing right here is, Lawrence North is, bent a little bit, but they haven't broke.
And a foul there, an aggressive play by Jake Hansen. That'll be 5 on Tosa West, and that will put Lawrence North at the line for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, that's a big deal right there because, especially with Rogers having the 4 fouls and lots of foul troubles for the Trojans, you're going to get that throughout the game, but there's a lot of time left. I mean, this is starting to become costly, especially since Lawrence North has not struggled from the free throw line.
They have not. They've been shooting the free throws well, and you would probably assume that considering how well they shoot from the field, although that's not always the case. There's teams that are great from the field and, frankly, not as good from the line, but Lawrence North not one of them. There's Basil on the line. Rogers, he was looking for down low, tipped out. They're keeping Rogers in the game. Or rather, Rogers just has 1 foul, excuse me. It's Matthew Klosky that has 4 fouls, so pardon the correction. It's been a long week as well for the scoreboard operator here.
Indeed it has. I mean, you get to pushing a lot of buttons. Just like we've done a lot of talking, you're bound to have your things. We sure have.
Certainly have, and that's also another job as well. You got to pay attention for 24/7, just like Scotty down there in Tournament Central. He's got to be paying attention to where's the latest mess to clean up. But Lawrence North has cleaned up their messes so far today and rebounded after Tosa West had a big second quarter. And Gavin, something just came to me. This is our 3rd year broadcasting the Washington Tournament Champions. This is our 100th TOC broadcast.
Is that so?
Indeed.
Interesting.
There were 36 games last year, and as well as the year before. I knew that we'd get to 102 at the end of this one. We have 2 more left. No, we had 36 and 35. We had 35 last year. This is game number 29 this year, so I'm no mathematician, but I'm pretty sure that 36, 35, and 29 make 100.
You're correct.
Tosa West 3 is off. Now in transition, here's Miller feeding to Bowles and 1. That's going to be another big and 1 from Lawrence North, Kobe Bowles. Foul going on Kai Rogers, and Wildcats will lead by 15. Really put the hammer down here. Bowles sinks it. He's had a good night. Tosa West might need some free balls to get back in this one. Foul going on Eads of the Wildcats.
Yeah, the Wildcats not leaving anything to chance, and they want to go back to Indiana with a victory.
Oh, it's still 5:52 left. It's a tall task, but not impossible.
No, certainly not.
There's Brown driving in. He almost got an and one to respond, but he'll head to the stripe. He's got 12 tonight.
He did that earlier and was able to capitalize. So, hey, go back to that well if it ain't dried up yet. Able to draw the foul, and a couple of Wildcats in foul trouble now. So, got to keep your eye on that as a team. You know, one more and both teams will be in the bonus the remainder of the way.
Eads just picked up his 4th. And Brown from the free throw line is pure. You know, Gavin, if you're Tosa West, you don't need to get it all back in one. You just slowly chip away. I think it all starts with getting stops, though.
Certainly does, and I think that was kind of the key earlier for Wauwatosa West. They were able to get those stops in that second quarter, and they kind of had that momentum. You know, halftime seemed to kind of slow it down, and Lawrence North was able to capitalize on the time to make adjustments. So can they start making those stops again?
Miller and the 3 off the mark, an air ball. Rebounded by Rogers. Now here's Brown driving into the rack. No foul that time. That one was after he shot it. Now a floater from Webster off the back iron, tipped out by Rogers and back to a Trojan. This is the way, Brown. That time no good. Cross-court pass over to Hansen. And he fell and traveled with it.
Yeah, some turnovers once again. And we're going to get a timeout right here. As a couple of coaches are just disgruntled about some calls and lack of some of the calls.
I think Christopher Neubauer and the rest of the Tosa West sideline are a little upset about some fouls not, or what they think are some fouls not being called, and they're being told by the refs to simmer down just a little bit. It's a physical play near the rim, that is for sure, and I think, you know, Tosa West, this is their first TOC appearance, this is their first TOC game, obviously. And Cody Roskin, who was in the booth with us yesterday, said, you know, TOC obviously stands for tournament champions. It can also stand for taking out the chin. These games are physical, and these refs are not going to call just everything.
No, and, you know, I talked with the guy that's responsible for scheduling a lot of it. He's sitting right across the way from us, Robert Dowling, and he's done this tournament in its entirety. You know, he schedules it. He has to find the referees, and, you know, these are guys out here in the pinstripes that are, you know, some of the top high school and college refs, you know, in the Midwest. So these guys know what they're doing, and they have to call it a certain way. You know, when it moves at this kind of speed and this pace, you can't not call everything.
Certainly can, and, you know, obviously it's kind of the way it is in college, at least a little bit. It kind of depends on the referee in the conference. The floater there from Bulls is good. Lawrence North extending their lead, but, you know, you figure most of these teams are pretty high caliber. Probably most of them have players, at least one or two that are going to head to the next level, as Brown is down for Tosa West. He took a hard fall there. He is still down. I certainly hope he is okay. He's holding his head at the moment, but again, you know, obviously the big thing is, you know, these refs know that all these people that come to TOC each week, they didn't come to see the refs, they came to see the players.
Yeah, and they want to be as unnoticeable as possible, and we haven't seen, you know, I don't think, John, I mean, unless I missed something, I don't think we've seen one technical foul handed out, so obviously everything's been kept within check. You know, the refs have kind of stayed out of the way, and they don't want to be noticed. You know, they don't want to have the antics with the coaches. They don't want to be fighting with the benches and things like that. They just want clean basketball. That, you know, they're going to call what they're going to call, but of course right now the injured player, make sure he's going to be all right. They're going to get him up and, you know, maybe get him checked out. Didn't quite see. It was a little screened here by our cameraman, but, you know, hopefully he didn't hit his head or anything too serious and might just be a little shaken up.
Yeah, Brown is sitting up right now, still on the floor. Thankfully, we haven't seen too many injuries in the tournament either, Gavin. Nothing nothing very bad as Brown is back up on his own power. He'll definitely head back to the locker room and they'll check him out. But we've been thankful that, there's been no real bad blood between many teams. A lot of respect from both teams. I think everyone knows that, hey, we're facing very good teams. We want to be here for a reason. And I remember there was, I think, maybe one technical foul back on the first day or two. Other than that, it's been, overall speaking, very clean tournament. Not many injuries, so that's about all you can ask for, at least on the game operation side of things.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a lot of those deep-seated rivalries, here at this tournament. Metamora, Peoria, Notre Dame, some of the local schools may have that a little bit more. Washington, had they played Metamora, of course, that would have been a big one. But overall, these guys are just here to hoop, and I think that they've reflected that really well, that we're not here to do anything to each other. We're just here to help ourselves out and then see who's the better hoopers.
Bulls dropping it off, and nice charge there, drawn by Tosa West. That's another charge sponsored by Jody Brown State Farm. Jody Brown and her team support the KB Strong Foundation in the charge against glioblastoma.
We've seen several charges in this tournament. I guess I hadn't really noticed it as much, but Jody and Kevin, they love them charges.
You like to take a charge.
Selfless, put your body on the line.
Exactly. Here's Trojans now trailing by 14. Not completely out of this one yet. On top of the key as they swing over to Koloski, playing with those 4 fouls, and that ball knocked over a spectator. I don't know if it hit her or if she just tried to dive out of the way, but she about almost fell face first in the row behind her.
Good grief. It's getting testy out here in Washington. And bring your hard hats.
Bring your hard hats, your lunch pail, construction vest, whatever. He seems going to work. At least she was paying attention,
If you're sitting front row, I hope you are.
Certainly want to with all this great high flying and talent on the floor. As now here's Bell with it. Taking it back to Webster. Lawrence with a no-hurry shot clock down to 5. Haven't seen a shot clock violation yet. Down to 3, down to 2. They got to get one off. Miller at the horn. Yes, sir! Book it for Brennan Miller.
Buzzer beater. We haven't seen an official buzzer beater, but hey, that's pretty close second. Beats the shot clock buzzer.
Now to the rim was Hansen. He's rejected. Webster out in transition. Got briefly touched, and now he'll kick it back out. Lawrence North is going to slow some things down. Tosa West got to play some aggressive D here. Foskey went for the steal. Was unsuccessful. Now driving in Bulls. He'll push one up. Off the mark, Miller. Not quite. Look who's right there. It's Bell. And now going to call a foul on Tosa West.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get multiple efforts. Eventually something's going to come of it. I mean, very rarely do you get multiple possessions and don't end up drawing a foul or making a shot. Even then, just have an extra possession, runs a little time off the clock, and hey, Lawrence North isn't going to complain about that. They want to skate out of here with a victory as easy as possible. And they're in good shape of that right now, but got to keep making the free throws down the stretch, and we'll see some of the reserves come in as Rogers and others check out.
17-point lead here for Tosa West, or rather for Lawrence North, excuse me. Both teams are green, still somewhat easy getting mixed up, although it's again just been a long week of basketball.
That's a very dark shade of green though that Wauwatosa West has on there. From up here, the way the lighting is, it almost
looks black.
It looks black or dark blue or something. I mean, it is very dark green.
There's the inbound. Will go to Darion Cunningham in the game now for Tosa West. He'll spin and drive. Nice shot at the rack, no good. And Lawrence North will go the other way.
And you think a big bucket here would definitely be enough to maybe just seal it with just a couple minutes left to go.
There's a college basketball analyst out there, Gavin. I believe it may be Eric Haslam, who hails from Wisconsin, by the way, near the Madison area. Great follow on Twitter, by the way. He has a whole little kind of matrix. It says when a game is analytically final, which means, you know, a deficit of how many points you have with that much time on the clock. There's virtually no chance of a team coming back. I don't know if this game is analytically final yet, but if not, it will be soon. It will be very soon, and that might be it right there as the group finishes it off. A 19-point lead with a minute 55 is pretty safe.
Yeah, I mean, it would take a pretty big collapse on the part of Lawrence North, but, you know, opposite of collapsing, how about how they built it back up and how they responded after, you know, a very even first half, and they've imposed their will here in Washington here in half number 2. You know, this game is a tale of two halves, John, and I think that we were pretty much even through one. Lawrence North just was the better team in half number 2.
They certainly were, and again, great all-around efforts from Cameron Webster, Brennan Miller, Kobe Bowles, Miles Baker, Kendall Bell, Kai McGrew, many more. Again, and hopefully we're not missing anything, but unless he is maybe in a different number, no Xavier Robinson in this game for Lawrence North. We didn't really mention it, but again, don't believe he was playing for the Wildcats, and he was one of their top players to watch, so they had him back in the mix. Oh boy.
Yeah, you know, the Wildcats are going to be very dangerous. It doesn't even look like he made the trip with the team, you know, again, unless I'm missing something here myself, and of course, feel free to hit us up on Twitter or something in case we're wrong, but yeah, I mean, if you can add him back into the mix at some point, boy, that's scary. When you're playing your best ball, some of your best ball in the first game of the season, you know, without one of your best players, that's something to really look at.
It certainly is, and if you're watching from Indiana, keep an eye on the Wildcats. They're going to be one of the top teams in the state. Lots of other great competition. You take a look at the top teams around the country. You'll see a lot of them around Indianapolis, but Lawrence North is right in that mix. Webster's shot is no good. Offensive board. They'll kick it out and slow things back down as we approach 1 minute left to play here in Washington.
Yeah, it's pretty much all she wrote. They're just going to wind it down. You know, really hard-fought game. You know, played 36, 37 really complete minutes. And you know, even when things got tight, even when the Trojans of Wauwatosa West were able to kind of throw that punch in the second quarter, you know, they responded. And that's what you want out of a team, especially early in the season.
Final subs will come in for Lawrence North. Chris Terry and Bradley Mason into the game.
You know, it's not long, but everybody getting a chance to play and, you know, take a shot or two here at TOC. Always fun. You know, I'm sure they've been waiting for this chance to get in here and, you know, be in the game. You know, this is the stuff that the environment's just to be a part of, whether you're playing a lot or a little, really special.
Terrence Davis will have a chance to get in the scorebook for Lawrence North, a 6'3" freshman.
He's not one of the only freshmen in this tournament. There's quite a few, and you know,
there are even some 8th graders.
I know
and they played for Victory Christian. They'll be coming up 2 games from now. Again, you're gonna watch some great basketball. Maybe any game on the college hoop slate tonight. They'll take on Washington. Way out 3 there from Bradley Mason. I mean, why not? Why not shoot it?
No, but you mentioned those 8th graders, and it's just demoralizing to, you know, my terrible basketball skills. And now we're getting to 8th graders and 7th graders that are so far superior that it's, oh man, boy, am I really bad at playing the game of basketball. They are. They're very good.
I could say the same about me. I sure as heck wasn't playing 8th grade on
varsity basketball.
Much less at a high level. Layup up and good for DJ Hennians. And that will do it from the Shootout Series brought to you by Teamworks. Lawrence North puts the ball in a 75-58 victory. An outstanding start to the season for the Wildcats. They run away in the second half Good game also from Wauwatosa West. Best of luck to the Trojans and the rest of the year. We keep an eye on them up in the ever-competitive Milwaukee area. Gavin, any final thoughts from this one?
Really good game. We saw, again, a very even first half. We saw a lot of threes come out from both sides, honestly. I think just out of rhythm a little bit for Wauwatosa West, and it's the first game of the season. You know, sometimes the legs will get tired, not able to play those full, complete quarters quite yet, but these are the games that test you and that you're going to get better with throughout the season. But boy, Lawrence North looking scary. If they can do this in game number one, you know, down one of their best players, watch out. You know, the Hoosier State might be talking a lot more about Lawrence North after this one, as the Wildcats, you know, might be able to make a run deep into the playoffs over in Indiana.
And we will send it down to our sideline reporter, Teddy Ball. He's standing by with Kobe Bowles of Lawrence North. Teddy, it's all yours. What do you got to say?
Here with Kobe Bowles of Lawrence North. Kobe, you guys, really close game through the first three quarters. You pulled away there towards the end. What do you guys know going into that fourth quarter that helped you?
I think it was just coming in with that same energy we had in the first quarter and just trying to cause those turnovers so we can just get up in the lead and extend it and just finish how we did. So we did a really good job with that.
Absolutely. These early season tournaments, you know, you get to see tough competition early on, and so you don't have to see it later on. How does that help you, you know, throughout the regular season?
Definitely preparing for a guy like Kai. I mean, he can do a lot of things. So I think going up against him and be able to compete with him it really shows a lot for this team.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kobe, and congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the season.
And thank you for that, Teddy, as Kobe Bowles sworn by his teammates
The 2023
Lawrence
OSF
North.
Healthcare Kevin Brown
Great game for him and the rest of the Wildcats. We're going to step aside, quick word for our sponsors. Come right back to UFT Auto Group Tournament Central. We'll be back right after this.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. I want to thank all of our great sponsors here at the TOC. We're going to set things down to Upton Auto Group Tournament Central, where Charlie Shermerhorn standing by with AJ Hollins. Guys, all down to you.
Train Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Charlie Shermerhorn, joined alongside AJ Hollins. AJ, it's good to be here today.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Certainly. Just got done with a pretty good game. Score coming out, bit of a lead deficit, but nonetheless a good game. AJ, what did you see so far?
I've been liking what I'm seeing. It's a lot of good high-level competition out here. A lot of prospects that I didn't know were going to be here starting to pull up. So it's been a really good event so far, for sure.
Definitely. Now, I see you sometimes up top with us at the Clutch Sports Media, maybe HQ, so to call it, but I also see you down on the sidelines a little bit, and you got a media pass on there. So for me and all the viewers, go ahead and just explain what your role is here. What do you do?
So I'm here working with the Too Efficient team, which is me, Kenny Too Efficient, and Ethan. Ethan Gender is also on the team. And basically for Clutch, we're just making on-court reels, more up-close and personal mixtapes and game recaps with, high quality cameras, which is just something different than like the regular live stream that you'll normally see.
Definitely. So when you're making these videos and reels and stuff, first off, I gotta say they're nice. I've seen some of them, especially from Kenny too, and Ethan. But how can they see your stuff specifically? Is there like some sort of social media account? I know I talked with Kenny and he had one. So how can these viewers out here see your products?
Yeah. For me personally, I post everything on Instagram. My Instagram is AJShotDat, and I'll be posting a lot of stories and recaps of this tournament on there. And also you can follow the Too Efficient page, which is just Efficient. And we'll be posting a lot of updates on there as well. You can follow the whole team, and we'll have edits and content being pumped out pretty constantly.
Definitely. We've seen lots of great games here today. Dale, a stunning victory over Metamora. That was an excellent game. Went into overtime. Dayton Forsyth had 47 points. AJ, were you at that game?
Yeah, I got here when that game was going on, probably around the first or second quarter, and I was able to see most of Dayton's performance, and it was one of the craziest performances I've ever seen live. And I remember watching Dayton. I watched him during EYBL this summer, and so I was already familiar with him. And to see him here still putting in work, it's really crazy, and he's a great talent. I love watching him.
For sure. Besides him and the whole team of Dale and Metamora, obviously, too, they're powerhouse here in the TOC. What other teams really have stood out to you? What teams for you are fun to watch, fun to record, and fun to make videos about?
Yeah, Metamora is great. Shout out to Metamora, one of the local teams. Always love supporting the Metamora guys, along with Gray Collegiate Academy, which is one of the teams. Yeah, we've been getting good content from Gray, and just seems like there's always the Hoover guys. There's always seems like there's a couple players on all of these teams that have something to show, so it's been great.
You mentioned the Hoover guys. Dwayne Brown is an absolute powerhouse of a player. He's a walking highlight reel personally.
Yes.
He's had so many dunks in this tournament of champions, but there's so many players besides him. Besides, we talked about Dayton Forsyth and Brown there, but any other star players that really stand out to you?
We saw Braylon Thomas, I think was his name, and then there was I think Bradley Liu or Braden Liu.
That sounds right, yeah.
Those guys have been standouts. Still a lot of footage that we got to look over and find everyone, so we want to shout out everyone correctly. But, there's been, like I said, a lot of surprising talent that I wasn't aware of until I got here. And so it's been great to find new players that have highlights and great talent.
Sure, right in front of us. I'm looking at it right now, and you can see, too, the Den of Honor flags. It's stuff like this that really builds this tournament. I believe there's like 66 maybe former players that played in the TOC that have actually gone on into the NBA. Names like Andrew Wiggins, Zion Williamson, I think some more Buddy Hield, people like that. Andre Drummond, he played here.
Yeah.
People like that are really what build this tournament. So if you were to say which player in this tournament, this kind of puts you on the spot question though. Which player in this tournament you think is going to maybe go the farthest and excel, maybe in terms of college basketball, NBA games? Certainly there's a few future NBA players here somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, the first one I think of is Dayton Forsyth. I know we already talked about him, but he's an Oklahoma commit, and just if you watch him play, he doesn't make very many mistakes. He's very precise about how he scores, and leading the Dale team to, I think, a 43 game win streak they're on, which is just super tough, especially because they went against Metamora, who really gave them a run for their money, and it showed that he can completely take over a game. So I see Dayton going very far in his career, and he's just a crazy talent. I love watching him.
For sure, lots of talent here, lots of extraordinary teams, a few state champions, former state champions, lots of state placing teams and players and coaches, all of that here. Switching gears here just a little bit, why should people watching come to the TOC personally, whether it's the great players, maybe the concession stands. I interviewed Devin Moore, I believe 2 days ago, and he talked about the concession stands, how much goes into this. There's so much behind the scenes work, but none of it is for profit. So why should people come to the TOC?
The TOC is just a great event, local event. If you're here in Central Illinois, you got to make your way out here next year, because it's just a place to see high-level talent that you may not get to see every day or even ever, to be honest. There's people from different states. You'll meet someone new, and then the players are up close and personal. You can meet the players. You can get autographs from them. So it's really just a great event, similar to like a summer. It gives me like a summer AAU type of vibe here. A bunch of different players and teams from all over the place here. So it's just a great opportunity to network and to meet and find new talent.
For sure. You mentioned that you can get up close and personal with all the players. I'm looking over there, and there's people signing autographs, signing stuff.
Yeah,
I look over here, and there's teams, just little kids. They're just so excited to see these players. There's even like adults and high schoolers like me. I know when I got to talk to Dayton Forsyth a little bit, and he's just a phenomenal person to say the least. But there's so many working elements here at the Tournament of Champions. You just look over, you see all of the players signing stuff. There's really just so much that goes into it, and it's all for awareness for such a horrible disease called glioblastoma. And you can go donate here by even just checking in. There's only a few more games left. I believe Washington plays next, maybe not next, 2 games from now.
Yeah, Hoover game first. Hoover versus Graves playing right now, and then Washington versus Victory.
But yeah, just coming out here and just supporting the fight against cancer and glioblastoma specifically is just such a great cause. We got about a minute and a half left, something like that, before we leave here. There's so many games coming up. As this tournament starts to sort of come to an end, I would say, which games are you most excited about coming up tonight?
I mean, both these last 2 will be great games. I've seen Hoover and Gray Collegiate Academy play before. So both these 2 games coming up will be great games that everyone should tune into for sure.
Certainly. AJ, it's been a pleasure here
at
the F-Trade Auto Group Tournament Central. Definitely either support us here at the TOC by coming in person and watching these final 2 games, or tune in on Clutch Sports Media. But for now, I'm Charlie Schimmerhorn, and that's AJ. We're going to send it back up to the booth.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back to Raymond Artory Gym on the campus of Washington Community High School in Washington, Illinois. The Tournament of Champions now entering its 30th and penultimate game in the 2023 edition. We've seen a lot of great basketball. More on tap here. This will be a dandy. The Gray Collegiate War Eagles getting ready to face the Hoover Buccaneers on ClutchSportsIL.com. Going to be a good one. Glad you're along for the ride. Joey Wright alongside Jeff Little. And Jeff, 29 down, 2 to go. Washington in action to close things out against Victory Christian. And Hoover and Gray Collegiate ready to go. This is going to be a really good game.
Absolutely. I saw a little bit of the end of the Gray game yesterday, but Hoover I've seen twice, and they are an extremely talented group, deep team, well coached. I would expect to see a great championship game here in the Washington Invitational.
It's going to be a lot of fun here. 2 games to go as we get ready for the starting lineups. The Gray Collegiates, War Eagles, as you might anticipate, wearing gray uniforms tonight, and their starting lineup just getting ready to be introduced. And Jeff, we've had a chance to see Gray now 3 times this tournament, as is the case on the other side with Hoover. What can you tell us about this War Eagles team?
Well, I do know that they're extremely athletic. They're defensive intensity. I mean, I think that's the thing I'm looking forward to most. Like I said, I've seen Hoover a couple of times now. Gray, I just saw the end of that game, but their defensive intensity will be something that both teams, that'll be kind of key to see here.
Braylon Thomas and Ellis Graham, 2 players named the Tournament of Champions. 30 intriguing players lineup, and Trayvon Maddox is the guy to watch for Gray Collegiate. He is a 6'8" junior, and he has plenty of attention from programs across the country. Top 40 player in his class. Duke, North Carolina, Kansas in on Maddox, and that tells you about everything you need to know. We could go down the list, but it's too expansive probably to get in before the game starts.
Well, when the Blue Bloods are at the top of the list, everybody else falls in, I'm sure, quickly behind. They know your name.
Absolutely. And looking at Hoover being introduced right now, we covered Hoover and Washington last night. It's a great Hoover team. They've got a lot of size down low. We will keep our eye on Jarrett Fairley and Salim London out on the perimeter, but looking at this Hoover team, it's Dwayne Brown you've got to keep an eye on, 6'9" center. He's a junior as well, top 100 player in his class. Getting a lot of attention from SEC teams, Alabama and Auburn included in his home state.
I can see why. I mean, last night, he was a big factor. I don't know that he had like a huge scoring game against Washington, but still, he was a factor. He changed a lot of shots. He controlled the middle. He allowed those perimeter defenders to really extend their pressure and protect the rim for the Hoover Buccaneers.
Hoover on Tuesday was a winner against St. Lawrence by a score of 65-58. That was a great game. Hoover a winner against Dale earlier in the tournament as well, a 72-63 team against a Dale team that's got the talents of Dayton Forsyth, and they made a lot of fans here in Washington this week. Run through some scores as the game moves along, but important to keep an eye on the trophy. This is the Washington Invitational's championship game. Probably should have led with that. Both these teams 3-0 against competition this week. And we're going to settle the 2023 Washington Invitational here tonight, Jeff.
Looking forward to it. Should be a good one. You're right.
In the circle and underway, and it's L.J. Britt for Gray Collegiate starting things out. He's joined in the starting lineup by Tyquan McDuffie, Trayvon Maddox, Britt aforementioned, Ellis Graham, and Braylon Thomas. That's the lineup for the War Eagles, and they're coached by Dion Bethea. And here's a mid-range jumper, just a little bit short off the iron from Maddox, and the Buccaneers will go the other way for the first time. And it's the big man bringing it up, Dwayne Brown, keeping an eye on him. He's joined in the Buccaneers starting lineup by Jarrett Fairley, Elijah Thomas, Seneca Robinson, and Salim London. Jeff will talk a lot about Brown, who has the ball, but he gives to London for 3, and London off the mark is going to be a player. He's who I was going to spotlight.
I was just going to say,
great game last night.
Brown obviously is probably the premier guy that you would mention first in this game, but Salim London and Jarrett Fairley have both been good players as well for Hoover in their games and key parts of their success.
I'm a big fan of this Hoover team, and pardon me, Gray Collegiate fans. I actually haven't scouted the War Eagles all that intensively this week. I've done a couple of Hoover games, but nothing for Gray Collegiate. But looking at this Hoover team, they've got ability, speed, quickness on the perimeter, and then 2 forces down low. Jackson Sheffield, who's not on the floor right now, he's also a 6'9" center, only a sophomore to pair with the talents of Dwayne Brown. So interesting to see how Gray Collegiate can fare against the Hoover attack tonight. Going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, right now you see Hoover seems to be kind of not really spreading the floor here with the shot clock that we've talked about all tournament long, 35 seconds, but they're kind of putting Brown at the high post and looking kind of out of a 2-1-2 set almost and really trying to spread the floor. So be interesting to see how this works for the Hoover Buccaneers.
Gray Collegiate wins against Metamora, Victory Christian, and Peoria Notre Dame this week. And Gray Collegiate rebounding as we're still scoreless here. 2 minutes in on ClutchSportsIL.com. And unable to drop that one in, LJ Britt. And a deep 2 on the way. Off the mark from Gray Collegiate, brought in by LJ Britt. Up ahead to McDuffie. McDuffie is blocked by Brown.
Brown has controlled the defensive boards. He's got all 3 misses from Gray, and there he makes sure they don't get the 4th one in either.
Britt ready to inbound. Brown guarding him along the perimeter. Britt. As it's inbounded by McDuffie, out top to Braylon Thomas. Thomas loses it out of bounds, but it was last touched by Hoover. It was kicked, and so it'll stay home with Gray Collegiate.
Good help on the dribble penetration by Salim London there from the wing.
Here's Britt over to Trayvon Maddox. Maddox out top to Ellis Graham. And Graham over to Braylon Thomas. Thomas looking, finding Britt, and Britt off the mark. We're still scoreless here. 2.5 minutes in. Brown tries to change that. Brown with the spin. And a rebound brought in by Britt.
I think you're seeing both teams, like we've talked about, this is their 4th game. Basket there by Maddox. This is their 4th game. I'm sure their legs are a little tired at this point. They're just kind of trying to get themselves going here a little bit.
Brown lays it in for Hoover. During the Hoover-Washington game last night, Jeff, we talked about Brown seemed he was moving a little slow under the basket in the first half. He really picked up that quickness and intensity in the second half. Off the mark on a 3 is McDuffie from the corner and Brown the other way.
He's got every defensive rebound so far in this game, so good hustle there by Gray.
That one is kept in, and here go the War Eagles. LJ Britt. Gray Collegiate from West Columbia, South Carolina, enrollment of 670 students. Adam Holmes, the athletic director. Brian Newsom's the principal. Tipped around, and the War Eagles will bring it up the other way. Braylon Thomas runs right into Salim London. London up to Brown. Look out, Brown! A 2-handed slam with a little touch. Probably could have done more damage to the rim.
I was going to say, I don't know if we've got a spare. Get it ready.
Still counts as a Legacy Solar Slam. First of what I'm sure will be a couple of dunks we'll see tonight. Gray Collegiate could take the lead if they play along the perimeter. Out top, McDuffie. McDuffie over to Maddox, and Maddox a 3. Brown in the right spot for the board. Brown shovels ahead to London. London contact. Both on the floor, and that'll be a blocking foul for Britt. London to the line.
Brown's done such a great job on the boards. He's gotten every defensive rebound. He's dribbled the ball up the court, which we haven't seen in their other games, but there he makes a great outlet pass. I mean, that's from 3/4 court, right on the money. Gets London a layup and gets a blocking foul and a couple free throws here.
Salim London to the line, trying to extend Hoover's lead to double digits, and London got the first. And we'll have our first substitutions of the contest. In comes Austin Dudley for Hoover, and Hunter McGraw is into the game for Gray Collegiate. And here's London. London at the line, and he got it. So it is a 4-point game here, just north of halfway through the first quarter. See what LJ Britt and the War Eagles can come up with here. Low scoring affair, Jeff, in the early stages.
Like I said, when the kids have got to be tired at this point. As hard as they have played, both teams to this point.
Down low and a 2-handed flush.
Ellis Graham, nice move to the basket, nice pass, leading him to the basket. Hoover kind of got lost there a little bit on the switch and throws it down.
Fairley out to Dudley, and Fairley gets it back. Looking for space, good defense from Maddox. Hoover down to the corner, down to Sheffield, who's into the game, and he's off on his first field goal attempt. Jackson Sheffield, the sophomore.
Yeah, that's the second of the Twin Towers. When they go with that big lineup, it's actually he came in to replace Brown, so they're not both in at the same time. We've seen that look a few times from Hoover.
It's a tough look for opposing defenses when they play the 4 and the 5, and a free throw is off from Taekwon McDuffie, the junior. Up go the Buccaneers, looking, scanning London. London gonna drive, and he's swatted away. Good block there from Ellis Graham, who's been in on a lot of plays lately. McDuffie off the glass, and a foul. He'll go to the line for one more.
Good strong move to the basket. I mean, that's probably one of those plays where as a defender, you just gotta give it to him. I mean, you kind of get your feet in the lane under the basket. You certainly don't want to pick up unnecessary fouls. Plus, you're giving a chance to take the lead here with the 3-point play. So
6 up, 2:34 to play. 1 point on the board, 2 points on the board, pardon me, for McDuffie. Or pardon me, a foul on the board for Fairley. 2 points on the board for McDuffie. Make that 3, and Gray storms ahead. They lead by a point, 7-6.
Yeah, like I said, both teams a little tired. Legs getting under them here in this 4th game of the tournament for them, and probably anxious to get home as well. So
here's Fairley out to Seneca Robinson. They swing it around. Robinson shades over. Deep 3 on the way from Dudley is off the mark, and a rebound brought in by Ellis Graham.
Gray switched to a 2-3 zone there. I don't know if they did it because of the size, both big guys being in.
Pardon me, Jeff. 3 on the way from L.J. Britt, and Gray has started to wake up offensively after a slow start.
Kind of slow. Sheffield's been a little slow rotating from when he's the guy that has to help either off a ball screen or... Again, we saw Hoover use that offense last night where they get the ball in the short corner and then kind of skip it out to the shooters on the perimeter. The shots are just short tonight, so.
How about that, dribbling through Braylon Thomas, and Thomas, deep 3 off. Rebound brought in by Sheffield. Up goes Fairley. Fairley slows it down. Maddox playing defense. Down to the corner, and Dudley. And they go out to Robinson, who will drive. Robinson kicks it out, and a block.
The fact that both teams are looking to take charges tells you a little bit about the coaches, tells you a little bit about the style of play. They're very disciplined teams. They are looking for people that are out of control, and yeah, they haven't gotten charges called, but even when it doesn't get called, that puts something in the minds of your opponent. These guys are going to look to take charge. We've got to be under control. We maybe can't go to the basket quite as hard as we think.
TJ Troy, Jared Fairley will inbound here for the Bucks. It's north of a minute to play here is Brown with a little contact. Nice finish up on Darius Carr.
That's a big time move because I think, like you said, he got some contact, and I think he was thinking about dunking it until he got the contact, and he still had a nice soft touch off the glass there.
Able to make the adjustment in midair. Good ball handling there from Maddox. And now it's in the hands of Hunter McGraw. McGraw drives to the free throw line. No. Maddox the rebound. Can't apply the touch. Brown the rebound. Brown moves pretty well for someone of his size.
Absolutely.
Up the floor there. And they go to London, down to Brown on the high-low. Brown reverses and knocks it down.
Yeah, doing a great job of kind of isolating, swinging the ball, reversing it, and he seals that defender off. And then once he gets it on the block, when we saw in the Washington game, when he's a little slow, Washington really rotated their help to him, and he struggled a little bit in the first half. But when he got more aggressive in the second half, became much more effective. Got him up in the air there and draw the foul on Brown.
And that's Brown's first foul. Team's second. And Brown has the only foul on the floor right now for Hoover. In the game, by the way, for Gray, Jaden Gerald. First time we've called his name tonight. He's a sophomore. A lot of young teams here at the TOC. Quick inbound off the mark from Thomas, and it's loose, and the Buccaneers. Up ahead goes London. It's poked away from behind. Good defense there from Braylon Thomas.
Again, both teams, this is what we expected. I haven't really seen the intense perimeter defensive pressure, but at the same time, you're still seeing kids playing hard.
Just 5 seniors on the roster for Gray Collegiate and only 2 seniors for Hoover. 2 teams with bright futures. See what the next 2.3 seconds has in store for each. Hoover has the last chance if they want it. And a quick inbound to Seneca Robinson. He drops it in, and that's how the first quarter will end, 12-10 Hoover.
A lot of coaches run a very similar out-of-bounds play where you screen the screener, and if they come off that second screen to take the shooter going out to the corner, you got that guy wide open inside like that. Nice basket for the 2-point lead.
That gives us some time to thank our sponsors, starting with Jake Weston State Farm of Washington. Jake played for Coach Kevin Brown at Washington Community High School. His information on the screen for you there. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KBM Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. We'd like to thank Sefcu Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the KBM TOC. By Keps, the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Keps, great atmosphere, great food. By PJ Hare and the city of East Peoria as well, great supporters of the KBM TOC. Joey Wright and Jeff Little hanging out with you up top. Would like to thank our entire crew: Jonathan Michael, Patrick Hubert, Charlie Schermerhorn, Rodrigo Perez, Gavin Russell, Teddy Ball, Elsa Olmstead in the house helping us out, Francisco Alonso, Kenny Clifton, Ethan Genders, AJ Hollins helping us out on the social media front. Jeff, there's surely someone I'm leaving out. I apologize to them. I'll have to buy them dinner later.
You know what? I don't know how you can thank those people enough, because of the job they've done the entire tournament long. You know, to bring this game, you know, there are people in Hoover, Alabama, and in South Carolina watching this game tonight that didn't get an opportunity to come watch it. And, you know, by providing them a chance to watch this game and see them, you know, their son, their daughter, their friends play top-notch talent, you know, I mean, I'm sure they appreciate it as well. So they can't come and say thank you. They may not email you, call you and say thank you, but I will say thank you for them.
I appreciate that. We appreciate that. I don't know if I mentioned Michael Savoy, and I'm blanking on Aiden's last name, but he's been a valuable part of our team too. Corey Scott throughout the week and more. I'll have to wrangle them all up into a list and get to them later. But back to the action. We saw Dwayne Brown on the offensive end for Hoover. And now Hoover looking to build its lead, potentially to 3 possessions if they look for a 3. We know they can shoot it. Here's Thomas.
They've been a little cold today from the perimeter, but they're doing a great job of getting it inside. And there's don't need to be a good perimeter shooter when you can feed the post like that, and you've got a good post player. He's being really aggressive, strong to the basket. And again, just his size and strength, he seals and holds guys off the spot they were trying to get to defend him.
Brown drawing contact and going to the line, and he got his first. Brown was a little off last night on his free throws when he was shooting in front of Washington.
I was just going to say, this is his good free throw in.
This end, he was in good shape.
We'll see. Maybe if he gets off to a good start, he'll be better in the second half at that end, too. We'll see.
And he got the second one, 6-point game. He doesn't have a Washington student section will be assembled there by the end of the game, but they've got no reason to cheer against him anymore.
No.
Gray Collegiate driving down toward that basket.
Different
bench.
defense here, a little 1-2-2 zone for Hoover.
See if Gray Collegiate can find some success with that. Gray's offense was humming along there for a good part of the first, but they're still scoreless here in the second. They try to change that and are unable to. They go down low to Braylon Thomas, and he can't answer.
Did a great job. That'll be effective for them. They'll get that in. If they can get that in there again, if Hoover stays with that defense, if they can keep getting it in there to him, he'll be effective in there.
Down low, stepping through Brown, off the mark. And up we go, Gray Collegiate. Spinning down low and short. And here's Hoover on a fast break. Look out, a layup from Robinson. And a timeout called by Gray Collegiate.
Probably taking a full timeout here. I mean, they've got to address that inside game that Hoover is really, I mean, they kind of have controlled the tempo by getting it inside to Brown, and he's been effective on the post. They've got to do, Washington did a good job, much smaller size, last night by running help in there to kind of take away the move to one side or the other. And maybe that'll create those a little more time on those outside perimeter opportunities for Hoover. But, I think that's probably what they're talking about right now in the huddle is how they're going to address the block area.
What I would anticipate Gray doing at some point, making Trayvon Maddox a bit more of an offensive focal point. Maddox in this one has gotten some touches. Not on the floor right now for Gray. He's gotten some buckets, but Hoover's done a pretty good job of scouting him out.
And I think he got his rest at the end of the first and the beginning of the second, and I think that may be another reason the coach called the timeout there to get him back in the game.
And he'll inbound the ball right here, keeping our eye on number 3 in Gray. Again, if you're just joining us, Trayvon Maddox, one of the great players in this tournament, junior from Gray Collegiate. Duke, North Carolina, and Kansas interested in him, among others. Coaches would call him a team-first player, can also play good defense, and of course, an explosive finisher at the basket, as almost all high major recruits are. There's a 3 on the way from his teammate Darius Carr, and we've got a 5-point game. Scoreboard says it's a deep 2. Looked like he was behind the line to me.
I thought it was a 3 as well, but
keep our eye on that here as they go out to Brown, and a turnover. And so now Gray Collegiate with a little momentum here. 5:33 left.
Again, you see them pick up their pressure a little bit there in that zone, getting it spread out and force a turnover from Hoover. Get another basket here, and that timeout becomes so much more effective. 3 cuts it to a 1-possession game.
Here's Britt. And over to Carr. Carr over to Maddox, and a swing out to Hunter McGraw. McGraw over to Carr. Carr backing his man Brown down. Carr muscles through and can't finish. And Brown the rebound. Brown up ahead. Here's Fairley off the glass and can't finish. And a travel down low for Britt.
I think Britt was trying to get that ball to Maddox, who stumbled, lost his balance, and he threw the pass and had to pass to himself. And that's one of the rules they still haven't changed, so reason we get the turnover.
Robinson walking ahead, and Brown.
Gray back to their man-to-man defense.
Brown to Fairley. Fairley out to London. And London goes back to Fairley here. Shot clock down to 15. 20 seconds gone by.
There's the double. We talked about them making a switch. See if they run that second person at him.
Brown does a good job of keeping his pivot foot down, and he knocks it down.
Talked about him being aggressive last night and being quicker to the basket. That's good patience there to see if the double team's coming. It looked like it was when the pass was initially made, and then they backed out of it.
14 for Brown. Leads all scorers by a good amount. In fact, he's outscored Gray by himself so far.
Yeah, this has been his most impressive performance so far, I would say.
Darius Carr played good defense on him down on the other ends, and Gray answers there. There's a 2 from Britt. LJ Britt's been in on, I think he's touched the ball on pretty much every Gray possession so far.
Yeah. And again, we're throwing the ball inside to the post. You know, like a great dribble penetration. They've got to give a little help, and then he just seals his man off. I mean, when you're that big, that strong, it's an awfully effective offense.
3:42 here in the first. Brown inbounds. And off the iron, tipped around. And a free throw falls for Seneca Robinson.
Nice effort there by Seneca Robinson. Gets a loose ball and under control, pulls up 15-footer.
Gray Collegiate.
Back to the man-to-man. This is a chance for maybe Maddox to get a little more involved in the offensive end of the floor.
Brown the rebound. Brown up ahead. Brown to Robinson. Robinson slows down the offense. Here's Salim London. 8-point game here nearing halftime.
London's been a little quiet offensively here.
London, we saw a myriad of strong plays along the perimeter last night. And London in this one, to your point, only has 2 points.
And he's gotten good looks. I mean, I don't think he's taken a bad shot. It just hasn't fallen for him so far here in the first half.
Gray, a balanced scoring attack right now. 2, 5, 3, and 3 among the 5 on the floor. And another 3 there from Trayvon Maddox. And that's who Gray Collegiate needs to focus on here offensively. They make it a 5-point game. By the way, the only Gray Collegiate player on the floor who hasn't scored, Braylon Thomas. London, nice pass out top, and a 3 won't fall. And the rebound brought in by Thomas. There's a pass to Maddox. Maddox, a 3 off the mark, and Brown the rebound. Gray only down 5 here. Brown spins and lost it, and it's brought in by Britt, and Britt up ahead. Britt looking for Thomas. Thomas drives, a foul, and a pair of free throws.
Brown may have a double-double at this point in the first half. I'm guessing with this 14 points, I'm without stats in front of us, I know he's got to be at double digits or real close to double digits in rebounds as well.
See if we can track down some halftime stats. The tournament's done a great job of getting those out to us via email all week long. Maddox off on the first, or not Maddox, pardon me, but Braylon Thomas. Thomas, one of those 5 seniors on the roster for Gray Collegiate we talked about. And a 4-point game. There's Gray knocking it down, 22-18.
Yeah, sorry, this would be an opportunity here for Gray to get back in this as Brown takes his rest here with maybe for the rest of the half. Sheffield in the game to try to impose his will down in the post. He hasn't been quite as effective offensively down there as Brown.
Here's London. London down to Brown. Brown out. And Thomas. And Fairley. And Fairley off the mark, too strong.
Good patience, good ball movement, ran the clock down quite a bit, got a wide open look on the other side.
Maddox to Thomas. Thomas a drive, picks up his dribble, and out to Maddox. 70 seconds left in the half. Thomas going to drive
Strong
and lays
move.
it in. He hit a free throw earlier, but now he's got his first field goal.
Again, Sheffield a little slow coming across. Brown would have got there to be on the other side of the lane. We would always talk about helping outside the lane. If you get under the basket, you're not much help.
How about a block there? Never got under the basket. And Gray, 2-on-2, a drive, a kick. Thomas lays it in and ties this one up at 22.
Back-to-back baskets there by Thomas.
Everybody on the floor for Gray Collegiate has scored. Bit of a new look on the floor for Hoover. Only Salim London has a bucket for Hoover, and he's short on a 3 there. Nobody on the floor for the Buccaneers other than London has scored.
Shot clock off. Gray can take the lead in at halftime if they can get a bucket here.
It's been a great first half of action. Let's see who it ends in the hands of. Here's Thomas, the hot hand. A timeout first to talk things over by Dion Bethea and Gray Collegiate. Scott Ware, the coach of Hoover. Both coaches have something to talk about here. And Jeff, what would be your play call here in the last 14 seconds?
Well, I think if you see that man-to-man, we haven't really seen many sets or anything, but I would think if you could run something where you could get Maddox coming off of a screen. Sometimes, and this sounds a little strange to maybe viewers, but sometimes the best way to get open is to set a good screen. Maybe he sets a screen and you screen the screener, get him going to the basket, maybe flaring out. We know he's got the range. He could attack you in either way. I would get it in his hands at some point here, give him a chance to put it on the floor and make something happen.
22-22, 14 and 4/10 left.
You want to take the shot maybe with about, 3 or 4 seconds, give yourselves a chance for a tip, an offensive rebound, put back, that kind of thing.
Let's see. Stick around at halftime, by the way. Offering Tournament Central and Gavin Russell ought to have a sideline hit going into the locker room. And Gray Collegiate inbounding the ball. They go out top to Thomas. Thomas with 10. Thomas against London. London makes it difficult. Thomas spins. Can't score. Brown tips it to London. Up ahead to Robinson. Buzzer going to sound. And the buzzer's going to sound before a shot goes in. Before a shot goes up.
Yeah. Brown again came right back in there. He didn't get his full 2-minute rest and gets a defensive rebound, kicks it out. Almost got him a layup there to have a lead, but we've got a 22-all tie here at the half.
Getting ready to go down to the sideline. Our sideline hits have been great all night, and Michael Savoy getting ready to talk with Hoover coach Scott Ware as this one's tied at 22 going into the locker room. Michael, what do you have for us?
I'm here with Hoover head coach Scott Ware. And Scott, what are your overall thoughts on the first half?
Yeah, I mean, I thought we played well. I thought we were trying to do what we're trying to do. Thought we got a little selfish there right here towards the end of the second quarter there. They really helped. We didn't share the ball as much and kind of let them back in.
Dwayne Brown already has 14 points. Describe his impact on your team.
Well, I mean, Dwayne's just a great kid. He's a great person. He's a great player for us. He's a great leader for us. He's struggled a little bit since some of these other teams in this tournament as far as scoring because they've been doubling him a lot. This team thinks they can play him straight up with one of their bigs, and that kind of opens him up to go play for us. He's done a great job.
All right, Coach, good luck with the second half. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Michael. Great stuff. Appreciate Scott Ware's time going into the locker room. Sideline hits, as we said, have been great all weekend. Michael Savoy, Gavin Russell, and Teddy Ball kicking some tail down there. We'll take a quick break to thank our sponsors at halftime and then go to Uftring Tournament Central.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Welcome back here to Raymond Torrey Gymnasium. We're going to send it down to Uftring Tournament Central, Automall Tournament Central with Gavin.
Welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Alongside me is Chris Weaver. Chris, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Chris, you are a bit of a big part of this tournament, I think. You know, the fan experience, getting the players involved. So kind of explain to our audience, you know, what your role is here as far as helping the fans and the players go.
It's basically getting the players after they play over to the fan and autograph section to have them to interact with the fans on a more personal level. Fans like to be up close and personal, have their photographs taken with the players, autograph, book signed, stuff like that. Because if a player goes on to play on the collegiate level or the pro level, a fan can look back at that and have that as a memory. And it also gives the players a chance to interact with fans and gets them prepared to be on the collegiate level and do interviews, talk, radio, you know, or live on camera. So
about how many times, you know, throughout this tournament have you done this? Because we've had people come out to the tournament, you know, maybe they're watching at home tonight, but if they come out to the tournament, you know, you think that they'd want to be able to get involved. So tell people how they can get involved maybe next year.
So it's mainly after every game. Immediately after every game, I go to the coaches and we'll have them to send at least six players to do interviews or autographs and have their pictures taken and everything. So
certainly that's the case. And you know, you've been watching basketball for a long time. I'm sure you know you love coming out here. Talk about some of maybe your favorite memories of the tournament, maybe this tournament in particular.
Zion Williamson was a big one. I mean, that was an exciting tournament, and just recently having Emmanuel Hansel was really nice. I mean, he was here with a good group of kids, from Florida and put on a real spectacular show. So it was
And you
nice.
got a deal, and you mentioned that, I remember the crowds for him were huge. The
Big.
crowds this year have been huge. What's it take to, crowd control? You want everybody to be able to have the same experience, but what do you do to control that?
So during his time here, we actually set up barricades so we can have people come in through an entrance and exit out because the crowds were so big. So now we basically have a flowing system where fans can come through and everybody can get their pictures or their autographs taken that wants to.
That's very cool, and it's cool to see how this tournament has kind of evolved over the years with that, because you think about it, maybe the first time at that you weren't as prepared for the
exactly.
Now you're very prepared, so that's very cool to see.
Yes.
I know they tore it down for this
Right.
year, but I'm sure it'll be back next year as well.
Exactly. Bigger and better next year.
Bigger and better next year. We got a couple games left going on. We got one more half, and then the Washington game. I know it's going to be a packed house here. What are you looking forward to this Washington game?
Hopefully they can pull off a win for us. That would be great.
They got a tall task, though.
I know. I think it's going to be an exciting game. They might shock us.
Washington always tends to surprise me a little bit, because
Exactly.
even if maybe they're a little outmatched with the size, maybe they aren't as quick. I think that the thing that sets them apart, and maybe you'd agree, is the defense.
They do bring their D every game, seems like, and then they also have the home fan base in the stands, so that helps out a lot.
That crowd, the Orange Crush, the student section, I don't know if I've heard anything louder. I mean, you could be standing outside across the street and you can still hear it.
Yeah, it's loud.
Really one-of-a-kind atmosphere. Now, we'll kind of wind things down. We don't have any appearances left in the studio because the tournament's about to be over for this year, but we always want to tell people, hey, maybe you didn't get the chance to come out this year. Maybe you were traveling out of town for the holidays. Why would you encourage people to just try to find a way to stop by next year?
This is one of the top basketball tournaments in the country year after year. And if you've never experienced it, it would be great if you just come out and check it out. It's a lot of raw, good high school talent that plays in our tournament. And so come out and enjoy yourself.
Certainly, and the other thing is the KB Strong Foundation.
Yes.
They're probably going to be tearing down here pretty soon, but they still have some shirts left to sell. I know they sold out a lot of their shirts. That's just really cool. But if you're in the tournament here somewhere and you're watching on one of the TVs, make sure to get out your shirt before they're all gone, before they tear all the way down. KB Strong, a big part of it. And if you want to go online to the tournament's website, you can be able to find more about KB Strong there. Final thoughts, Chris, as we kind of head down the home stretch.
It's been a great one, and we're looking forward to doing a bigger and better one next year.
Certainly.
And thank you to everyone that came out and supported this year.
Indeed. 18th annual, look forward to 19, and certainly a couple of years from now, I'm sure 20 will be really, really big. So that's going to about wrap things up here for this tournament appearance. We only got a couple times left in the Upstring Auto Group studios, but we appreciate you sticking with us. We got another half of basketball to play for Chris Weaver and Gavin Russell. We'll send it back up to the booth now. All right, we're all good.
All right.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate you.
Thank you for doing
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back to the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions here at Washington Community High School. Joey Wright and Jeff Little with about a minute left until the second half. It's been a good one so far between Gray Collegiate and Hoover in the championship game of the 2023 City of Washington Invitational. Jeff, I feel like we've talked a lot about Hoover and Dwayne Brown, but we've got to give Gray Collegiate their flowers. Hanging in there despite being down a good portion of the first half, tying it up late, and Gray Collegiate headlined by a terrific player in Trayvon Maddox. This is going to be a heavyweight title fight to the finish, as you'd want the championship game.
Absolutely, and I think it was an 18-10 game with Brown controlling it inside, and Gray took a timeout, and from then on, outscored him 12-4 through the rest of the second period to tie this thing up here at 22. So, like you said, championship game, you would expect a close game, well played. So, I would think Hoover, like you said, we've seen them, you and I have seen them more than we have Gray, but Salim London really offensively hasn't been as big of a factor as he was in the other games that we saw him. So I would think he'd be somebody, if he gets going here in the second half, will help Hoover, maybe gain control.
22 up after a half. Balanced scoring for Gray. You look at the 5 on the floor. 3 points for Taekwon McDuffie, pardon me. 5 points for Trayvon Maddox. 5 points for L.J. Britt. 2 points for Ellis Graham. And 5 points for Braylon Thomas. A little bit less balanced in Hoover's scoring column. The 5 on the floor, only 3 have scored. 6 points for Seneca Robinson, 2 for Salim London, 14 a game high for Dwayne Brown. Gray for the lead, and a free throw falls, and the War Eagles back out in front. It's Braylon Thomas.
Yeah, their first lead for quite some time here for Gray Academy.
24-22, 30 seconds gone by here in the half. And a rare deficit now for Hoover. Gray nearly forcing a turnover, but Hoover's going to get back. London's in the right place at the right time. It's out of bounds. And chasing after that one, Taekwon McDuffie.
Good hustle, both teams. The ball gets poked away and looked like Gray's coming out of there with it. Gets poked away again, and that, I wouldn't call that careless play. I would call that more great hustle by both defenses.
Seneca Robinson up across the timeline now, and both these teams well coached. Scott Ware, interviewed him on the sidelines a couple of times this week. Dion Bethea for Gray Collegiate. 2 well-coached teams. I was just getting ready to say, haven't seen a lot of calls. There's one there on Brown's way up, but not a lot of foul calls. Pretty clean game, and a lot of good hustle from this one.
But you see Gray there in that situation. They have Ellis Graham matched up inside on Brown. They have him completely playing in front of the offensive player, and they're getting backside help there. And that time Maddox got a little close, didn't give him room to make the turn, and drew the foul.
Brown up and in.
Better on this end than he was last night already.
That's right. He had a hard time shooting in front of the Orange Crush. Now 15 points for Brown, continuing a great game. It was almost all in the second half for him yesterday off there, but I believe going into halftime yesterday against Washington, only 2 or 3 points for Brown before he woke up and turned on the Jets in Hoover's big win.
I think that's one there. If Graham had taken that up strong, he probably would have drawn the foul, but he kind of tried to shoot the reverse and doesn't get the call.
Over London off the glass, no, and Brown
draws the help. We talked about this a little bit in some other games where the defense has to help on dribble penetration. It makes the rebounding that much tougher, and against a good rebounder like Brown, he cleans up with an offensive putback.
Here's Maddox. Now they go to Braylon Thomas. Thomas kicks it out. A 3 in the corner, short. And Brown the rebound for Hoover.
You heard Coach Ware discuss being a little selfish with the ball. He felt at the end of the second period, and I'm sure that was addressed in the locker room.
Here's a rebound for Gray Collegiate. Up we go, and a layup. Count that one for Braylon Thomas.
Nice strong move, good left-handed finish.
26-25, now 7 points for Thomas. Leads all scorers for Gray. War Eagles back out in front here in the Washington Invitational title game. Brown the rebound. Brown up. Brown and a foul. Brown will go to the line.
Again, we've talked about this a little bit. Sometimes it's the big guys get the ball. It's not necessarily feeding the ball to him, passing the ball to him. Sometimes it's them going and getting it off the offensive board, and that's what Brown did there.
Jeff, how do you respond to maybe being undersized in the post? Undersized in a relative term. It's hard to match up with someone who's 6'9" with that frame, but is there anything you can do as a defender to try and contain that physicality?
It's about position, but Hoover does such a good job reversing the ball, so you get yourself in position when the ball's on your side, but the minute they reverse the ball quickly, he's such a big, strong kid. He pins you, he seals you off, and it makes it very, very difficult. I think that's where you saw Washington, undersized, do it with a variety of people. They gave a lot of help and sagged off and took away those reversal opportunities.
Thomas off the mark, and here is Fairley up. Fairley, now London drives, or Thomas, pardon me, drives and brings it out. London out top. 26 up, 4:45 here in the third. And here's Fairley. Fairley up to London. London off the block and lays it in.
Nice move. Gray in a little bit of a switching man-to-man, but no one came out to get London at the point, and he just took it strong to the basket.
Here's McDuffie. McDuffie over to Carr. Here's L.J. Britt. Britt over Brown, although Brown retreated, and a whistle and a foul away from the shot.
I think Thomas was trying to go behind him, and he thought that he was going to, the offensive player was going to take another step in, and he didn't. And then gets a contact on the jumper. Coach, I'm sure, is not happy about that foul.
And Britt off on his first. If you're new to Illinois basketball, boy, I've said that line a lot this week, Jeff. We've talked about it ad nauseum throughout the week, but if this is your first game of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, a rule change in Illinois this year. No longer is the 1-and-1 bonus in play. Instead, it's now 5 fouls in a quarter, and you're in the double bonus. And we've seen that impact some game plans in this one. A layup, and Thomas can't finish. Second chance, no. Tipped back, and Tyquan McDuffie up across the timeline now for the War Eagles.
Britt with a nice play on the defensive end, tips that ball away. I'm sure that Grace thinks they should have gotten the 2 points out of that, but we'll see what they can do with the second opportunity.
Down low, and Brown shovels ahead. Brown, and taking some off the top is Garrett Fairley, and he knocks it down. Hoover by 3, 30-27.
I think that's Fairley's first basket of the night, if I can see the board correctly. And he's a big factor in their game last night against Washington. He was a good offensive player from the perimeter.
Whereas, and this is Spark Notes, but whereas yesterday it was more of the perimeter and less Dwayne Brown for Hoover, their attack has been more Brown, less of everyone else. Brown, good defense there, one-handed rebounds, and Maddox contesting him there. They both get back up the floor. London wants a 3, and he's got it.
Now that drive to the basket may have given him the confidence and seen that, hey, I can get a ball in the basket too. But you heard Coach Ware address that at halftime during the interview. He said, hey, this team's trying to guard him one-on-one, and if teams are going to do that, we're going to get him the ball. Teams haven't done that to this point in the tournament, made it tough, so the perimeter guys have been more of a focal point of the offense.
L.J. Britt for a 2 wouldn't go, but contact on the second chance, and a free throw on the way for Darius Carr, who's been a nice piece for the Eagles here in the second half. It's Carr's first bucket, but he's gotten a lot of touches. And in comes Jaden Gerald back to the game. Jackson Sheffield's back in, and this is the first time we've seen Caleb Williams, I believe, for Hoover tonight.
Yeah, I think so too. He played some minutes last night in the Washington game and contributed for Hoover.
Caleb Williams, not a bad name for an athlete. USC quarterback. Here's Salim London. London going to drive, and London lays it in.
And like we said, he's been a factor in all the games of theirs that I've seen, and he's starting to heat up here in the third quarter a little bit.
Out to the corner, 3 on the way, off the mark, won't go for Jaden Gerald, and Hoover up we go. Hoover to London, London drives, London kicks it out, and
last touch by Gray on the tip.
And so London will inbound, and it goes to Fairley.
London with another 3.
He was lethal from beyond the arc last night, heating up now. 12 points for London after a quiet first half, relatively. And now here's Gray. Gray, here's Thomas. Thomas with a drive, attacks, and it was tipped out of bounds, deflected. Minute 33 left. Hoover by 9. Gray facing its largest deficit of the night here. How important, Jeff, is this possession for the Warriors?
Oh, it's key. I mean, get a bucket here and maybe get a stop on the other end. And you know, we saw them come back from that 8-point deficit in the first half, and I'm sure they will have confidence they can do it again.
Gerald down low, Carr no, and a foul. Carr has 2 free throws.
Sheffield draws that one inside. A great pass inside. Getting the ball in there, draws a foul.
First won't go for Carr, a senior. Great Collegiate, school of 670. Hoover, nearly 3,000 students call Hoover High School home. Off the mark from Great Collegiate.
Carr's done a nice job of helping being a post defender here off the bench for Gray. He's knocked down those free throws. We talked about, you know, coming back from behind. You need all of those points with the clock stopped that they're going to give you an opportunity to get.
Here's London, and London dribbles through. London drives. London can't score. Rebounds hauled in by L.J. Britt. And a 3 on the way. Too strong from Hunter McGraw. Up go the Bucks. Salim London chugs ahead. London to Caleb Williams. Over now to Salim London. London. Brown going to work down low. Tries to tip it in and can't. And it's hauled in finally by Great Collegiate Darius Carr. And the War Eagles, Jeff, should they hold for the last possession here?
I don't think so.
Well, they won't. Carr the rebound. Carr up on Brown. No, and Sheffield, pardon me, but Sheffield brings in the rebound. Sheffield and Brown are on the floor together. 9 seconds left for Hoover. Let's see. To make it a double-digit lead. Here's London with a second left. Oh, he pulls up and drops it down. Salim London for 3. 41-29 entering the fourth.
I think if I'm right, that's a 13-point quarter just for him. Hold Gray to 7 points there in that quarter. A good defensive effort by Hoover, and you know, Gray will address that here, and I expect them to make a run at them here in the fourth quarter because they like we said in the first half, they were down 8 and came all the way back to have a lead here at the beginning of the third quarter.
41-29, 8 minutes to play. We'll take a quick word for our sponsors, starting with Jake Weston State Farm. Jake Weston played for Coach Kevin Brown here at Washington High School. There's information there for you on the screen. Jake Weston, we appreciate his support. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. Thanks to Sefcu Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the KBMTOC. Caps is the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBMTOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Great atmosphere, great food. PJ Hare and the City of East Peoria crowd supporters as well. Washington Invitational title game at Raymond Artori. Jim, Joey Wright and Jeff Little hanging out with you. And Jeff, some work to do for Gray here, down by 12 with 8 to play.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think you've seen Brown maybe getting a little bit tired, but London really heated up there in the third quarter and gave to some of that perimeter shooting that we kind of expect to see out of Hoover. So Hoover starts with their big lineup here. Pass out of bounds off of Brown's hand. Try to get it to him off that ball screen and roll.
See if Gray can capitalize on the first mistake that Hoover makes here in the fourth. They've got to go quick.
Score on every stop. That's the key. When you get a stop, make sure you get a basket in those possessions.
Crucial one here for the War Eagles. Thomas going to drive and brings it out. And Thomas to McDuffie. McDuffie now over to L.J. Britt and over to Braylon Thomas. Thomas dribbles out. 10 seconds on the shot clock.
Thomas trying to take Brown one-on-one. He kind of got him on the perimeter. Probably has a quickness advantage, but definitely not the size advantage.
And the Buccaneers win that battle. Here's London. London over to Brown, short on the three. And now the War Eagles driving, pulling up, not dropping that one down, but the rebound cleaned up, and there's a score for Ellis Graham.
Great hustle by Ellis Graham, runs the floor. I don't know that was a shot Coach Ware wanted last time. Trip down for Hoover, having Brown take that three from the corner.
Salim London for
I think
three.
He'll like that one, though.
That's a big response from Hoover as Gray had cut it down to 13 points, 44-31. And now it's L.J. Britt. Britt over to Taekwon McDuffie. L.J. Britt out top.
Something about those big guys, when they just get out behind the line and they're open, they think that's a green light.
Taekwon McDuffie out top, L.J. Britt. Britt down low, now a spin and a score from Braylon Thomas.
See Gray kind of extending their pressure here a little bit. 1-2-2 zone last time from Hoover, and a good spin move in the lane there by Thomas.
44-33, Salim London now the ball in hand. London over to Brown, Brown to Sheffield, going to work. Sheffield can't finish, gets his own rebound, it's loose, and London comes flying in, off the mark. And Gray with an opportunity to cut it back to single digits, a drive and a score, and Gray Collegiate makes it a 9-point game. It's L.J. Britt.
Great hustle, good job making it. Sometimes you get the ball in the block and they think, oh, that's automatic, you'll make it. They keep battling and then get the ball tipped out of there and come down and get a fast break basket. Like you said, now down to single digits, so 5.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time for Gray to come back into this game.
It's Fairley and Thomas and Sheffield, and now over to Salim London. London over to Jarrett Fairley. Fairley going to throw over to Brown.
Brown a little more on the perimeter here with this big double lineup inside to Brown there as he rolls after setting the screen, and he draws the foul.
Brown is fouled to the line for 2. Heck of an effort tonight from Brown, who is tied for the lead now among all scorers with 18 points. Salim London, his teammate, has caught him in that regard. Brown at the line for 2 more here. Let's see. And he got the first.
Third foul there on Ellis Graham. Ellis has done a good job guarding him. Similar height, but definitely difference in their builds.
Sheffield and Brown. Brown a little bit slimmer. Sheffield a little more defined. Both move well for their size, though, and both when they're on the floor. That's such a tough matchup to scheme for, and count that one a 2. How about this? Trayvon Maddox.
He's been quiet here in this second half. I mean, only 7 points for the team in the third quarter, and getting him going would be a key for Gray to get back in this.
Brown missed it. Rebound brought in by Fairley, and Fairley takes a little off the top and scores.
Nice move in the lane by the little guy. He gets it up over the defense and in.
4:30 to play. In the third, that is. Or the fourth, pardon.
Britt with a 3 off the screen, off the mark.
Here's London dribbling, spinning. Big possession for Hoover here as Gray continues to trade baskets. War Eagles and Buccaneers going at it for the Washington Invitational Championship. And here's London. London over to Austin Dudley. Dudley kicks it out. Dudley looking and finding Salim London. London down to Brown. Brown can't score, but he's fouled. And Brown's done a nice job drawing contact tonight.
Yeah, and he's looking like he's getting a little bit tired, but he's had so many opportunities. And you know, every opportunity is because of the physical play of him sealing off defenders and you know, they're hanging and banging, and not all of them are getting called, but that one does, and see if he can make a couple free throws.
Brown at the line, got it, and it's a 12-point game. Usually you want to foul the center, right? The power forward, not historically as good at the line, but Jeff, I feel like in today's game you've almost got to be a good free throw shooter anywhere you play on the floor.
Well, absolutely, because I mean that or you're not going to be in at the end of a close game. Steal there by London.
London driving, London scoring, and it's a 14-point game. That's not to say it hasn't always been beneficial to be a good free throw shooter.
Oh, absolutely, but I mean the coach has to take you out in a close game when teams start to foul. Now, with the two-shot foul, eliminating the bonus, is it different? We've seen less of that fouling at the end of games because it resets the shot clock and all that. Maybe in the regular season, teams will go back to that fouling, you know, when they're behind to stop the clock. So, you know, when you're not a good free throw shooter, the coach has to put in people that can, you know, it's a situational. Maybe you'll be in on defense, but you'll be out on offense and that kind of thing. And, you know, nobody likes to come in and out of games if you're a player. You want to be out there, especially at the end of the game, so you can be out there with your teammates to celebrate a victory. So.
And a whistle. And coming up a little lame there. We'll hope that LJ Britt is okay. Jeff, without editorializing too much, that's why I was a little sad to see the 1-and-1 bonus go, because it felt like that incentivized making free throws and being a good free throw shooter late in games. And now just having the double bonus, it seems like you kind of lose that.
I remember, and this will age me, but I remember sitting with my grandfather watching an ABA game, and they had the 3-for-2 rule. And he would say, well, you don't have to be very good to make only 2 when you get 3 to shoot them. And, you know, the bonus was like that. It was one of those where, you know, you had to make the first to get the second. It wasn't given to you.
Salim London knocks that free three down. Yeah. And London having a nice game. Leads all scorers with 23.
And you see the difference in the Hoover team when he's out there playing the way he is. When he plays the way he is, you know, it makes them so much more effective, both you know, inside and outside on the offensive end.
Maddox brings it ahead for Gray Collegiate. Looks like Hoover has this one pretty well in hand, the Washington Invitational Championship game. 54-37. Let's see if Gray has one last gasp left. But even so, to overcome this deficit, 17 points in 2:15. A tall order. Here's a 3 from Maddox. Off. And Brown the rebound, and that ought to ice it if it wasn't iced already, although there's a turnover on a football pass to Jarrett Fairley.
Those are the kinds of things when you're watching film that coach will probably stop and say, what are we doing? We're ahead by 17. We've got the clock. We want to run some clock. You know, if you got a breakaway layup, that's one thing. But, you know, you want to take your time there and be sure, not throw it out of bounds.
By the way, we'll keep it right here in the gym between contests. 2 minutes until the end of this one. There's a check presentation before the Washington game. So much money being raised for the KB Strong Foundation. There's a 3 that falls for Jaden Gerald.
Nice sequence there, Gray. Screened the bottom of that 1-2-2 zone and got a wide open shot in the corner there and made it.
Hoover now and Fairley. By the way, that was Gerald's first basket of the game. Good to see him into the scoring column. Hoover leaves one short there. Elijah Thomas, and Gray chugs ahead. And how about that? Rattles in off every surface. Maddox with a 2 and a timeout.
Shooter's touch there, and he's had some good looks today. I mean, he hasn't got a large volume of shots, but I mean, you could tell why he's on that list of schools with North Carolina and Kansas and so on. I mean, you know, he can play the game, and you know, you may be a high volume guy at the high school level, but when you go to those kinds of schools, everyone else at their school has been a high volume guy, and they just don't have those opportunities. So, showing that you can do it, getting 7, 8, 10 shots is really key.
54-42, minute 15 left here in the fourth. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. We'll keep it right here in the gym between games. No studio. 75 seconds left in the fourth. Joey Wright and Jeff Little. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. As we wrap up this Thanksgiving weekend. Good one coming up next. Victory Christian and Washington. Two teams maybe a little better than their 1-2 records suggest. Tough competition, of course, here this week. Host Panthers and the Storm. I have that next for you on ClutchSportsIL.com. 1 minute left, and what a performance from Hoover. Two great players in Trayvon Maddox and Dwayne Brown, but it's going to be Brown who wins this battle until they meet again, perhaps on the college court.
Absolutely. And you never know, these kinds of teams maybe meet in a shootout somewhere else, later in the season, meet in a shootout at Christmas time or something like that, possibly.
And a layup as the shot clock expires, and a foul called there by London.
Salim London, so good going to his left and finishing that. And kind of gets grabbed as they're trying to stop him from getting all the way. Shot clock running down, and not only does it shot clock not get stopped, but he gets the basket in.
5 fouls now for Ellis Graham. He's fouled out for Gray. And a free throw falls now from London. 15 points. Jeff, what catches your eye in what I believe would be the 5th place game of the Washington Invitational, right? Washington and Victory Christian.
Well, like you said, Joey, I mean, those two teams are 1 and 2, but we talked about this so much during this tournament. You come to a tournament like this to find out about your team, to learn some things that'll help you later in the season. And I'm sure both teams feel that way, but they'll feel a lot better coming out of this next game, 2 and 2 instead of 1 and 3.
London a layup, 17 points, off on the Gray 3. That's the ball game. Brown throws it ahead to Fairley, and that's all she wrote. A 59-42 win. Hoover takes down Gray and wins the Washington Invitational in 2023. These teams making a long trip here to Washington, Illinois, and it is Gray Collegiate with bragging rights, or Hoover, I should say, with bragging rights at the end.
Good game for a championship game. Kind of the 17-point spread doesn't really indicate the quality and the closeness of the game. I mean, Hoover kind of went on a little bit of stretch as Salim London heated up there in that third quarter, and they were able to withstand a little bit of a push at the beginning of the fourth and hold on for the victory here and actually spread it back out to a 17-point deficit.
Congratulations to Hoover on the Washington Invitational Championship. We'll keep it right here in the gym for post-game trophy presentation and All-Star Awards, and then we'll keep it here for a check and join you back in a few minutes for the Panthers and the Storm. Joey Wright and Jeff Little. Jeff, let's do it again shortly.
Absolutely.
Stick around, folks.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Hit thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, Divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Central Illinois, we're going to overtime.
After 4 years of preps coverage in Central Illinois, Clutch Sports Media is ready for a new era. CSM Overtime.
What is CSM Overtime? We're going beyond the broadcast to give you in-depth coverage of your teams.
Your stories.
Your stats and standings.
Your highlights and action shots.
With your subscription, you'll get to see news and feature stories from all sports, up-to-date stats from around the area, and thoughtful analysis from our team of experts.
As for our broadcast and social media coverage, it's only getting better.
With your support of Clutch Sports Media Overtime, we'll continue to grow our free broadcast coverage with more sports, more games, and more innovation.
And thanks to our partnership with Too Efficient Media, your social media feeds will be filled with Central Illinois' best sights and sounds.
CSM Overtime will also give you access to full galleries from some of the most talented photographers and videographers in our region.
As the new season approaches, it's time for more.
More action.
More stories.
More coverage of all Central Illinois sports. It's Clutch Sports Media Overtime.
Welcome to Torrey Gymnasium. I'm Charlie Shermorn. Before we get going here, we're going to guide you through some of the awards that just happened before a quick check presentation. MVP Hoover, first off, took the victory over Gray Collegiate Academy. The War Eagles, Buccaneers, come out on top.
Yeah, that was a big win, Charlie, as myself, Jonathan Michael here, joining Charlie in the booth. We're going to keep things here for a big check presentation. One of the best parts here of this tournament, get to see how much money KB Strong Foundation, all the great donations that they were able to raise during this tournament.
We can see lots of notable figures out there. One being Scotty.
The janitor, yeah.
The janitor, Scotty, they let him out there.
Who, Charlie, in case you're just tuning in, Charlie, you had a great interview with him. Really just epitomized the working spirit of all these great people putting this tournament on.
Exactly.
You know, from the tournament directors all the way down to the people cleaning it up, and you know, they really just do this because they want to honor Kevin Brown's legacy, and doing so right here is Eric Schermerhorn.
I don't know that guy at all.
Sure.
Unfortunately, although I'm going to recruit them right now, two of these volunteers are retiring at the end of the year. Mrs. Thurston and Mr. Noblock, who leads a group of board members and committee members, have invited you back full-time for next year, so you're back on board. So to Victory Christian, to Hoover, to Collegiate Academy, to the other teams that all visited, and they got to hear the story of how this all started. We just sat in the back room and talked non-stop about TOC members and how much we were welcome to be the TOC and not the KBM TOC. And coaches networking, and coaches positivity, and coaches challenging, and his competitiveness is popping all over this tournament. Every single team that comes in now, I feel like has a cool story of how competitive they are. But this is the coolest part. The KBM TOC is going national because of the integrity of been overwhelmed with something that we do not want to be overwhelmed with. In the past 2 months, KB Strong has met at 5 points. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times. We have met 5 local people in the last 2 months that have been diagnosed with glioblastoma right here in our backyard. That's a high school now that's lost a Spanish teacher. That's a high school that's now lost a basketball coach. It is currently a basketball program that has a player with a grandfather that's been diagnosed with glioblastoma that lives here in Washington. It is a visiting school that has a father-in-law that passed away of glioblastoma. And the reason we're here is to provide a warrior fund for anybody that's going to need the support. Because out here we're a group of people that were migrants outside for 10 months. And I'm going to tell you right now, it was the most challenging thing I've ever experienced in my life. And a warrior fund is a small way just to say, we got your back. But the biggest thing is, it would be hard to imagine going to a doctor, sitting down in a chair, being diagnosed with cancer, and then the next words out of their mouth is you have a 0% chance of living. So you sitting in the bleachers, us about ready to compete on the floor, needs to be put in absolute perspective. This is bigger than basketball. This can make a difference. And I pray that someday, one of these guys that plays on this basketball court, like your number 2 coach, when he plays at a higher level someday, I hope he takes this charge on. I hope this becomes his charge. I hope he gets on the national platform, because if we can beat glioblastoma, you're going to take out a lot of other cancers too. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all of our check. The presentation from the KBM-TOC and KB Strong is $75,000 this year. And last but not least, we have been so blessed that in our own backyard, this can't be coincidental, that OSF is building the premier cancer center in the world. And if you haven't noticed, OSF understands that KB Strong and the KBM-TOC is endurance. It is not going away. We are competitive, and our friendship and our relationship will grow. And for those 5 warriors of the future, it's our hope that someday they go to the cancer center and the cure happens right there. So thank you to OSF, thank you to all of our sponsors, and let's have a great night of basketball.
Charlie, I know you said that, joked before, you didn't know that guy, that being your father, Eric Schermerhorn. I'd be very proud to know him, a very moving speech from him about just the impact of glioblastoma and what the KB Strong Foundation does. I mean, wow, never fails to stir up the emotions, hear how glioblastoma, a rare but aggressive form of brain cancer, can affect a community like Washington. Glioblastoma, obviously, like you said, 0% chance of survival at the moment, but lots of reasons for hope. OSF, title sponsor of this great tournament, building a state-of-the-art proton beam therapy unit. It's going to be one of the most advanced cancer units in the world. And it really shows this tournament is just bigger than basketball.
Certainly. See, I got to interview a OSF worker the other day on the new OSF Healthcare Center, and I can just tell you right now that for somebody who actually wants to go into the medical field someday, that it makes me happy, because I was able to hear about new research and new treatment options that are available for these terminal illnesses. And at the moment, you said 0% survival rate. It's something great. OSF, $75,000, or rather KB Strong, $75,000 raised. And every single cent of it, every single penny, going to such a great cause.
Certainly, and I mean, every time that check is presented, it's just great to see how much money is able to be raised. And obviously, you can be part of that as well. You can visit kbstrongfightingthefight.org. There's information and resources about it on the TOC website as well. Lots of great ways that you can help, especially around here.
And yeah, with that, I think the donating is just a small gesture towards fighting such a great fight. Even by just supporting us here at the TOC, buying a ticket, going to the website, watching the games. Every single thing counts towards this fight.
It certainly does, and a great point made by Eric Schermerhorn as well. He said that, these basketball players, if they move on to the next level, like for example, we're gonna see LJ Cason here for Victory Christian Academy. He'll be playing at Florida Atlantic next year. Schermerhorn he said, hey, when he's on at the next level and hopefully get national attention, which he certainly can at Florida Atlantic. That's a very good basketball program. LJ Cason, a very good player. Lots of us are very good players at Washington as well that will certainly impact the world in, basketball, and also more ways than just basketball as well. But, those people that aren't able to have that national platform to, use it against, glioblastoma research, and we're very proud, very honored to be doing it here at the TOC. Just being able to broadcast every game, I know a lot of us were more on the sports side of things, but also it's great to hear from the studio as well. People like you and Michael Savoy, Teddy Ball, Gavin Russell, Joey Wright, talking to all these great people down in between the halftime and at the end of the games. Just so many great people here in this tournament. So
for sure, maybe just maybe somebody in here is going to be the one who finds a cure. Maybe somebody in here.
It could be you, Charlie. It could be you. You want to go in the medical field. That's a little bit too advanced for me. I would never survive in there, but certainly have great appreciation for all those that do. So, Charlie, you're obviously very inspiring to hear your story as well, and maybe how this possibly carved a future career path for you. I know you have very talented broadcaster, camera operator, you name it. Charlie can do it, but it's great to be able to want to take your talents to, I guess, the next level, so to say. Yeah. There's certainly a lot more smarter people at OSF than here at Clutch Sports Media. But anyway, we'll get things going for this game. Victory Christian Academy and Washington, as is tradition. The Washington game, always the final one here of the tournament. I'll take on a very talented Victory Christian team who is a 1-2 at the moment. They came onto the scene, a great win against Metamora to start the week. And since then, they've lost 2, but this team is not short on talent, Charlie. And we mentioned LJ Cason is the guy to watch, arguably one of the most electric players in this tournament.
Definitely. Yesterday, I don't think he missed for a span of maybe 15, 20 minutes. I mean, he was drilling threes from the white volleyball line. In high school, it's almost unheard of. Certainly a very talented and skilled player. They're not the only ones. 33 Thought Gall certainly plays.
He's a versatile big.
He's very, he can shoot the ball. He's athletic. He's quick. He can pass. He can do it all. You name it. Also very talented on the defensive end. Getting stops, blocking shots, you name it.
Yeah, we'll have Joey Wright and Jeff Little in the booth for that one as they will return to the booth here shortly. But for the moment, Jonathan Michael here and Charlie Schermerhorn, Victory Christian Academy out of Lakeland, Florida. I want to give a big shout out to them for making the trip. Not easy to do so, such a far distance away, especially on Thanksgiving weekend. We're been very glad to have them here, and also very glad to see the Washington Panthers as well. They're obviously the staple of this tournament. Let's talk a bit about the Panthers, Charlie. Pretty good outings from them so far this week. They also started with a win earlier in the week. They beat St. Lawrence pretty well. That was a very impressive outing for the Panthers, who the Vikings are hailed as one of the top 3A teams in the state. Washington beat them with a pretty solid margin. Can't remember the exact score. I don't know, you might because you're the head coach's son.
No, not sure, but I do know one thing. That was maybe one of the best shooting performances I have seen from the Panthers ever. Guys like CJ Duncan, I believe he finished the night off with 23, 24, somewhere in that range amount of points. Shot the three ball extraordinarily well. Also Andre Lewis and Javon White. Javon, the younger brother of former Washington player Jamari White. He shot the ball really well. But moving on in those Washington games, seeing young guys like Luke Kaminsky. Yeah. Yesterday he played. Personally, I know Luke. He's a great shooter. I think he finished with 10, 13 points yesterday. Shot once again amazing. So one of the things the Panthers need to do tonight is shoot the ball. They need to be efficient from the arc.
Certainly, and you mentioned all these sort of new faces. Obviously, guys like Andre Lewis, Javon White were contributors last year, but this is a team that is, obviously, filling some holes from last year. Obviously, you had guys like Jake Stewart leave, a great point guard for them. Jamari White was a very great big man for them down low. He was a little bit of a smaller big, but he certainly made quite the impact. So you got guys like Andre Lewis, Javon White, CJ Duncan, though. If I had to pick a player to watch, it'd probably be him. He can really light it up from behind the arc. I know him from, he was a golfer on Washington's golf team this past year. And
that he was.
Can get it done the hardwood as well. I know there's a lot of athletes out there that can play golf and basketball. For whatever reason, the skill set just translates. And
CJ has a lot of talent in many different things. CJ also can score it inside. CJ is also a great defender. He's got super long arms, enabling him to be able to block shots, not let defenders by him. Certainly do it all. I believe he did have a pretty good golf season this year, as John mentioned earlier, that it just translates maybe. I know a few basketball players who were also golfers back in the day that played under Coach Kevin Brown. So maybe John, maybe there just is a translation between golf and basketball.
Yeah, I'm not really quite sure what it is. I personally played golf and basketball. I wasn't particularly good at either one, although I'm a little bit better at golf than I was at basketball. The fact that I'm 5'9" doesn't really help as much in basketball. It doesn't really matter quite as much in golf. But anyway, back to the Panthers. You also have DeAndre Jackson. He's looking for a bigger role this year for sure.
Definitely. DeAndre last year still played a little bit, not as many minutes as he's getting this year. You see guys like DeAndre getting big stops, especially against Dwayne Brown last night, as he was given the task, rather the other night, he's given the task of defending Brown. DeAndre's sort of a dark horse, maybe I would say, on this team.
Sure.
He's starting to prove himself. The other day he hit a few threes, which not a lot of big guys like DeAndre known for. He's not the tallest of sorts to play the 4 and 5 position on the court, but certainly he is strong and he's quick.
He certainly is. He's definitely a breakout candidate, but all this, we talk about Washington players. The big man in the middle is going to be very important for them. Braden Vanderheit, he can go down low. Only at 6'4" again. Another voice crack there. It's been a long week covering basketball. This is the final game of the TOC. Glad you've been with us the whole entire time, and maybe just for this game on Clutch Sports Media. We've been very happy to bring it to you. But back to Braden Vanderheit, Charlie. Again, a little bit, he plays the center for the most part for Washington. A little bit of an undersized center compared to some teams.
No.
But again, very versatile player, and he can about shoot the three ball as well.
Once again, Braden is the younger brother of Devin Vanderheit, who's actually playing college basketball at Lewis University. Devin's had a pretty good season, but Braden kind of reminds me of Devin in the way. He's a little bit shorter than Devin, but he's starting to prove that he can shoot the ball, that he's strong. Two factors that Devin also played with a lot. And Braden's also proved himself that he can bring the ball up the court. the other day against Hoover, when the Washington guards were pressured, you saw Braden Vanderhyde come up and get the ball and take it down court. Certainly a key element for this Washington Panthers team.
Certainly is, and you know, Charlie, this is one of the last times we'll have to kind of recap the tournament. We'll take a quick break here and rise for our national anthem. We'll step aside here on Clutch Sports Media, come back. Again, Joey Wright and Jeff Little will be back in the booth shortly for Washington and Victory Christian.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the brave fires we watched, were so gallantly streaming. Hail the rockets ringing, the bombs bursting in air, yet prove through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of
And welcome back to Washington Community High School's Raymond Artori Gym. Joey Wright and Jeff Little in with you. Game 31 of 31, the final game of the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by OSF Healthcare. It's going to be a good one. The third place game in the Washington Invitational, brought to you by the City of Washington. Going to be a really good contest. Victory Christian has made the trip all the way from Lakeland, Florida to face the host Washington Panthers. Good crowd on hand as we pass 8 o'clock on this Saturday night in Central Illinois. And Jeff, when we look at this game, first of all, why don't we address maybe the elephant in the room? Washington's pod of the Washington Invitational, 3-0 against Victory Christian's pod. Victory Christian's got some talent. They could change that tonight, although Washington looked good in its lone win against St. Lawrence.
Absolutely, and you know, every team in this tournament is good, and to be 3-0 today, you know, this pod, this pool for the Washington Invitational, you know, it playing better, maybe fresher, whatever. But you know, that's not going to mean anything to Victory. Victory's going to come out here and say, hey, we'll show something about our side of the pool as well. So, I expect a great game. Both teams really going to get after it on the defensive end of the floor. Coach Schermerhorn's teams pride themselves on that. So here we go for the starting lineups.
And Victory Christian will be introduced first. We've seen a few color-on-color uniform matchups. This one maybe, I don't want to say challenging, will be all right, but interesting. Black versus gray, two dark colors contrasting against each other. Washington in the gray alternate uniform. Saw them wear orange earlier in the week, white, and now gray for the Panthers.
Well, and I know a couple times we've had situations where the scorekeepers on the score panel it says home and visitors, and when it's a Washington team, you know which team is home. But when it's two teams from other places, it's a little bit tougher. And they've mixed the score up, but it's always gotten squared around. And again, shout out to all those volunteers that were recognized between games for making this thing happen. All those guys down at the scorers table that announce and run the clock and run the shot clock and official book. And this is, it takes a village. You said it earlier, and the village gets bigger every year, I believe.
Washington takes so much pride in this event, as it well should. A lot of volunteers working very hard this week. We appreciate their help and efforts. Victory Christian, coached by Steve Fitzgerald, who joined us earlier in the week in Uftring Tournament Central, will line up like this. It'll be Tucker Fox lining up alongside teammates Jalen Dorsey, Quentin Wilson, there we go, Ethan Knox, and the man in the middle for I was reading Washington's numbers. That'll be L.J. Carson for Victory Christian, and he'll be joined by Tucker Fox, Jordan Lanier, Mike Andino, and Thok Gold for Victory Christian. The Panthers are being introduced now. We'll get to them, get back to the Storm in just a moment. But as you see, the lights are off for the Panthers, and Washington's lineup, similar to how it has looked so far this week. We will see. Washington, it'll be Andre Lewis, Javon White's not in the starting lineup. C.J. Duncan, James Johnson, DeAndre Jackson, and Braden Vanderheit. As I stumble through those lineups, Jeff, hopefully it's only up from here.
It's only because it's dark in here during the Panther introduction, and looks like that Coach Schermerhorn's inserted Andre Lewis into his starting lineup for Javon White here to start this one tonight. So other than that, the same four starters. So here we go. Let's have a good number 31.
Let's do it. It's been a good 30 so far. 31 promises to be just as good. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. By the way, for Victory Christian, the key player probably to keep an eye on for the Storm, couple of key players actually for Victory Christian in the 30 intriguing players list. L.J. Carson is a player we'll call a lot tonight. And he is actually the only Victory Christian player in the 30 intriguing players list. But he's an impact player for the Storm, and we're excited to see what he can bring.
Absolutely, and to be one of those players on that list, any player anywhere in that list, you've got the Dandy Dozen, then you've got those next 30. I mean, these are quality players. They're probably going to be all conference, all area, possibly all state, wherever, whether it's Florida, whether it's Illinois. So, just being recognized as that, doesn't mean you're going to play well, but it sure certainly makes you a star on the scouting report for your opponent, I'm sure.
Washington and Victory Christian ready to go, and we're underway here. DeAndre Jackson loses it out of bounds, and it'll be Victory Christian basketball here. No, C.J. Duncan for Washington. And Duncan inbounds to Andre Lewis. So as we settle into this one, Washington the other night, a good win against St. Lawrence. And St. Lawrence still getting through the football campaign. Their football season ended last night, but nevertheless, the Panthers look good in game one as James Johnson lays it in. And competed last night against Hoover in a game we called together, Jeff. Yeah. It was a close score at halftime. Hoover, very talented team, pulled away late.
As we saw, a very, very talented Hoover, Alabama team, and Castlin misses that long three. Their offensive rebound. Jordan Lanier takes it strong to the basket and draws a foul.
And Lanier to the line will shoot 2 free throws. Talked about it all week, but this is the first time we're seeing the new Illinois rules. 5 fouls in a quarter, you're in the double bonus. And I've got to imagine Eric Schermerhorn and his Washington Panthers probably not happy to see that first foul called 40 seconds into the game.
Well, that and, to make it a situation where it's a shooting foul. So, those first 5 are supposed to be hopefully out of bounds and get a chance to play defense. And yet here, Victory's got a chance to get themselves on the board with a free throw.
And the second falls from Jordan Lanier, the senior. Stands at 6'4", number 5. Had a nice tournament so far. Here's Washington, and Johnson a drive, can't finish. It's loose down low, and the Storm up ahead. It's Kaysen. Kaysen down to the corner. Lanier for 3, knocked it down.
Again, to start with, don't think we're going to have to worry about the shot clock situation.
Miscommunication there between Johnson and between Andre Lewis.
Johnson kind of picked that ball up awfully close to half court, and Andre Lewis tried to come and take the handoff to go behind and realized he had no room without getting the over and back.
Down low, off the mark there, but a nice job of Kaysen to bring it in. Kaysen dribbling, Kaysen stopping at the free throw line, and a kick out to Lanier. 4-3, and he got it. And Jacob Lanier looking good from downtown early on.
That one was a couple steps behind the line and really stretching the Panther defense here. They're going to continue to make those pass deflected there by Lanier. Panthers will maintain possession. Really see them, and again, we talked about this a little bit. When your offense gets going, it's easier to play harder on defense. And right now, you see Victory really getting up and shutting down wing passes and making every pass, every handoff difficult.
Out top now to Jackson. Jackson down to Duncan. Duncan to Johnson, pardon me. Tough to keep Johnson and Jackson apart sometimes. Vanderheit to Jackson. Jackson's no good, though. Good defense from Lanier. Early candidate for player of the game. And a 3 on the way. Short. Down low, Jackson catching up with it, and Jackson shovels ahead to Duncan. Duncan, and Vanderheit's open and lays it in. Here's LJ Kaysen.
Good recognition by C.J. Duncan to see Vanderheit wide open on the other end. Push the ball up and get an easy bucket.
3 on the way, and heat check there. Lanier cooling off a bit. Vanderheit quickly down. They don't find him this time. Not yet anyways. There's Lewis. Lewis had the over and back called earlier. Keeps it up there, and Jackson has it tipped away. C.J. Duncan sets inbound. Duncan going to be guarded by Lanier. Duncan inbounds, turnover. Look out. And there's a flush. Counted for LJ Kaysen.
I'm going to try to get a look at this defense that Victory's playing. I mean, they're really pressuring hard on the perimeter. I don't see Gall guarding anybody. Here he's out. There he just kind of drops back in the lane. He's going to guard the guy closest to the basket, it looks like. Kind of a switching man-to-man. Another turnover by the Panthers.
Lanier breaks loose and flushes it down. And a timeout called by Washington. 2, didn't get a chance, Jeff, to work it in, but that's 2 Legacy Solar slams in quick succession.
Yeah, I mean, in both plays off the defensive end, get it out and go, and athletic people who will do those kinds of highlights for us, and hopefully you get a chance to see those kinds of players. You've had a chance to come out these last 5 days and see in live, in person, these kinds of athletes. Quite a spectacle. I'm sure Coach Schermerhorn's talking about taking care of the ball. I'm guessing Victory's in sort of a switching man-to-man to kind of keep Thought goal around the basket to bother shots and be in rebounding position. And those other guys, their job just get out and extend the pressure and make everything tough and funnel everything to him.
11-4, and now Washington was down last night 9-0 to Hoover at one point before they stormed back. It was close at halftime. I think Hoover led by a point. I think it was 35 to 34 at halftime. But Washington, no stranger to early adversity here in the tournament. How do they dig out of this relatively small
same
hole?
Way they did last night. You know, they're going to start taking care of the ball. I mean, right now they're having trouble completing passes. They're throwing flat passes across the top. As you see, assistant coach Martin coming up telling kids, pointing, hey, we got to go look down the floor and not side to side. They're doing a great job of pressuring every pass that the Panthers are trying to make. So
heads up down there at the scorer's table, too. Almost caught a ball to the face down there. (11-4) is our score, and we've got a quick word here at the scorer's table. Officials going over something. Steve Fitzgerald, Eric Schermerhorn talking with their officials.
I think the shot clock situation that maybe didn't stop as the ball was coming directly at him. The backdoor cut by Javon White.
Here's White.
He goes up over,
and he got it.
Good move by the senior there, Javon White. Makes a great cut. Finishes strong at the rim.
Down low drive, taking a little bit off. Down low, a rebound for Victory Christian. Thought goal. And all the way to the rack and hanging on the rim there. LJ Kaysen has been all over the floor. And a foul on Washington.
Good offensive rebound, second chance opportunities. Now, how do you get back in the games? You don't give up second chance opportunities and you take care of the ball and get a good shot each time.
Free throw falls for LJ Kaysen. How about Washington's coaching staff? We've seen a few teams do this throughout the week, but Washington's coaching staff has the KB Strong shirts on tonight.
Absolutely. And, you know, Coach Schermerhorn, having been so close as an assistant, the assistant with Coach Brown, he gave us a nice reminder of what this tournament is all about, and he talked about the challenge and the competition, and what bigger challenge can you face than cancer? And Coach Brown battled it bravely.
Foul there on the way up for Braden Vanderheit, and he'll shoot two. A lot of great showing of support for Coach Kevin Brown this week. I know a couple of folks on our own crew are wearing KB Strong shirts today.
Absolutely, and he just touched so many people, and I even think back to, I had a daughter that was an art teacher here at the school that co-taught a study hall with Coach Brown, and she was just marveled at how he could relate to kids that weren't anywhere near the basketball program. I mean, they were just, they were students here at Washington High School, and he impacted their lives just the same as he did as players. So, that's just the quality of the man that we had here at Washington. Had the privilege of calling friend and coach and colleague.
Near short there. I would implore our viewers, throughout the week we've had so many great guests roll through our Upring Tournament Central studio show that you've seen between games and at halftime. There's Vanderheit for two. Almost all of the some 60 guests we've had down there this week as Washington brings in a rebound have had a Coach Brown story of some kind, an anecdote, or maybe just have heard so much about Coach Brown and have shared a little bit about his legacy. Those are on demand. They'll live on YouTube forever, so check those out. Even the likes of Brian Wardle and Brad Underwood have had something to share about Coach Kevin Brown this week. It's been a really kind of cool thing to see. Vanderheit now to Javon White, and it's out of bounds.
You see the Panthers, I think, on offense here with Victory's defense, where they're just kind of having a defender in the lane. They're trying to get if Braden Vanderheit gets matched up on them, they're going to have to come out and guard him. You saw that jumper that he hit in the last possession from the elbow that didn't come out and guard him, and he can make that.
Down low, won't go, and White keeps it in. Unfortunately, it'll go back to the Storm, and getting pretty physical down there. That's two hustle plays in a row for Javon White. Talking about Coach Kevin Brown, he would have liked that effort.
Absolutely.
Vanderheit out top now for Washington. And Lewis for three. Just a little bit short. Duncan can't bring in the rebound. Up go the Panthers. And a floater falls. Nice touch there. Taking a little bit off is Mike Andino, the senior. Here's Lewis. It's north of 2 minutes to play here in the first of 4 quarters that remain in the TOC.
As you see there, you just watch Gold stand and put himself in the lane. Anybody that comes to the basket, he'll attempt to guard. and he takes the closest guy. So he's on Jackson here. Jackson fades out to the corner. Goal comes flying at him, but that's the farthest he's been on the basket on the defensive end in quite some time.
Kevin Vanderheit going after that one, and the buzzer sounds.
And Goal will take a seat, so we'll see how Victory changes their defense here as number 32 comes in the game here for Victory. MJ McCollum.
LJ Kaysen, ball in hand. Lewis's screen. Kaysen shimmies right. Corner three passed up. Drive instead. And Victory Christian loses it out of bounds.
Panthers fortunate there that the ball hit the line because DeAndre Jackson was out of bounds and coming back in, and the ball hitting him as he's catching that in the air. That's going to be a violation. Will Martin in the game here for the Panthers brings it across. Again, it looks like the same sort of defense. Jackson left alone out there on the perimeter as McCullough doesn't even go out to guard him.
Will Martin hasn't played as a starter this season, but he's played good minutes in the Panthers' first 3 games. As Kaysen knocks in another one, and LJ Kaysen's been tough to contain. 6 points in on a lot of plays. Here's White out top for Washington. White lost it, Duncan gets it, or Martin gets it, pardon me. Martin dribbles out.
Again, you see them just not guarding Jackson on the perimeter, ready to cut, take any cutters that go to the basket. Javon White, strong cut, draws a foul.
White will go to the line, still seeking his first points. Pardon me, he's seeking his 3rd and 4th points of the contest. Not close to the bonus here in the first quarter, 2 fouls apiece. But on the shot here. Important free throws for Washington as they try to make it a single-digit game. And Washington, as it's off the mark, Jeff, you'd think would have, on paper, they'll have at least one more look. It might not be a great look, but even if Victory Christian ran it all the way down, Washington would have 2.8 seconds or so left, a little less than that on the rebound.
Yep. And you know, again, this is where the shot clock, it probably, you know, in most situations, most coaches without a shot clock say, hey, we're getting the last shot. But in this situation, you know you're going to have to take a shot, so do you take it with, you know, 15 or 20 seconds? My guess is they will, because they think they can put their stock in their defense, causing problems for the Panthers like it has so far.
Kaysen out top. Storm going to hold it for as long as they can. South of 10 seconds. Shot clock at 5, 4. Here's the shot. It's off. Vanderheit the rebound. Needs a heave. Vanderheit running. Floats one up, and he missed it. And Duncan's tip no good. And that's the first quarter. Vanderheit gave it a ride, but that's not something that was meant to be.
When you see how good he is. We've got a foul.
Vanderheit drew contact on that.
So.
How about? Keep it right here, and Vanderheit will go to the line.
I'm not saying he didn't get fouled up, but I didn't see him call it.
I didn't hear the whistle.
Yeah.
Well, the buzzer sounds, you know, it
be.
drowns out the whistle. Unfortunate miss for Vanderheit there on a free throw.
Good effort there by Braden. I mean, the shot goes up, and he got that with maybe, like we were talking about, 2-3 seconds. And you saw the senior made a great job. He looked up at the clock to see, and he knew he didn't have to stop to shoot. He could keep going. He took it all the way to the basket and drew the foul.
It's not a bad sprint there for Vanderheit. We'll take a quick pause to thank our sponsors, starting with Jake Weston, State Farm in Washington. Jake played for Coach Kevin Brown at Washington, and he's proud to support coaches and players across Central Illinois. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KBM Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. We'd like to thank Sefcu, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the KBM TOC. Caps is the official pre- and post-game stop of the Tournament of Champions. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Great atmosphere, great food. PJ Hare and the city of East Peoria as well. Joey Wright and Jeff Little in with you. 3 quarters to go in the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Great work all week by our entire Clutch Sports Media crew. A lot of long hours, a lot of long days, a lot of fun. And appreciate everyone's hard work here during this Thanksgiving holiday. Jeff, I know a lot of these Washington Panthers probably a little tuckered out as well. The players are so visible here throughout the gym this week too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Washington players are a big part of this. They do a lot. You know, I've seen them cleaning bleachers after games and everything else. You know, they're a big part of making this successful as well.
Early mornings, long nights.
And go out and play 4 tough games.
I know, yeah. And then on top of that, they've got to play some of the best teams from around the country. Washington playing for a little bit of bragging rights here in the what would be the 5th place game in the Washington Invitational. Washington's pod, 3-0 against Victory Christian's pod.
C.J. Duncan has to leave the game with his second foul here early in the second quarter. The talented juniors kind of held scoreless so far.
3 on the way, almost used the bank, and a second chance falls. Doc Cole.
Good ball movement there by Victory and a second chance opportunity. Like we said, if you're trying to come from behind, you can't. You got to take care of the basketball. Nice cut by Martin. His layup in, and he'll get a chance for a 3-point play.
Martin drops it down, and the crowd roars.
Good pass by Vanderhyde. If they're not going to guard, if somebody's just going to guard the rim, and then the Panthers are kind of running an offense, not a lot of screening, but you see a lot of cuts. They're feeding the ball into the post, and the post player's looking for cutters. You know, it's a good offense, and it'll be a way for them to get themselves right back in the game.
Martin, the free throw. Here's a drive. In trouble. Good defense from Washington, and Vanderhyde. How about that? It was last touched by Victory Christian. Jordan Lanier couldn't catch up with it.
Good effort by the Panthers. Andino got himself a little bit deep there and got hung up in the lane and creates a turnover.
Will Martin for 3. In and out. Lanier the rebound. Victory Christian now up the sideline.
Andino loses it again. Vanderhyde coming up with the loose ball in the lane.
Vanderhyde doing what he can on the defensive end. Jeff, you mentioned in the last game, you got to get a score anytime you get a stop, and Javon White takes notice. He lays it in.
Good effort by the senior there as he gets another one in. Cuts that lead to 6.
LJ Cason up the floor. Guarded by DeAndre Jackson, steps back, and what a move from Cason. Knocks it down.
Panthers push right away, attack the rim.
Martin now, see if he can respond. Martin drives right into traffic, pulls it out, and turns it over. Storm in transition. Oh, and a tough slip there. Glad everyone's okay, and it's just a travel. That could have been ugly.
Yeah. I mean, not only the person with the ball, but the defender coming. I mean, that's...
Wow, he went straight backwards on that.
Fortunately, he didn't hit his head is probably what saved him there, but...
And we'll shake that off and play on. Man,
yeah,
that could have been a lot worse.
Yeah. I don't think you or I would have jumped up that quickly.
No. And Jackson for 3. Off, and Martin can't get the rebound. Vanderhyde touched it last.
Kind of I don't know. I mean, I'll keep watching this. This defense is so intriguing by Victory because they're pressuring so much on the perimeter, but guys aren't being guarded. I mean, there are cutters wide open to the basket for the Panthers all the time. You see Vanderhyde there just crashing the board, not getting checked out. Almost came up with an offensive rebound.
Here's Cason, and now it's a goal. And Jalen Dorsey out to Cason for 3. That one's too long. Lanier's in the right place to rebound it and finishes at the rim.
Second chance opportunity puts the lead right back up to 9. Javon White has it knocked away.
Cason driving and pulls it back from White. A little bit of a miscommunication there. And all out of sorts is Victory Christian's offense there. I don't think Cason was expecting Tucker Fox to come in. I think Tucker wanted the handoff and ran right into the ball.
Yeah, Coach Fitzgerald's got to be, you get turnovers, get a steal like that, you want to get a shot out of it. I mean, you don't want to have a turnover and create it, turn it over yourself.
3 on the way. Washington answers. Luke Kaminsky.
We saw Luke do that.
Yeah,
We saw him do that last night. Came off the bench and made several big shots for the Panthers and starts off the same way tonight. Gall misses inside.
Now Vanderheit is fouled by Goal. And Washington will inbound as that's Victory's second foul. Lewis to Kaminsky. Does he have another one? In and out.
Oh, look good. He's on line.
Boy, Washington's had some great shooters here in years past. Kaminsky's another one of them, as there's a Jody Brown State Farm charge.
Sophomore sets his feet. Now tries to make a spin move and pushes off a little bit. Draws the offensive foul.
Jody Brown likes that one. Look at who Washington's had over the years, just since, there's some contact there. Kayson mixing it up with Johnson.
Good play by LJ Kayson. Had poked that away, and James Johnson did what he thought he needed to do. He just sort of grabbed him, otherwise we were going to have another highlight.
Lanier ready to inbound for Victory Christian. Nifty pass, Kayson to the rack, and a foul.
Good move by LJ Kayson. Great out of bounds play. Looked like Kayson, they set that up, was going to the backcourt to get the inbound pass. Busted with somebody from the weak side who flashes quick pass, and LJ Kayson on the pass goes back door.
Kayson at the hoop, and he got it.
You can see why he's on that top 30 list for sure here in the first half.
Kayson here in the first half, leading all scorers with 11 points. Tell you, Jeff, I looked around. It's the last game of the tournament. I'm just taking note of the lighting in here. It's not a lot of light up here in the booth or on the opposite side. All the lighting kind of concentrated on the floor. Almost feels like a theater of some kind.
There you go. Yeah, this is, Torrey Gym, I know I'm partial to it. It's got to be one of the better venues that you see. Steal by Kayson, he gets it up ahead.
And Lanier, a flush, one-handed. It's a Legacy Solar slam, and it puts Victory back ahead by 12. Great layout here at Washington,
yeah,
too.
As I was saying, this has got to be one of the better gyms, in Illinois. For these kind, a lot of good games have been played here on this court and in this gym, and a lot of history.
Always fun to get a good Mid-Illini Conference game in here during the regular season. Vanderheit ready to inbound. Just over halfway to halftime here in the second quarter. One more Offspring Tournament Central hit before we tear everything down and get out of here.
I'm sure you guys will have some well-deserved rest tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. Not a lot planned on my Sunday. It's been a great week here as Kayson spins, kicks it out, and a 3 on the way. Count that one from deep, Tucker Fox.
Good ball movement there by Victory. Swinging around, and Fox hasn't had a lot of opportunities. Knocks that one down.
Vanderheit for Washington.
Now this lineup for Victory is doing a little bit more of true guarding. They're doing a lot of switching and rotating, but they're doing a little bit more. They don't have one person around the basket with Gall not in there.
Vanderheit, pardon me, Jeff did a great job. Oh, look out, almost to finish. Almost slammed it and almost got the bounce. Wasn't to be. Here's Martin. And Lewis. By the way, Pierce Martin's in for Washington. Haven't called his name since he checked in, but he's got the ball now. And a give to Vanderheit and a foul.
And Victory just playing so aggressive. And to have their fourth foul here in the second period. As aggressive as they played, and one of the fouls was on a rebound down under the basket by Gall. So, really, they've only got 3 fouls on the defensive end of the court.
Javon White up to Andre Lewis, and Lewis up across the timeline. Vanderhyde.
And as we expect out of Braden, we've seen him on the floor, and I mean on the floor. Good backdoor pass to Kaminsky.
And a lay-in. Luke Kaminsky drops it down.
That's how you exploit that pressure. If they're trying to shut down those outdoor perimeter passes as much as they are, just go backdoor.
In and out, and Jeff, a good opportunity here for Washington to whittle this deficit down before halftime.
Absolutely.
Can't get it all back in the next 2:05 in all likelihood. But you figure, Jeff, thinking maybe pop a three here and a stop and a score,
Well,
get it down to 8 or 9 maybe.
There's the 5th foul, so here we're going to have free throws for the remaining 2 minutes of this first half. I don't see Victory like turning down the defensive pressure at all, so Panthers can get some points with the clock stopped. It'll be key to closing this gap before half.
Free throw falls for Andre Lewis. 34-22, 2:05. And an 11-point game. Jeff, this new rule change, 5 fouls and a bonus. I imagine we'll see maybe an increased physicality now that it's only 5 fouls in a quarter, especially if you can draw one or two early.
Yeah, I was talking to athletic director Herb Milblock, and I asked him, I said, do you see this three from the corner there?
Quentin Wilson for Victory Christian.
And I asked him if he saw, this becoming, the shot clock becoming a factor in regular season. And his answer was, he goes, yeah, I do see it. My question is, with the foul situation, it stops you from fouling because you don't want to make it a situation where you reset the shot clock as somebody's running clock down at the end of the game. So good pressure there by.
Oh, Lewis stepped out.
Ball tipped by Fox. Good hustle as well there by number 12, Wilson. And as Andre Lewis tries to pick it up, he's the one standing on the line. So again, another turnover by the Panthers created by that Victory pressure.
Here's Lanier off. Lanier gonna drive, gonna kick it out, and a tipped shot and a foul there. They'll call a late foul on the three from Mike Andino, and Mike Andino will go to the line for 3. 15 points certainly looks a lot worse than 12 when you're looking at the deficit, although 12 points not insurmountable.
No,
Washington can finish strong.
But I think the thing that's probably has to concern Coach Schimmerhorn is the amount of effort that they've had to put forth to get a shot. I mean, the pressure on the perimeter, a lot of the, I'm not sure their half-court defense has been bad, because a lot of the opportunities Victory's gotten have been off of steals, off of rebounds, pushing the ball down the court. They get them in a half-court set, their defense has been fine.
39-25, 2 of 3 there at the line for Andino, the senior. Here's a drive, Lewis, pardon me, lost it out of bounds. Good defense there from Chris Bernard. Victory Christian's gone pretty deep into the bench here, working in a lot of new guys that we haven't seen. Quentin Wilson.
Fourth game of the tournament, like we said, you're going to have to use some people. I mean, you just have to at this point.
How about Quentin Wilson on the floor right now, Jeff? He's one of 2 8th graders on the roster for Victory Christian. A drive and a score for Javon White. You can't play varsity ball in Illinois as an 8th grader. You can in a lot of states, and 2 8th graders on the team for Victory Christian. Foul there, 2 free throws on the way. Quentin Wilson and Ethan Knox are 8th graders.
Yeah, and that's an interesting concept, I guess. I mean, you would think in a state like Florida, you wouldn't have to do that kind of thing, but interesting. Like I said, I think Kentucky's one that allows it as well. And
free throw falls there at the line, Jordan Lanier.
I mean, I understand the situation where you're, very, very small school district. We talked about Dale, Oklahoma having 198 kids in a situation like that. I mean, you've got somebody who can contribute. Maybe you do it, but.
Well, that's a statement for sure on Quentin Wilson and Ethan Knox's ability that Steve Fitzgerald trusts them enough to play on his roster.
Well, and usually you say, hey, we'll see what this kid can do over the next couple years and see how they develop. We're talking about another 4 years. Andre Lewis to the basket once again. He's kind of turned the corner a couple of times for the Panthers, and draws the foul here, he'll get a couple more free throws.
Admittedly, I don't know the rules in Florida or other states. I do wonder, can you play as even younger than 8th grade in those states? I don't know.
Great question.
And Lewis off the mark. I believe there's another team. At least one other team has an 8th grader on the roster here this week, and we'll track that down. 41-27.
Colt Craghead checks in here for the Panthers. I think that's the first time we've called his name this week.
Craghead, a sophomore, and Craghead wearing number 14 on your screen. Also in the game, Owen Klein.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is Owen Klein. I thought that was a 14. That's 34.
Yep, Klein also a sophomore, and it's also true that he's playing his first game of the tournament here.
Going to try to help get a defensive stop here as Victory will get the last shot. Shot clock is off.
41-28. Here's a drive, feed down low, Lanier contested. Lewis feeds ahead, 3 on the way, off the mark, a little too high from Luke Kaminsky, and that's the half.
Good half here of action, and I'm sure Coach Schermerhorn, they're going to have to address something about I love the way they're attacking by getting those cuts when they make the perimeter passes, but a lot of those perimeter passes are contested. Guys putting it on the floor, they've had it stripped a couple times, so they're going to have to cut down on the turnovers. When you're battling from behind, we talked about, getting stops, scoring when you get stops, take care of the basketball.
We'll give our sideline reporter, Michael Savoy, just a moment to set up. He's got Steve Fitzgerald down there with him, Victory Christian's coach, as the Storm lead by 13 points, 41-28. Down to the court now, and Michael Savoy. Michael, what do you have for us?
Hey guys, I'm here with Victory Christian Academy head coach Steve Fitzgerald. And Coach Fitzgerald, what are your overall thoughts on the first half?
We had spots where we played really well to our tempo, and then we just kind of relaxed a little bit and let the other team kind of get their rhythm a bit. So we're trying to stay a little bit more consistent.
How do you think you guys have compared? How do you guys compared well with the environment?
It's been great. I mean, we love this atmosphere. It's easy to get up for the games, so this will only make us better. It's crazy. This is only the 4th game of the season.
Thanks for your time, Coach Fitzgerald, and good luck in the second half.
Steve Fitzgerald with the word for us there on the floor. Appreciate his time, and a good job by Michael Savoy, one of a few great sideline reporters we've had this week. We'll thank our sponsors and then throw it down to Uftring Tournament Central with Victory Christian ahead 41-28 at halftime.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gym. Just a quick pit stop here as we send it down to Uftring Tournament Central and Gavin Russell with Jody Brown. Guys, take it away.
Welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Alongside me, Jody Brown. Jody, this is our last time for the tournament. I can't believe we've come and gone through 5 days almost now. And last time, it's always kind of a bittersweet for the tournament, but it's great to have you here.
Thank Thank you. I appreciate it, and we appreciate everything you do to help us highlight not just the great basketball talent that's here, our sponsors, of course,
Sure.
OSF and everyone, but just, the glioblastoma, the battle. There's so many people that just through what you guys have done this week know more about the disease, and hopefully they'll join our fight.
Sure, and we've continued to try to make awareness for it, but there's a lot to learn about it. We're still learning about it. Even the doctors and the researchers are learning about it at OSF, and that's why they've got the new Cancer Institute coming. Going to lead to bigger and better things, but the job is not done. It does not end with just 5 days, and but over the course of the 5 days, kind of reflecting, tell our audience what you're able to do, all the support you're able to raise, the T-shirt sales, all that. Tell our audience about that.
Absolutely, the T-shirts. I love walking around and seeing people that I don't know, and I know they're not from here, and they're wearing KB Strong stuff because, as you know, Gavin, my goal has always been I want it to be the Susan G. Komen of glioblastoma, right? I want when people in California, people in New York, when they get diagnosed with glioblastoma or a family member does, I want them to find us when they start doing their research. And so, as you know, our mission at KB Strong is to raise awareness for glioblastoma, fund research, and then also help people, which is one of Kevin's goals. He wanted to be a cancer survivor and he wanted to help people. And so one of the ways we do that is with the Warrior Fund. And it's not about people needing the money. It's about blessing a family who's going through, one of the worst battles that anyone can imagine. And so just, those $2,500 financial grants, this helps to raise money for that program. It also, we've given $300,000 to research. We've committed another $150,000 to the new Cancer Institute, the Breakthrough Treatment Center there. And so, that's huge. And so tonight you saw, I shed a few tears, but $75,000. I mean, $75,000.
What was it last year? Do you remember?
$60,000.
So that's like a $15,000 increase, and
Yeah.
it has to do, just from a crowd standpoint, for basketball standpoint, I thought this was one of the best turnouts I'd seen in a long time.
I agree. Great crowds, tons of energy in the gym, and just great talent and amazing teams. The Dale team. One of their kids is going to be playing for a coaching friend of Kevin and I's, and so, they kind of had a little bit of little passion for their team, even though they beat up on my Panthers. But it was great because at the end they're over all buying their T-shirts and taking them back, and again, I think that so many people, it's 13 to 14,000, probably closer to 14,000 that get diagnosed every year, and we seem to know so many in our area.
Yeah.
But just like we talked about the other day, we're at the Thanksgiving dinner, down at Countryside, and there's 300 people in the room, and there's really not a lot of people that raise their hand that they'd been touched by it. And so, unfortunately, someone in their lives will. And I hope that they remember this tournament, not just for the great basketball and how great of a town this is, but also, when they need support, that they come find us.
No doubt about it. And you had a lot of great volunteers this week that were able to help you out. But just to everybody that helped run this tournament, I think, we kind of wrap it up in a nutshell, from KB Strong to the people on the committee. I think it was just so well ran. This is a first-class tournament. I think nobody can disagree with that. Just to all the volunteers, to everybody that worked this, what do you want to say, just from a standpoint of what you were able to do? I got to say thank you, first of all, because it's been awesome.
Yes, well, thank you guys for everything that you're doing to help us build awareness, and we couldn't do that at the national level without you guys here. But the volunteers and what Eric does, while he's trying to coach a basketball program, and the time that goes in with him and all the volunteers, his board, his committee, I mean, it's just amazing. And, what I love about it is it's, two of my passions. It's glioblastoma and it's basketball. And to see people rally around, and that's not just because of Kevin Brown. It's not just because of, another Warrior, and it's because otherwise that's not sustainable, right? You see so many different foundations that someone passes away, and they really do a lot of things in the first couple of years, and then it kind of goes away. We're just getting started.
Let's just sustain this a little bit more and keep this thing going.
We're just getting started.
So last thing for you, we got to send it back to the last half of basketball, but tell people what's next, how can they get involved until we get back here next year?
Absolutely. Our Facebook, we do a great job of keeping up to date. Check out our Warriors, read their stories, pay attention to that. You can donate online. That, again, helps us with all the things that we're trying to fund throughout the year. We'll have a golf outing in July. We have Brown Fest again, which will be our 6th annual Brown Fest, which is hard to believe. And then, of course, the tournament next year. And, the board already, I'm itching to get another event going and make sure that we're able to meet our goals and a little early, because that's just my nature. So
No doubt about it. Well, Jody, thank you so much for your time this week. We appreciate everybody that came through this studio. Everybody was able to help out. It's been a real pleasure back here in the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central once again for the third season. It's been really awesome. But for that, we're going to wrap it up for the last time here. One more half of basketball. Take that and enjoy it, folks. Jody Brown, Gavin Russell will send it back to the booth now.
Thanks, Gavin.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And back to the action here at Torrey Gym, just underway in the third quarter. You didn't miss anything. Washington on its first possession. I'm Joey Wright, alongside Jeff Little, our entire Clutch Sports Media production crew, in the home stretch now of the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Brayton Vanderheit, for three, doesn't go, and it's still a 13-point game, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm sure Coach Immerhorn addressed those turnovers in the first, that the Panthers had in the first half. They'll try to take a little better care of the ball. They got a good shot there to start the possession. But here's the player that's been tough for them to defend, L.J. Kason, with a basket here to start the second half for victory.
Kason making it a 15-point game, and Vanderheit up the hardwood for Washington. Spinning in trouble, has to pick up his dribble, and finds Lewis. Lewis walks it back and gives to Jackson. Jackson to Vanderheit. C.J. Duncan finding DeAndre Jackson. Flip to James Johnson. Three in and out. Vanderheit can't clean it up. He'll get up and run back down behind everybody as Duncan tips an alley-oop that would have put the War Eagles ahead by 17. Not the War Eagles, the Storm, pardon me. Thinking of Gray Collegiate.
Well, and the Panthers probably want to get C.J. Duncan going a little bit more offensively here. Gall gets it in a low block. Good patience, little jump hook, nice move.
Turn around, thought goal, down low and scores. 45-28. 4 points now for Goal against 2 fouls. Having a nice evening. Andre Lewis off the mark and Goal the rebound. Goal up ahead. Shovel to Tucker Fox for 3, and Fox can't drop it down. C.J. Duncan, the rebound and a foul.
Got a foul on James Johnson of the Panthers there, as they call a foul on him for grabbing there on the checkout. That's kind of a tough call against the Panthers.
Stepping back, Kason had a great first half. Can't connect there. Vanderheit the rebound. And Lewis walks it up for the Panthers.
Panthers in that offense who are looking to get it to the high post and look to run cutters off of that. Just good motion, not a lot of screening.
45-28. Here's DeAndre Jackson.
Gall pokes it away. Good effort by the big guy. That pass by Lanier, tipped by Lanier, yeah.
Turned over, up the other way, 3 outside, and Lanier knocks it down. And Victory Christian looking really strong here in the opening stage of the third quarter. 18 points now for Jacob Lanier and a Washington timeout.
Again, you see the turnover problem for the Panthers. You just can't turn the ball over, especially when you're trying to come from behind. That's how you find yourself down 20.
48-28. Washington student section has thinned out a little bit there. You see Victory Christian getting ready to break huddle late on a Saturday night, but a good crowd has stuck around here for the final game of the final day of the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And Jeff, we talked about this last night. You preceded Kevin Brown as Washington's boys basketball coach. He's an individual that meant a lot to the Washington community and the basketball community here in Central Illinois and the community overall.
Absolutely.
Touched a lot of lives as a teacher here at the school too. What in kind of your own words, did he mean to the program as Javon White finds a two-pointer there?
I mean, Kevin is one of those coaches that just, he demanded so much out of his players, and his players didn't mind that because he demanded so much out of himself. The time, the effort that he spent with them, for them, was mind-boggling. I mean, as a coach, he was able to spend so much time in preparation for games, practices, that, you know, he gave everything to the program and to the kids. And you know, he built this into a power that unlike a lot of the other times, I mean, Washington has had some good teams, had great coaches, Chuck Westendorf, Steve Doty, Dick Van Syok, you know, Chuck Fisher. I mean, you can go down the list of coaches that have been here, and you know, he definitely belongs in that group.
Here is Lewis and a foul. And picking that foul up, Tucker Fox. Not a lot of folks leave behind a legacy like Kevin Brown has. I mean, you look around anywhere you turn this week, KB Strong Foundation has a presence there. So much talk about Coach Brown throughout the week, pardon me. Truly remarkable, just the impact he had. And, you know, very few people on our staff ever got to cross paths with him. We just missed him, came onto the scene in 2019 after he passed away, but just incredible to see.
And like I said, it wasn't just, I mean, Coach Brown was a big supporter of you know, his players that maybe were in other sports. I mean, a lot of people don't even realize Coach Brown coached our baseball team, varsity baseball team, to a 4th place finish one year. Loved baseball. You know, there are so many, the time he spent on his basketball, people probably don't realize he had so many interests outside of basketball. He and I shared a love of country music and talk about that for hours. So, you know, just amazing guy. And like I said, we were fortunate. We're sorry we don't have more time with him, but we were so fortunate to have some time with him.
And of course, his fight with glioblastoma has inspired the KB Strong Foundation, doing incredible work here in the Peoria area and increasingly throughout the nation to raise awareness and money for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer, bringing in so many teams from around the country. And I know they take back what they learned about the KB Strong Foundation with them to their respective hometowns. KB-Strong-fightingthefight.org to learn more. Truly a great resource to learn more about Coach Brown and about what their foundation is all about and what they're up to. There's a floater. That falls for Victory Christian, and as we talk, Mike Antino lays it in. Victory Christian pulls away up by 22 now, and Javon White can't answer.
Kason makes sure there's no second opportunity for the Panthers, although it's tipped away there by James Johnson. Duncan looks ahead, gets it to Javon White.
And White is fouled. He'll have 2 free throws. Washington needs this. Still time left, but they're going to need a big run. Of course, it's a game of runs. Can't get it all back with, well, there's no 22-point shot, though.
Well, and we talked about this, you know, being the 4th game, you know, you'd say, hey, you know, let's put on a full court press, let's do this. You got guys with tired legs. You know, you can put it on, but it's not going to be as effective in this situation as it would be, you know, on a normal Friday night, you know, game where you've had a week of preparation and recovery between games.
Javon White up and in, 55-35.
Javon White's had a nice game for Coach Schimmerhorn's Panthers tonight. Came off the bench tonight, not in the starting lineup, but he's responded well and played well on the offensive and defensive end.
And so Johnson will walk it ahead for Washington.
A little more conventional defense here for victory. There's a steal by Andino.
Andino drives and finishes despite a good contest from White. Jeff, I haven't even looked ahead to see Washington's upcoming schedule. They are at Metamora on December 5th. That's right around the corner. And then they'll host Pekin on December 8th.
I'm sure that that is circled on the calendars for both of those teams, Metamora and Washington. Highlighted, circled, bolded, whatever.
Especially, and no disrespect to the Pekin Dragons, but especially that Metamora game. That Metamora game, anytime Washington and Metamora get together, it's going to be intense.
I think Washington and Metamora in Powder Puff football would be considered a rivalry game, and that's a testament to both schools. I mean, it's just a, good move by Braden Vanderheit, draws a foul. It's just the community support, involvement. I mean, it's good basketball. It's good sports, and it'll be good to see that battle for both teams.
Braden Vanderheit at the line. Credit to Pekin, though. Good battles when they get together with Washington. One of the great football games I've ever called. Washington-Pekin football would have been 2021, and that was, of course, Isaac Mapson was on that team. Drew Lewis was on that team. A lot of great multi-sport athletes.
I don't mean to slight the Dragons at all, because I mean they'll be a tough opponent for anybody this year. But sort of like the Ohio State-Michigan game, those games are circled and starred and for years to come.
And Michigan, a big win today against Ohio State. 3 falls for Andre Lewis, 17 points. Washington's on the way.
Kind of chipping away at this lead here. Victory Christian a little bit sloppy offensively.
And a 3 on the way, off the mark, and a foul. We'll give Victory Christian 3 free throws. Of course, I allude to Washington football. Got to give Daryl Crouch his flowers. A terrific career at Washington Community High School, leading the Panthers football program. Just retired, coached his final season this year, and went on a ride. Panthers making it all the way to the semifinal round of the Class 6A playoffs. Lost to East St. Louis last week. 11 wins on the season for the Panthers. A tremendous career, a tremendous job Daryl Crouch did, and we always appreciate his hospitality. Truly one of the great guys in the game.
Well, and again, just like with Kevin, I'm proud to call Daryl a colleague and friend, and again, he's touched so many lives of players and just people in the community, and again, Panther football will go on, but it will definitely miss Daryl Crouch.
Absolutely. Well, I've got to imagine Daryl might make his way to a game or two,
I can imagine with longtime assistant Todd Stevens taking over for him next year. I'm sure there'll be some phone calls and text messages, and maybe show up at a practice or two. And
here's a handoff to it's going to be a keeper for White, and off the glass, no. Had a great thing back in Champaign. I worked at the News Gazette and our 3 radio stations full time. Each week of our high school football coverage this year was a different color analyst with a connection to the host school. Might have to give Daryl Crouch. I know Light Rock 97 comes in on a clear day out here in Washington, all the way out here, but
well, I can guarantee you in the press box he'll be wearing his shorts just like he does on the sideline, no matter what the temperature is, and he's got a vast knowledge of the game. I think he'd be great to sit and have share what he sees in the game out there. That would be a good phone call for you guys to make.
Might have to give him a call here at Clutch Sports Media as Washington again cuts it to 18. So Victory Christian, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, and just like we said with Kevin, Daryl's a big supporter. He loves to come into the gym and watch his football players play basketball, and he's involved. Daryl coaches track in the spring and has many of his football players out there. So, I mean, he's one of those guys that's a supporter of Washington High School. He's a football coach, track coach, but he's a supporter of Washington High School. So
many players at Washington play multiple sports and play them well.
Yes, absolutely.
James Johnson here to Vanderheit. Vanderheit over to Andre Lewis. And hard contact there. Will Martin goes down. Big collision from Jalen Dorsey. And as we talk a lot about Washington for a home crowd, but Victory Christian coming in here. Steve Fitzgerald, very helpful, very nice. Took some time down on the sidelines a moment ago. Talked with him at our studio show earlier this week. Runs a great program. I know they're excited to be here. And Victory Christian, when they go back to Lakeland, Florida, going to be a tough out.
Yeah, he talked about, the atmosphere, how he loves it. It's only the 4th game of the year, and, just like we've talked about so many times in this tournament, coaches are using this as a tool, using this as a learning experience for their players, trying to get different combinations of guys out there on the court. You see Victory Christian with a little bit different lineup out there right now. So, just a great tool for coaches to use here.
Been a lot of fun watching the Storm go at it this week. Jordan Lanier's been a lot of fun to watch.
Yep.
Having a great game. Has 18 points. How about 23 or 13 for number 23, pardon me. Mike Andino looking good. Johnson and a foul. Washington could cut it to 16 here. And Victory Christian would probably need to get away from what it's done so well, but if you can keep it at 15, 16 points going into the 4th.
You can get a little spurt there at the beginning of the 4th, get it down to maybe single digits and battle there for a while and hold things there at single digits. That would be huge for the Panthers and give them a chance down the stretch.
This would cut it to 16 points. It is up and in for James Johnson. Clock goal will inbound, and goal. Mike Andino will go ahead. Andino over. And a drive, and Andino flips it in. Mike Andino looking good. 64-46, and Vanderheit. And the Panthers will stay with it as he flips it off of the defender, the 8th grader Quentin Wilson.
Nice move by Andino down there in the lane. A little fadeaway, soft touch, got it in.
Panthers need this here. It's going to have to be a tip. And that's the buzzer. That's 3 quarters in the book. 64-46. Victory Christian over Washington. And we'll take a quick timeout for a word for our sponsors. Jake Weston State Farm here in Washington, locally based. Jake Weston played for Kevin Brown here at Washington and is proud to support local athletes. His information on your screen. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KBM TOC. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. Thanks to Sefcu Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the KBM TOC. Caps is the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Great atmosphere, great food. PJ Hare and the City of East Peoria also proud to support the TOC. 8 minutes to play in the tournament. Joey Wright and Jeff Little in with you. And Jeff, 8 down. I don't even want to do the math, how many we've put in the books, but it's been a lot of fun.
Absolutely, and you guys have done a great job. And one guy that always gets mentioned in Central Illinois for what he's done for high school sports is Jim Matson. And I think you guys are kind of picking up the torch for him and showcasing this kind of experience, like we said, throughout the country, because there are people in Lakeland, Florida that maybe couldn't get an opportunity to come up and watch the games, but they're being able to see the game. So, this is a great opportunity that you guys are doing for high school athletics. So.
Well, we appreciate that, Jeff, and appreciate your help this week. 3 on the way, and it counts for LJ Quesad. And I've got to give Larry Larson all the credit in the world too in this discussion. Larry not here with us this week. The radio voice of the Southern Illinois women's basketball team. As Lewis hits a 3, Larry drew the warm beaches of Puerto Rico this week, so we commend him for that. But Larry's put in a lot of work behind the scenes too to make this a reality. And we started Clutch Sports Media 4 years ago now in 2019 as Quesad hits a 3. Maybe it was, I don't want to say, maybe our intentions were selfish in some regard. We just wanted to call some games, get some experience, both sports communications majors at Bradley, and wanted to kind of open up some doors for us. But you put it out there and you never know what it means to people. And we picked the right place to do it because Central Illinois rallied behind us. We didn't even have a camera back then. They were all audio games, and the great support has allowed us to keep growing and keep adding. Now 4 cameras here this week. A crew of at least 15 people have helped out this week, from student volunteers all the way up through myself and Jonathan Michael. And it's been phenomenal. I mean, the ride has been incredible fun, and just a pleasure to share it with the people of Lakeland, Florida, with the people of Dale, Oklahoma, wherever they're tuning in this week. It's been tremendous.
Although, like we said, we were pretty sure all of Dale was here because of the big crowd that they have for all their games. So.
Well, I tell you, we were watching we called it the Dale Spike all week because Dale would play and we would watch YouTube tracks your viewers, and we would look at the chart and it would just be like a straight line up. It was incredible. So Dale, among a few Rapid fan bases here, but I don't know that we'll be able to top the Dale Spike easily.
Maybe there's a sponsorship. If they come back next year, you contact somebody in Dale to be a sponsor.
We'll need to, we got Clutch Sports IL as our Twitter handle. Clutch Sports IL is our website. ClutchSportsIL.com is our website. Might have to get ClutchSportsOK.com. getting going here soon. There's a 3 from James Johnson. Off the mark. It won't go. And they go ahead to Thought goal. He finishes at the rim, and he hangs on. You hear it there. It's a Legacy Solar Slam.
LJ Quesad, a leading scorer with 22 points, but I tell you, he has done a nice job distributing the ball as well. Unselfish play there. Gets his teammate a dunk.
Thought goal in transition. You can't let anyone at this tournament get out in transition.
Oh, no.
Duncan for Washington and James Johnson. 6:35 to play in the tournament.
Lanier's done a great job on C.J. Duncan, one of the Panthers' main offensive weapons, and can be on given nights anyway. Andre Lewis to the rim.
Lewis won't finish. And LJ Quesad turns it over. Lewis a 3. Leaves it short. But the Storm didn't have enough players back, and an easy rebound for Washington. Duncan, White, 3. In and out. And Lewis can't finish.
There's Quesad with the rebound. Long pass down. Here's Gall again.
And another two-handed flush. And he's not afraid to hang on the rim a little bit, make sure he's got plenty of space to land. Thought goal, a Legacy Solar Slam. Eric Schermerhorn calls timeout.
This is one of those situations like we talked about learning experiences. Coach Schermerhorn probably took that timeout right there because, regardless of whether you come out 1-3 or 2-2, you want to end on a positive note. And I'm sure he's in a situation here where 6 minutes to go, and you don't want to embarrass yourselves. You don't want to make it a situation where, you stop playing hard and playing the way you want to play. And I'm sure that's what was addressed in that timeout. And they'll come out here and follow his direction. Shout out to the officiating crew. I think they've done a great job. Like you said, Gall kind of hung on the rim there. And, in a regular season, I'm sure coaches are screaming for a technical and that kind of thing. But they've let the kids come out and play.
And, goal, man. He's going crazy here in the second half. Yeah, the officials have done a great job all weekend long, and I don't mind a little hanging on the rim there. Might as show off a little bit here. It's not going to be Washington's night. No one's going to take umbrage with it, I don't think.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. And then I think we talked about that last night, Jeff. That's the cool part of this tournament is even in a game like this, for instance, that's maybe not so close late, there's enough talent on the floor. I think the players let loose a little bit and just start showing off.
Well, one thing I've noticed too is the ball boys. I see the ball boys tapping on the sideline with the players, the coaches, handing water to guy. That's just an experience that is included here at the TOC that, those kids will never forget. And you know what? They may be the kids that come in and are the next Panther players for Coach Schermerhorn's team someday, and just so important.
74-49. White gets blocked. And that's been, we talked with, you talk with current Washington Panthers and other folks throughout the gym. We had Claire McDougal in the studio yesterday, a former Washington girls standout. They talk about growing up, they see the coaches, the players on either side, the boys team or the girls team, and they grow up watching those players thinking, I want to be a Panther one day. I want to play, on the varsity level on the floor at Torrey Gym. And that's that sense of community that, separates winners from the rest of the pack. And you have that with so many local schools. Good energy around a lot of programs. Alley-oop and a finish. Look out. LJ Kaysen. Kaysen slams it down, a Legacy Solar slam. I think our microphone picked up a little scream there from Kaysen.
Pass off the glass for the trailer, throws it home. You mentioned it, as the game kind of winds down, you're going to see some of those athletic kinds of plays.
Called timeout now with 5:03 remaining. Jeff, what are some of your highlights from this week at the tournament?
I thought Heritage Christian, I loved watching not only Shaw, but Simmons on that team. Alexander was very talented. I thought the Hoover team was good. I got to give shout-outs to Dale, Oklahoma, not only for spiking our YouTube channel, but, that was a team, like you said, that no matter what the class is, they could play with anybody. And they were well coached and knew exactly what they were doing. Will Martin makes a three there from the corner for the Panthers.
Martin, that's a 21-point game. Just look at Dale's picture in the program here. I know our viewers at home can't see it, but how many guys do they have on the team? It's incredible. A school of 198 students, and Dale on Twitter, they sent our official company account some pictures and videos of a Dale home game. It's about like you'd expect. It's a gym, maybe a little smaller than this.
Yeah.
It's not a closet, but it's not a huge gym by any means, but it's packed to capacity. There's a great energy in there. And down low, a foul. We'll get 2 free throws. I don't want to say it sounded like a Dale home game when they played Washington, because Washington had a great number of rabid fans here too, but I was impressed. Every time Dale would make a play, they had their faithful contingent behind the bench.
Absolutely.
Family, you figured a lot of parents and family members, but still.
Knowledgeable fans. I understood the game and understood what players were trying to do out there on the floor. So, and gosh, we've left out the local team. Metamora, Morton wins the gray ribbon portion of the tournament, and Metamora, defending state champ here in Illinois. So, they're just the incredible talent just throughout games. And you had the showcase games today that, were in for their one game. And those were some guys, those were some names you will see at the next level for sure.
And not to take anything away from Dale and the Dale spike, as it were, but they were playing Metamora today, and undoubtedly a good number of Metamora fans contributing.
Absolutely.
That was a tremendous game, overtime game. Pirates and Redbirds. Metamora is going to be a problem this year. That is going to be a really good Redbirds team. Excited to see them play Washington here in due time, December 5th. Mark your calendars. I would wager a guarantee that you'll find it, you know where to find it. We'll have that coverage.
And I would think that getting here early, getting here for the sophomore game, the JV game, I think it'll be called this year in the Middle Illini. I think they've switched to allowing juniors to play in those JV games now. So
That'll be a change. You know, it's always fun. Doesn't matter who's playing, but anytime we set up to do a game, or you go out to cover a game, or you go out to watch a game, always a lot more fun when the JV game's close. If you get a good JV game come down to the fourth quarter, going to overtime even.
The people are getting here for the varsity game, and you know, from having been a sophomore coach, it was always like, hey, you got to understand, by the time our game's over, the place is going to be loud. It's going to be packed, you know, and if it's a close game, if it's exciting, you know, then you just feed on it, and you'll learn how to be a varsity player under those circumstances, those conditions.
Victory Christian up by 19, looking good. Good crowd is hung around here at Torrey Gym for the end of this one, and a foul.
Kind of a tough day on the defensive end for CJ Duncan. I think he's gotten 2 or 3 of those kind of touch fouls compared to some of the other contact that they've allowed, and you just have nights like that. Makes it tough for you to get into a flow offensively when you're in foul trouble like he has been. It was in the first half. So.
Christian got it. 22-point advantage.
Kind of a full court press here by Victory is usually not something you see with a 22-point lead and 3 minutes to go, but you know, trying to teach your kids to play the same way, and you've got a couple 8th graders out there on the court. You don't want them to think you're not going to play hard. Great pass.
And Will Martin lays it in. Victory, go ahead.
Pierce Martin, great bounce pass, gets him the layup.
Victory Christian, by the way, talked about what's on the docket for Washington. Looking at what's ahead for Victory Christian. Well, now they've got Gateway Charter coming up from Fort Myers, as we've got a 3 there. Pardon me on that last play. I was glancing down at Victory Christian's upcoming roster, but they've got Gateway Charter on the docket, moving past TOC play. That's on December 2nd. That's a road game. A road game at Windermere on December 9th. They are at Winter Haven on December 12th. Winter Haven, a former TOC team in its own right. They were here, gosh, I can't remember the year now, but recent memory. Yep. Rockledge on December 27th for Victory Christian. That's a couple of games on the docket for the Storm. 3 on the way, and that one's off the mark.
I venture to say that last basket by Victory, that 3-pointer by the 8th grader, Quentin Wilson, that might be one of the few 8th grade baskets in a varsity game that probably have ever happened here in Torrey Gymnasium.
A little bit of history there for Wilson. I appreciate the assist. I was glancing down, as I said, didn't see that he had connected on that, but Wilson getting his high school career off to a good start there. Setting a good tone for the trip back to Lakeland, Florida's teammate Ethan Knox. We haven't seen him. Oh, pardon me, Ethan Knox is on the floor. Number of fans have stuck around here tonight. Appreciate them. Minute 50 to play. I think we just lost our basket mic. I think that's what that static was. It couldn't quite make it to the finish line. It's a minute 42 short. The batteries expire. Wow, almost. Close, but no cigar.
They will make it through one game on a Friday night.
Yep.
They will make it. But
they will. Well, when we gambled, we didn't change out the batteries today during the. Well, there was no real intermission.
Sure.
Because in part because the Dale Metamora game went on a little long, and so make note, they will last almost 12 hours. A pair of Duracells, but not quite. There's Javon White for Washington. Washington.
Strong move in the lane. He gets his own rebound.
And driving Kaminsky. Now Kaminsky gets it, pardon me, in the corner. Kaminsky's off. And up ahead. And Knox. Oh, can't quite finish at the basket, the 8th grader.
Eli Rodell in the game for the Panthers with that defensive rebound. Kaminsky strong to the basket and scores.
And Kaminsky, nice moves down low, making it happen anywhere on the floor. 7 points now for Kaminsky, the sophomore. And a substitution timeout here late. Washington bringing in, there's Colt Craighead, called him earlier.
We tried to get him in earlier, and we got him in here.
And also in Justin Bryan for Washington, his first appearance of the season. 58 seconds left. Want to give a call to the entire social media crew here for Clutch Sports Media this week. Two efficient crew making it happen down there. Ethan Genders, AJ Hollins making it happen. Our guy Kenny Clifton too. Kenny's name almost eluded me somehow after a long week. 3 on the way, count that one.
Wilson again, 6 points for the 8th grader.
Wilson making it happen from deep. Paco Alonso, by the way, spearheading that social media effort. Want to give them their flowers as they depart after a long week. Here is Martin going to drive. Martin can't finish, and a Victory Christian rebound, and they may control the final 10 seconds of the tournament. Victory Christian going to finish in 5th place here at the Tournament of Champions with a win over Washington, the first team from their pod to topple the opposite pod in the Washington Invitational. And the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is in the books with Victory Christian's 85-63 win.
Yeah, congratulations to all the teams, the entire tournament. You don't walk away from this tournament, from this experience, saying we lost. You didn't win games, but you learn things about your team. You learn things about your rotations and everything else, your conditioning, and it's early in the season, and you knew you were going to have things to work on no matter what. But now you see them. You've got them on tape. You can show them to people. You can show them in film sessions. You can talk about them in practice. You can drill those mistakes so that they become less of a problem for you. So all teams, congratulations on a great tournament, and safe travels home to those that are making that trip, and we'd like to see some of them back because they were such young rosters.
We would, yeah. A lot of juniors, a lot of sophomores, some freshmen, and some 8th graders this year for Victory Christian. All fantastic. Saw some really great games among our 31 this season as they award the medals and trophies and such on the floor. And I've got to give, again, another call to our entire crew as they present some awards down on the floor. Our entire crew making it happen this year. Game in, game out, bringing their A games. They've all brought with them, is John Michael, hands me a list of everyone that's helped us out this year. 25 people have helped out the Clutch Sports Media team this year. Thanks, John, for compiling this list. 2 years ago, I went down, I tried to think everyone off memory and left Jacob Steinberg out, so we won't have that happen again. As 2 years later, he finally gets his credit for that week. But starting at the top, John Michael helping us out all week long, doing a great job. Didn't miss a game. Gavin Russell right alongside him. Charlie Schermerhorn, Eric Schermerhorn's son. He was going to be in the gym anyways. We appreciate him stopping by and helping out. Did a fantastic job all week long. Patrick Huber, dynamite stuff from Patrick. A special call to Aiden Jones and Teddy Ball, who helped out all week long. Both seniors at Pekin High School. They gave up a lot this week on this holiday week to help out and make sure our product was smooth. Teddy Ball did a great job all week long on the air, behind the scenes, and his pal Aiden helping out. Teddy Ball, a terrific job on the sidelines this week and in the studio, and when he hopped behind the mic to call some games up here. So we appreciate Teddy. Michael Savoy is with us. Did a great job all week. Battled a little bit of a sore throat yesterday. Recovered today. We're glad he did. Appreciate him trooping it out. Michael, among our crew members that missed Thanksgiving this week, we appreciate him sticking around here in Washington. I know they missed him in St. Anne, but we're glad to have him here with us in Washington. Rodrigo Perez in with us for the last 2 days. Rodrigo, anything he touches is gold. Does a great job. He's the man. Thank you, Rodrigo. Corey Scott helped us out as well. the first 3 days of the tournament, missed Thanksgiving. I helped 4 days as well. He helped us a little yesterday, too. We appreciate Corey's hard work and dedication. Elsa Olmstead, a student here at Washington Community High School, did great work as a production assistant, also on social media. We appreciate Elsa's hard work and dedication. Brock Angle helping us out as well. Where's Brock? Is Brock still around? Brock's on camera down there, waving at Brock. Good job, buddy. Appreciate your work and efforts this week. Andrew Crawford, also a student assistant. Grace Mordhorst as well. Did fantastic stuff. I mentioned a moment ago Kenny Clifton, Paco Alonso, A.J. Hollins, and Ethan Genders doing great stuff for us on the social media front. Paco, kind of the quarterback of that team. Worked every game this week. Did not take a single game off. Kenny Clifton, A.J. Hollins, Ethan Genders all shot the great content that you saw. And Paco took some pictures too, I think, so he was doing it all. And plenty more content, by the way, on our social media accounts to come this week. Now we get to our volunteer commentators. Jeff Little, you're among them. Jim Lynch and Mike Plunkett did great stuff as well this week. I know Mike is was at the Bradley. Did Bradley win tonight? Did Bradley got the job done? Yeah, how about that? Bradley got the job done against Vermont, but Jeff, we appreciate you, Jim, and Mike stepping in to help out. And, of course, John Camosa, Cody Schindler, and Cody Roskins also called games for us throughout the week. 25, and myself as well, makes 25. And Larry Larson remotely recorded the ad reads that you heard. And Tanner Sandberg, we left him out. 26, how about that? Tanner Sandberg, and Larry Larson makes 27. You heard him record the ad breaks and did a lot behind the scenes, as he always does, to help us get set up and get moving this year. And, Jeff, as I look around, a lot of dedication here, a lot of hard work. It's a long week. You missed the holiday. You know, you put in a lot of effort. And thanks to our viewers as well for tuning in and making it all worthwhile.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just a top-notch tournament that the committee has put together. And you know, maybe lost, hopefully not lost in all of this was the check presentation for $75,000 by KB Strong to OSF and its cancer research, you know, so we can put it into this glioblastoma, and the tournament will go on once they've conquered that and that kind of thing. So great job by everybody here, volunteers, and we'll be back again next year.
Everyone here at Washington Community High School who volunteers deserves a hand. That list is too expansive to get to right now.
Don't even try.
A few special shout-outs. Eric Schermerhorn helping out every step of the way. Roger Holzhauer, Jake Weston. Among a great KB Strong board, among a great board with the Tournament of Champions. And we appreciate their having us now for the third year in a row. And, of course, the KB Strong Foundation is why we do it. kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. Learn more about Kevin Brown and the KB Strong's fight against glioblastoma. You can donate there as well. I implore all of our viewers to, if able, make a small donation to the KB Strong Foundation. It goes a long way. We'll leave it there. Happy holidays. Hope you've enjoyed watching Clutch Sports Media's coverage of the Tournament of Champions for roughly 50 hours of nonstop live coverage. We're going to go to bed and sleep in tomorrow. We'll join you soon for more basketball coverage throughout the winter sports season. Thanks so much for tuning in. Have a great rest of your weekend. Stay safe out there.